Hello, everyone. I'm joined today with Hannah Zamora, a YouTuber, streamer, and critic of the GamerGate movement. How are you doing today, Hannah?
I'm doing very well. Thank you.
You're the first anti-GamerGate person, or GamerGate critic, that I've interviewed for this project so far over voice. I have done two other interviews over text, and I've got a couple more coming up over voice. So I do appreciate you doing this.
Yeah, I'll do my best to try to, have this side of the conversation represented.
Oh, I do appreciate that. Do you want to tell me about your GamerGate experience?
Um, well, I sort of, at the time it all unfolded, I was sort of there, just observing it in real time, um, as well as sort of the evolution of the sort of social zeitgeist that produced it in sort of the years leading up to it. In those years leading up to it, I occasionally published YouTube videos in opposition to the sort of reactionary, sort of anti-progressive, anti-SJW sort of movement that GG was sort of a part of. That sort of was the sort of wave of reactionary sentiment that sort of continued into GamerGate itself. I did some debates over the years with you, and that's sort of most of my involvement. Mm-hmm.
All right. So you viewed GamerGate as being a reactionary sentiment?
Yeah, it was basically this popular reactionary backlash to sort of progressive values um, when sort of intersecting the social spaces in and around video games in this industry. Um, that is sort of how I observed it, yes.
What would you consider to be progressive values in gaming?
I guess everything that um, people in Gamergate found themselves concerned with in and around social justice warriors and stretching all the way into sort of like, how should I say, like gender relation anxieties, that people have a lot of people sort of have difficulties like navigating those issues, women being successful in certain spaces. People will react and be like, oh, it's just because like they have big titties or whatever. And get sort of frustrated and vindictive over things like that, which all did sort of play a part. Um, so yeah.
And when you say reactionary, what do you mean?
um, it takes some abstraction to see when sort of progressive changes happens in a social space that may not benefit one's individual self and find that to be acceptable. So other people getting rights while you don't, or maybe you have to make some space for them, whether or not it's fair, it is undoubtedly not immediately beneficial to oneself. And so people react and have a backlash and want it to not happen because they sort of want to preserve what already exists because they're comfortable with that. And that's just sort of a broad cultural human thing that happens, and you can see it all over the place, really. But that's sort of what happened in the gaming sphere in 2014, I guess.
And when you say make a space for them, you mean like that women or some women felt excluded from video games because there was a perception, uh, right or wrong, a perception that this was a more male-dominated hobby, right?
Yeah, I mean, that definitely happened, and then it was sort of reinforced by definitely notable like behavior by people online. I don't think it can't be denied that sometimes women would get harassed for being women, like in voice chats and games and certain streamers and this and that. And there was sort of a kind of just weird behavior. I mean, lots of how should I say? Lots of gamers are, young men who are learning how to exist in a social environment. Everyone's like a person in progress. Everyone's trying to learn how to exist as a human being. And since most gamers are young guys, like you are still at the beginning of really learning how to do that. So there was a lot of um, should I say, uh, not super well developed behavior, a lot of clumsy dealing with one's emotions with other people you might feel some sexual resentment towards. Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there is a problem with women receiving like harassment and stuff during online games, especially. It's a noticeable, or at least it was a noticeable phenomenon. I don't know if it's gotten better or not, but it was definitely a noticeable phenomenon growing up. Um,
Yeah, I
anytime
get
you
the
hear
sense
a
of it being better now for sure, but
and so I mean I definitely see that that's a problem. I don't I think that's something we can like try to solve and address as a society. I don't view GamerGate as like being in opposition to that though.
I guess it depends what part of GamerGate we want to talk about.
Well, do you think that there were parts of GamerGate that were openly misogynistic?
um, I think definitely at the beginning, which so happens to be my primary focus of what Gamergate was and my judgment of Gamergate in the end. Because there's a lot of stuff that happened over the years and it kind of becomes a bit of a mess, muddled mess of this and that happening. But a lot of my criticisms really have to do with the initial sort of genesis of the movement. You know, Zoe Quinn, Nathan Grayson, Burgers and Fries, Gamers Are Dead, and like so the initial couple of weeks after that. And honestly, after those couple of weeks, I sort of care less, mostly because a lot of it was not um, really made up for. So definitely during that period of time, I think there was a lot of misogyny being thrown around. Mm.
I do believe that I quoted you in my first book where you outlined your view that I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but it was that even if Gamergate essentially did a lot of like good stuff or they weren't misogynistic later on, you think that the fact that this spawned from this drama involving a game developer, a games journalist having sex, and some people saying some sexist stuff on IRC chat rooms, that this overshadows whatever good could possibly come from the movement, even if it went on for years.
Yeah, one thing I sort of liken it to as a fairly close comparison, I feel, is something I was personally involved in, and I was similarly involved in the action, like on the ground. I was out there doing stuff with was back in the day Project Chronology, which was sort of anonymous as sort of scuffle with the Church of Scientology. If you recall, like it also started off fairly wet and wild. You know, if I recall correctly, it was this thing to do with Scientology, like wanting to censor something on YouTube, and Chan culture sort of rallied around sort of opposing them and made like all these cringy videos and for the most part did very non personalized harassment of the Church of Scientology, like DDoSing their website and like doing certain things like that. Um, but what happens shortly thereafter is that there's this one person, Mark Bunker, and this other woman, Tori Magoo. They posted these videos that sort of tried to speak to Anonymous and say like, hey, understand you don't like Scientology. We've been protesting against Scientology for like years and years and years, and like it would be super cool if y'all sort of protested with us and maybe don't just like do weird internet shenanigans. And I, although I do feel like it's at a bit of a different level because what Chronology was before it changed wasn't as bad because it was never sort of personal. It was never like this individual harassment that's like really hard to justify. And also because Scientology is indeed bad, so like opposition to it is good. You know, the behavior anonymous changed. They dropped this sort of broad online decentralized anonymous protest movement and they went to in person per city sort of organized. There were leaders, there was structure, there was sort of anonymous cells in each city, and there was um, what's what I'm looking for, when there's someone who can answer it for issues. uh, if they rise. But yeah, there's this change sort of like to actual in-person protest. I feel did vindicate what happened before and did successfully sort of change it into something legitimate. There was much more. I guess I don't need to say the same thing over and over. It was more legitimate, and I think that that transformation was sufficient in sort of overcoming what was done before, such that it can overtake it. I do not feel that GamerGate did anything similarly. There was just sort of a whole bunch of shit that went down, and then there was this sort of veneer of legitimate criticism that was sort of introduced, that at the time was sort of mocked by its people who didn't buy it, calling it ethics in games journalism. That was the meme at the time. Then there was sort of this confoundment by GamerGate people that they weren't being taken seriously, even though they never really like made up for what happened before, and then just presented a few not illegitimate points, or not things that were not illegitimate to discuss, I suppose.
Have you heard the analogy that people like Troy Levitt or PSA Sitch have outlined, which is that the beginning of Gamergate was like a cafeteria, and the cafeteria is the gaming community, and then there's a lot of tables in this cafeteria. One of the tables is the games journalists. Another table are the people who are just caring about the drama involving, these two not super prominent but like semi-prominent people in the games industry, and they're really focused on the drama. And maybe that's good or bad. You can have different opinions on that. And then you have like a bunch of other people, and maybe one of those other tables cares about ethics in games journalism too, because they've uncovered this corruption scandal from the drama, and the games journalists just point at everybody and say, "Hey, you're all a bunch of misogynists," rather than saying, "Hey, look, I got a problem with what this one table is doing." They painted with a very broad brush.
Um, I guess if we're talking about the gamers are dead articles, I feel that where should I start? I will agree that the titles of a lot of the articles were very incendiary. I also, at the same time, feel that as online people that gamers tend to be, it is sort of incumbent on us to be immune to that. We should know that titles of articles are incendiary, and we should be above falling for that. The content of the articles were not quite that bad. The purpose of the Gamers Dead articles is because in the wake of like the Zoe Quinn stuff happening was like they were all basically about, hey, maybe it's bad that we let the sort of identity of gamer be defined by those who are most hyper attached to it to the point of toxicity. And there is value and fairness in that. And I think it is not as justified to go crazy off of it. Especially, how should I say? Oh, maybe I lost my train of thought there. But yeah, it's basically my position.
Well, do you think that there was also an attempt with these articles to put it, not just reclaim the gamer identity and say, hey, look, the kids with the mushroom hats who stand in line for 4 hours waiting for the release of some new video game at GameStop or whatever, that's we're going to reclaim the label from them. It wasn't just that. That there was also a component where they just thought the whole gamer identity needs to end.
I mean, it was more of a gamers are dead, long live gamers sort of thing. It was never like we all need to stop playing games. Everyone who enjoys games sucks. It was just the content of the article is real truly like, hey, maybe don't listen to these like toxic people and make them. They're going to be taking up all the oxygen. They're going to make all the most noise. But maybe try to resist considering them as the gamers. Maybe there's some perception, I suppose, that the articles were saying more than that. But it is my feeling, and what I found was that it was mostly just rolling with the title of the article and sort of taking that to a logical extreme, which I think we all know that happens on Twitter and things. Lots of people just read the titles of articles and don't click on them. That was a thing. That's a thing now, and it was a thing then.
Well, I think I don't. I mean, I don't think it. I think the content of the articles was bad too. Like I mean, like Devin Wilson's article on Gama Sutra. Have you read this?
Probably. I think I've read them all at the time, but that was a while ago.
He says he creates a list of rules that he wants game developers to follow moving forward, and
Hmm.
he argues against having as much violence in games. He argues against having as many sexual characters in games, sexy characters, and that we need to drastically change the way we make video games.
Sure. Although, to what end doesn't really matter. That one person had some clumsy ideas. I remember this also was similar to there was this incident at the time with Brianna Wu where I guess like one of the things where that was used as justification for the backlash against her is that she posted some thread on her own like Steam page with like some weird stuff and like it got some comments and got deleted. And there was this response was like, well, why is she like posting this out to the whole world, this like thing? And it's like it was like one little thing in this tiny corner of the internet by one person. Is it really indicative of like a broader like cultural phenomenon that is occurring? I feel like there is some um, patience to be had with people sort of being clumsy. And you can say like, oh well, they're a journalist; they should like be like really good at all this stuff. It's like I just don't understand like to necessarily the catastrophizing about it.
I'm I guess I view the Gamers Are Dead articles not as a attempt to like reform the gamer identity, but like to get rid of it altogether. Like, which is why they used all of these, as you say, inflammatory headlines like "gamers are over," "the death of an identity," all of this stuff. And the articles themselves, they're not saying nobody should play video games anymore, but it seems like they are saying we need to move away from using this word.
Um,
Or do you disagree with that assessment?
I don't really feel like that was my feeling at the time. Again, it's been a while since I read them. Perhaps I could have reread them in preparation. But even if so, was there any follow up on such a campaign? Was it anything more than those one articles at one time?
Well, I think there's like a persistent, like over the course of like the next few years over Gamergate, like I think they've toned down that kind of rhetoric and they don't like use that most extreme language anymore as much because maybe because the backlash was so big. I don't know. That might be it. But there has been this continuing approach, especially like of the Devin Wilson approach, where you have these games journalists basically calling for games to be censored, like you saw with the Vice Waypoint article, um, where they were talking about Final Fantasy 16, and they said that you'd think that the developer would have seen the backlash to Cindy, who is one loose thread away from indignity, and have changed it. Like they expected like this backlash to have resulted in them changing the game, but when they didn't, they're criticizing the developer for not caving into the backlash.
I suppose if that is the case, and these sorts of like um, efforts by people Gamergate is concerned with aren't really having effects, like to what end are we to be concerned about this?
Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I think it just like depends on like the developer and whether or not they feel like they need to change it because of the backlash or not. Like the change the cover situation, they did change the cover. Obsidian did take out the tombstone joke.
Mm.
Lionhead Studios did delete their tweet about the when they posted the big boobed women from their game.
Mm. I mean, there is room to be had for criticism being warranted, and then developers sort of um, concurring with the sentiment expressed. Some of these things, plus, like, I feel it is worth warranting, like, not looking at the actions in isolation, like for example, like the tombstone joke or whatever. Saying like, oh, they made a tombstone, the tombstone joke of like the like Kickstarter contributor or whatever was in there, and then people were had some outrage over it, and then they removed it. You can sort of look at that in isolation, like, oh, like the angry mob sort of like convinced them to remove this content from the game and censor it or whatever. But I think it's also worth considering, like, yeah, that tombstone joke was pretty bad. Maybe it was kind of not great, and maybe wasn't really how should I say, agreeable to anyone that was like present and like featured. I don't know. Like, I think there's some. It is valuable to look at these instances and be like, okay, well, is there any merit to the concern? I feel like in a lot of these there was.
Yeah. Sorry, Miss Sonata says it was Final Fantasy 15, not 16. My bad.
Mm.
But like as when it comes to like that sort of thing, like I think it's fine to criticize games and criticize decisions that they make. That's perfectly fine. I just there's got to be a better way to do it than using the power of social media to get like a large group of people to all contact the developer at once or create hashtags like change the cover, which they didn't do the hashtag thing with Obsidian, to be clear. But there's got to be a better way to go about it than this sort of mass pressure and mobs. I think like if you just would have posted on the forums and said, "Hey, look, I think this is a good idea. Take this out," or "I think it's good to take this out," because I think it does send like a poor message in the world. I don't want that message out there, and I think that would be a better game if you took it out. And they're like, you know what? I agree with that, and I think that's fine. And like the Tracer guy, when the Tracer guy made the Tracer post, I defended him. I mean, I thought his idea was kind of silly, and I said as much at the time, but I also said, you know what? This is exactly what I've been saying you should do. I defended that guy and his right to free speech and his right to criticize the game because I think he went about it the right way. But I don't think that this online like sort of like mob mentality is the right way.
I guess I would be hesitant to sort of throw things that have legitimacy sort of under the bus. Like, are things like protests and boycotts like censorship or not? And I would find that things along those lines that really, how should I say, um, depend on free speech and sort of market forces generally. I, I'm not sure I can really want to speak against their usage because people saying publicly like, "Hey, this joke or whatever and this tombstone thing, like, I don't like this," like, and other people being like, "Yeah, I don't like this either," or like, "Yeah, I don't like this either," and that sort of like balloons sort of emergently into sort of some outrage or whatever. Like, if this is like an emergent phenomenon, it's like natural and just people having their free speech and doing this, like, or even if there's some like actual effort to like, hey, here's some emails you can send, like here's a template, like fill it out, like we want to like have some pressure, like it doesn't, like these are what you do to like convince your senator of certain bills, you know, these are things that are part of the public process, and it feels fair to me. Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're like they have like the legal right to do that. I just think it creates a chilling effect on the industry when you have these pressure campaigns, and sometimes it is organic, like the Pillars of Eternity thing, and sometimes it's like a coordinated effort, like you saw with that's changed the cover. And I think that that's their free speech; they have the right to do that, but it's very bad, and it's bad for artistic freedom because now game developers are gonna be like, oh shoot, I had this artistic vision for my game or my book or my comic book or my movie or whatever it is, and now I'm afraid to put this out there because it's not just people criticizing it, it's people demanding a change. I think that's like where it crosses the line.
Um,
Like boycotts are fine, to be clear. I think boycotting is fine because you have the right to not buy whatever product you want. I think that's totally cool. I just think when you're like demanding they change it rather than either criticize it and just criticize it, don't demand that it be taken out, or if they want to say, hey, look, you know what? Maybe this kind of game's not for me. Like I'm not interested in this. That's cool.
um, let's see. Well, for the first part, when you say like it's not illegal. It's their legal rights to like say things and actual have the legal free speech. I'm not really as concerned about that so much. I just got a little distracted pulling up this thing. I remember there was this XKCD comic from a while back about this that I always really liked the little subtext that they had on the comic. I'm just going to read it. It says, I can't remember where I heard this, but someone once said that defending a position by citing free speech is sort of the ultimate concession. You're saying that the most compelling thing you can say for your position is that it's not literally illegal to express. So whether or not they have the right to do something, and so all that, I'm not really concerned. Um, and if the idea is like, hey, it's a little chilling effect if you want to like, if you're going to put out certain sorts of content, you're going to get a backlash. I'm not sure I can find that necessarily unfair. If someone is going to put out a bunch of like brazenly Nazi work, for example, and they get a backlash, or they can anticipate a backlash, like to what end is that unfair? To some extent, you could even say it's a bit of market research. It's like, oh, like what is my demographic going to be? How big is that demographic going to be? What's going to happen if I put this out there? It'll let me know ahead of time, which I can use to make decisions on whether or not to pursue it. Um, I don't know. You make art and people feel things about it.
Yeah.
I
Well, we
I'm
have a
not
good.
sure how unfair I could find it.
Well, we have an example, I guess, of like the most extreme example, right? The video game Hatred, which people tried to get banned from Steam.
Hmm. Yeah, I remember at the time there was like a lot of concern about um, school shootings, and it seemed to be very much like glorifying all of that. I mean, it's hard to get it across if you haven't actually if you've only hearing of this indirectly and you weren't there to like see the trailers and stuff. You haven't seen the trailers. Like it was pretty. It was super grim, dark, edgy. Like let's go kill people kind of like game. Um,
Well, we had Postal though before, like nobody cared about that.
I never played Postal. My impression is that it was a little more comedic. This one was like pretty like took itself like incredibly seriously.
Yeah, and the Postal thing, I think the name is actually a reference to like this. Apparently, there was this concern in society. Maybe it was a fake concern, I don't know. But they were talking about how like a couple of different postal service workers were unhappy with their jobs and they quote unquote went postal and shot people in real life.
Yeah.
And the media was like making this big frenzy about it because they're like, "Oh my God, the postal workers are going," you know, and how it is back then
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
now.
It's wild that that is just like a word just going postal and it just doesn't have any other. It's just sort of used sort of uncritically. Don't really think about it that much. But yeah, what it is interesting phenomenon.
I guess my concern with like this stuff is that I like games and I like a wide variety of games and I like games with big titties in them and I like games with a lot of violence in them and I like
Me
games that
too.
have a yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Said me too.
Yeah, and there was this attempt. Like there were like multiple different things, right? There's like the change the cover style stuff, and then there's like the Pillars of Eternity kind of stuff, and that's different. Those are different things. They're similar in some ways, but they are different. And then you also have people saying these video games cause real world violence or real world sexism. Um,
Mhm.
Less the violence part, though there were some people making that argument, or there are now. I was talking to a couple days ago about
Mhm.
how video games cause real world violence
Mhm.
and like and that we need to like stop making these games because the developers have like a social responsibility not to do this. And then you also had these other campaigns to try and get games like Hatred banned from Steam and games like Grand Theft Auto banned from stores where they actually succeeded and they got Kmart and Target in Australia to ban this to pull it from their shelves based on lies, basically saying that the game promotes real world violence or it promotes gendered violence. They said,
Mhm.
and it was a petition with like was it like 15,000 people?
Yeah, I mean, it is possible to create sort of um, what's the word again? Moral panics about things, and often can be a little well, it's more than often like not warranted. Um,
28,999 people signed the
mhm,
petition.
yeah, and like when it comes to like video games, like contributing in any way to violence and sexism and stuff, like when you say things like I liked having violence in games, it's like that's fine. I don't think anyone really cares. But when things like sexism and like big titties or like weird representations of stuff, like people do care, and it is kind of odd, and it's been this sort of like weird phenomenon, especially been sort of like an American phenomenon. I don't think that video games really contribute to violence. When it comes to sexism, it's possible because like it is for the same reason people don't mind violence in movies but have weird reactions to sexual stuff. And it's weird at first glance. It's like, well, why would people uncritically accept depictions of hurt but criticize depictions of affection? It's like, what is that? You Americans, especially, who are like weird about it. And the answer is that like the answers to ethical questions in and around violence are fairly simple and hard to screw up. GTA is never going to make any headway convincing people in earnest that running down pedestrians is okay. But ethical questions around sexuality and consent and gender relations and relationships and what it means to like interact with people and social stuff, like that's incredibly complicated and incredibly easy to screw up, and we're all bad at it, and we're all trying to get better, and we may trust like Sesame Street to like make a episode to kids about like how to not bully and how to not be engage in violence and teach them right from wrong there. But like, can we really trust like any rando like kids show to like teach people about like affection and relationship stuff or whatever? Even not talking about like little kids, we can go advanced to like high school or whatever. When you're being a little more stuff, talking about consent, talking about sexuality, like talking about like safe sex, all these things, like do we really trust any rando to get all that right? And it's kind of don't. We're kind of hesitant because that's so easy to get wrong, and that's why we are weird about it. And so, is it possible that video games can contribute to like sexism? Well, they can as sort of part of the sort of cultural um, way. How should I say? I guess just the culture around a certain discussion topic, because we're all bubbles. We have our own little lives, we have our own job, our own friends, our own school, or whatever. And the context we get on the larger world when we start taking steps into it is media. People do often look to this stuff to figure out what normal is. And if normal is lots of like weird sort of approaches to women, then like that can be a thing. But it's usually not any one thing in particular. It's not any one game. It's not like just games. It's going to also be movies. It's also going to be TV shows. It's also going to be internet and discussions and your friends and the Andrew Tates and Tatelets of the world, like causing all these other like weird ideas into the thing. And then it does contribute. Mm.
Well, well, we have like the ESRB. So like, if you're a parent and you don't want your kid to play Grand Theft Auto, well, it says right there, 17 plus. And
Right.
you don't. And if you're an adult, like I think if you're an adult, you're living in a democracy. You're living in a free society. You should be able to play whatever games you want to play. And
Yeah.
and this idea that like, oh well, we need to like police this stuff because we're not sure we can trust the citizens of our democracy to make good choices, I think is wrong. And like that's like I think fundamentally like what a lot of this boils down to, especially since a lot of the stuff like these claims that are being made are very big claims, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of like evidence showing that it's true. Like the 2014 study in Germany, which looked at whether or not playing games caused people to become more sexist, and they actually became less sexist after over the 2 year period. Now
Mm.
that was looking at, and this is something that the anti-GamerGate people say. Like that study only looked at normal definitions of sexism, like
Mm.
whether or like what man and woman's responsibilities in the household are, things like that. It didn't look at like um, radical feminist perceptions of like male gaze and stuff like that. It didn't look at like that aspect. It only looked at what like most normal people think of as like sexist attitudes, like the woman should be in the kitchen, male should be the dominant household person. It looks like things like that. But it did show that the people who played video games and the people who didn't, like they both became less sexist over time, actually.
Mhm. Um, I guess I'm not terribly familiar with the study, so I don't have much to speak on about it. What should I say?
Yeah, I can link it for you.
Mm.
Unfortunately, I think you have to pay for the full thing, which I've not done. I've only read like the abstract, but I went and watched an anti-GamerGate person's video on it actually. Innuendo Studios did a video on it, and I guess they paid the money.
Interesting. I like Innuendo Studios quite a bit. I feel like I probably would have watched it then, but I don't recall. Um, hmm.
It's possible.
I think it's good to keep in mind that a lot of the criticisms people have for certain games and their sexual content is going to be an effort. Gosh, how should I say? It is fair to have criticism of art, and they're probably going to put it forward. And whether or not the developers make changes in regards to it is one thing or another. But I think it's good to note that, like, when we're talking about like ratings of games, all games are political in one way or another, and that's never going to be reflected by a rating. You know, like SimCity might have an E for everyone, but it also is political. It's saying that like big cities are bigger than small cities. Small cities don't give you much stuff. Big cities are what you want. Long live big cities. Forget about small cities, farms, countryside. We don't even have that. We don't care about it. We only like big cities. There's like definitely like some implicit assumptions about the world baked into the game itself, and it's going to make you feel certain ways about not even urban, just like city planning and development and stuff. It's going to push people in a direction, and you're not going to capture that with a rating.
Well,
And
good.
it's it's I guess like the line between what counts as policing games versus like trying to make an impact, because I feel it is fair to do. Say like, hey, here's like these issues, like maybe it's not great. And to like what extent is that fair, I suppose, is a line to be had. I think quite a bit of it can count as fair.
Aren't we also like assuming the reaction that people are going to have to these games though too? Like like SimCity, like you're assuming that like, oh well, if people play this game, they're going to think that big cities are good and small cities are bad. But like, what if they look at it and they're like, yeah, actually, you know what? This is kind of boring doing urban development, and like it's kind of like it's destroying nature, and maybe we should like return to an agrarian style of life, or maybe I prefer the small city because there's less traffic. There's tons of traffic in the game, and like there's like people could take away so many different things, and like as an adult, like shouldn't we let them like explore that on their own rather than, and like you can criticize it, sure, but like this idea that like, oh, SimCity is going to cause harm in real life because it's going to convince people that big cities are good, and like you could take that to like some super insane conclusion too, where it's like big city is good, we should turn the entire planet into Coruscant and like just pave over nature and cause like mass
Mhm.
suffering to animals. Like you could take that to like an extreme way even.
Mhm. I mean, it's probably never going to be that explicit. Things usually aren't. A lot of these things are sort of unconscious, and you sort of just get a sense like, oh yeah, big cities are good. And like, especially when a lot of these things are sort of reinforced through game mechanics, it's kind of hard to not internalize that a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, I want the big cities, I want the big things, so I get to give me the more stuff. And that one might actually like make transform those into explicit calls of action into one's head. Like, probably not. But it's all about the little accumulation of things here and there. And actually acknowledging, the acknowledgement, it's fair to make the acknowledgement, like, yeah, that is a political position, and it's there, and it's kind of subtle, and it's not called attention to, but it still like influences all the decisions present. And it is hard to sort of prove that anything does anything, because it is this sort of subtle accumulation, like I said, accumulation of all these different signals that you get as you grow and become a person through life. Like, hey, I see all these different things. Like, I remember when I was little, um, I watched Boy Meets World, and I really thought that like Corey and Topanga's relationship, like, oh, this is the best. This is like the prime like relationship. This is like presented to me as like really amazing. Like I want to have this kind of like one girlfriend throughout your life. That's so romantic. It's so amazing. And then you get married and it's all this stuff. And like, look at me now. I'm freaking like bisexual, poly, like sleeping around. um, but like at the time, like fucking that and so all sorts of other things were like um, sort of making that to be the default in my head, and no one thing ever made it that way in any sort of explicit way. It was just what I saw, and that is sort of what I knew. Um, yeah.
Well, there I guess like two tracks that I could like bring up with this, like one of which is like the libertarian track where it's this idea. I guess I'll let you address the first one first, and then we can talk about the second if you want.
Hmm.
The libertarian track, which is like the problem isn't that like single, or sorry, not single, that heterosexual relationships are portrayed positively in this one thing. Like that's not, or even in many things. Like that's not a problem. Like if there is a problem, it's that like society demonizes like alternatives to that, or like it
Yeah,
used to, like maybe
for
less
sure.
so now. Um, like that's like the fundamental issue. It's like you could have like the Boy Meets World, and you can have that romantic story, and like that's fine. And like you can also, we should be able to also have like a gay love story or a
Yeah.
polyamorous love story, and like the part of society that says you shouldn't do this other thing, like that's the part that should be criticized rather than we should be like deeply concerned with like the message that Boy Meets World sent.
Yeah, and it's not like a bad message. I mean, it is a way to engage for a relationship that will be fulfilling. You'll have that relationship, you'll enjoy it for your life, and then you'll die, and you'll have a amazing time of it. Um, if that's what ends up driving for you, um, so it's fine. Um, and I can kind of see what you're sort of getting at. You know, like it's definitely the GamerGate position. Like, hey, don't just like criticize other things for their issues. Just like make art you want that is of the kind you want to put that into the world, and sort of let the cards fall as they do. Um, and that's certainly a thing to do. But I don't know. It's just still my impression still is that it is sort of fair to have those criticisms as well. Media criticisms are good. Um, yeah, I suppose.
And I guess the second track that I would like adopt, or I would not adopt, but I'd like want to think about, and it's something I've like weighed and discussed it with other people recently. I actually talked with a guy who used to be Red Pill, and he's since come around,
Mm.
and like that's good. Part of that might have been conversations with people like me, that he's abandoned this position. He wasn't a
Mm.
GamerGate guy, completely unfamiliar with GG, uh, but him and I talked, and he's like, I don't want to put words in his mouth. This was a long time ago. It's like 3 months ago. Anyway, the
Mm.
conversation we had, it was about should there be like certain guide rails that like society promotes? Like, is it okay if we say that, hey, look, if you want to have a guide and you're kind of lost and confused, you want to have a guide on what is like a good way to pull myself out of this rut or to like live like a happy life, we could like promote in society certain ideas like, okay, maybe this is like a good path for most people to follow, but we should also have that be open. So like, for some amount of people, polyamorous relationships are going to work, right? But probably not for like most people. Like most people aren't
Yeah.
interested in that. Most people don't really, they probably couldn't manage those relationships in a very well way. And if we like try to say that this is like an equally valid or equally good like standard promotion in society to have, then like it might lead to some like bad outcomes for people, for individuals. Whereas like if we say, hey look, instead, like hey look, for most people the monogamy thing is going to work. You can try the polyamory thing if you want to, but like we don't know if that's going to work for you. You should decide, that's something you have to decide for yourself. And you can try it if you want to. And if it works, great. That's a valid part of that's a valid relationship, a valid part of society. But that shouldn't necessarily be something that we tell everyone right off the bat, like, oh hey, this is a thing that you should do, or this is a thing that will lead to a healthy, happy outcome. It's something that you can try, but we shouldn't necessarily promote it as a society. What do you think of that?
Um, I mean, when it comes to like promoting alternative things, I don't think it's necessarily great to like do the opposite of promoting it. If you want to say like, hey, this is the sort of straightforward way to go about things, and here are some alternatives, that sounds amazing. The trick is always whether or not the people authoring those things are going to be cool about the alternatives, because so often like it's like do the straight normal cishet way and everyone else is like evil. And that just tends to happen quite a lot. So if people worded it in the way you do, it's like, hey, yeah, like monogamous relationship is like great. Polyamory is like okay, but it's like really hard to like emotionally manage so many people. Like you're gonna really struggle like keeping boundaries and feelings straight with everyone and like juggling all these different people and like what's going on and like making sure you're keeping up with everyone's lives and like that's just like a skill and it's hard, and if you don't do it right things gonna get fucked up, and it's probably too much for like most people, and it's cool to do if you can, and it's like worth it because you'll get a quite interesting life experience, but like that's gonna be hard, and maybe work up to that. But like saying like these other things aren't recommended, like as sort of like as sort of a denouncement kind of way, like I sort of have an issue with that. So like, yeah, be straight, but like if you're gay, that's cool too, or like be monogamous, but if you want to do poly shit, like that's cool too. Like, I think it's more like have like a default, but like also not sort of treat it as the like official default. Like this is what the official stance of like being a person should be, because then like that sort of like sets weird um, standards and othering of people who aren't the default. I think you kind of understand where I'm getting at, probably.
Yeah, no,
Hopefully.
I think I agree with you. I think it's an interesting thing to. It's a whole separate conversation from Gamergate.
Yeah.
But I think it's a rabbit hole we could dive into sometime because it
Mm,
is it, and I agree. I mean, I think I'm very much like a libertarian on this sort of thing. Like, just let people do whatever the fuck they want. Like that's more my view. And I think that like if there is this recognition of there being like a default, that it should be a default where the alternatives aren't demonized and aren't put down. You know,
yeah.
I think that that's like healthy criticism. Like we ran a study and it found that like this kind of relationship succeeds at that rate versus this. Like that's fine. Like doing studies and research, that's 100% fine. That could be part of the public conversation. But
Yeah.
but like it shouldn't be like demonized. That like, oh well, only a few people could actually make this work, so therefore fuck everybody who tries it no matter what, even the people who can
Yeah.
do it successfully. I think that that's a really wrong approach that our society has taken in some ways.
Yeah. I mean, like, I have a son. He's 3 year old. He's 3 years old. And one of the things, like, I was sort of trying to figure out ahead of time is like, okay, I'm gonna do my due diligence and like think about this. Like, how should I raise him in terms of like gender shit? Should I try to like raise him as a boy, or if they end up being a girl, like as a girly girl? Like, should I get all the toys or all the trucks and Nerf guns versus all the dollies or whatever? Like, should I like do the thing where I sort of reinforce like a gender normative stuff, or should I not? And in the end, so my conclusion was like, well, I'm not going to worry about it. I don't need to like be super neutral about it because like I am trans. So like that's definitely like a reality for me, but my son probably won't be, and he probably will just be a boy. And as he's grown up, like he's a boy, like he's doing boy things and he enjoys that, and that works out well. And he sort of gravitated to that, and that's been great. So like there being a default and being like, yeah, we're just gonna go with the default for now. And like if anything else happens, like we'll figure that out, I suppose. Um, like when we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, if we ever get to if it's a bridge that exists, that'll just be a thing. But yeah, having a default there is being like, yeah, we'll just do the boy thing, like it's whatever. I think it's fine.
You said earlier that if Gamergate you feel never really reckoned with the fact that this came out of that Zoe Quinn, Grayson, Joni drama
Right.
and the bad aspects of that drama. And what do you think Gamergate reckoning with that would be or look like?
Um, Part of it would probably have needed to involve dropping the sort of leaderless, anonymous online movement into sort of something a little more regimented and structured, like an advocacy group for certain positions. Like, gosh, it's a weird comparison to make like an ACLU or something like that. It would have been boring. It would have been a lot more of the like conference room Outlook meeting Xerox photocopy kind of like deal. It would not have been this wet and wild, loosey goosey, like exciting, like internet, like shitstorm. But it would have had legitimacy, and it would have sort of said like, okay, we're gonna like not engage in the same way as we did before. We're gonna move into something more legitimate. We're gonna have lawyers. We're gonna do this and that. We're gonna like have like all the like our shit straight and in order, and we're gonna like advocate for all these positions, and we're gonna like be advocates for positions. I don't know. I need to say the same thing over and over. I feel like that would have been sort of step one.
Do you think that an online movement, even if like some people in the leaderless movement do some bad stuff, that they should have to like dissolve the unofficial like the leaderless movement, dissolve that part of it and create like an LLC, that like a nonprofit group or whatever instead? Like, do you think they should have to do that? Just because like there was some bad stuff maybe at some point?
In general, I tend to avoid sort of making, or even really to the most part, pursuing like really general statements about things. Because I feel it's a little reductive to be like, okay, well, you think it should happen in this situation. Should it happen in all situations? Like, well, no, I think there's discretion on a per individual basis, and we like probably should judge each individual instance to some extent of like what should be done. So should it happen for everything like it? Well, it sort of depends what this sort of protest phenomena instance sort of is doing. Maybe it's warranted, maybe it isn't. I'm not really wanting to say it should happen all the time, but when it's warranted, it's warranted.
I guess you sort of saw where that might go. Because there's some other leaderless movements that have happened, and they've widely supported by the mainstream media, basically.
Maybe, as I know there's like the chronology stuff, but like, which ones do you want to, like as an example, which ones do you want to
Black
point to?
Lives Matter. I mean, obviously, like there's a lot of people, most people involved. You know, they were peaceful protesters. They used the hashtag on Twitter, whatever, right? They didn't
Yeah.
engage in violence. They didn't harass anybody. But like large numbers of people have also been killed by supporters of this movement, and in
I won't say
riots, and people have lost their homes, their businesses. They've had their lives destroyed because of it. Like way worse than anything GamerGate did. But like we all look at that and be like, well, there was a lot of bad stuff, but like we think that there was a lot of good stuff too, and that most people probably who supported that weren't like bad actors. And we sort of like come to that conclusion, I think most people.
I think it's also important to note that, well, first, like, yeah, there was some bad shit that happened. It was a minority of what happened. Almost everything that occurred globally was peaceful, and there were people at like all these protests or whatever that were sort of in charge. People, you know, you have to get the permits. You have to sort of.
I don't.
What's that?
We were all around back then. I'm not sure they got too many permits.
I remember that.
to
No,
block the
I remember there was
highways
like
and burn down cities and hold peaceful protests. I don't think they
Yeah.
got a whole lot of permits.
Mm-hmm.
This was like a spontaneous thing. Like
there were things that did have permits. There were protests that had leaders. I remember
sure, there were like thousands of protests. Some of them are going to have permits, I'm sure.
Yeah, like all over. Like most of it were. I think one of the critical things to note is that like when it comes to the random acts of violence that did happen, because like there is stuff in the streets, and it is like to what extent can you ensure that something that big will be wholly unblemished by people taking it too far? I think that's a bit. It's not reasonable to expect that. To what extent, though, is the violence intrinsic to the sort of doctrine behind the inception of the movement? Because Black Lives Matter is about like so much policing of black people does not seems to dehumanize black people, and we should like not. And so, do you oppose that because like it gets a little wet and wild sometimes? Like, it doesn't really make sense. But for something like GamerGate, it's like the initial thing that happened was we don't like this chick sleeping around to get good game coverage, and it's like, is that good? Like, well,
Well,
no.
I don't think that's like
So
that's not. I mean, there probably were
it,
some people who thought that, right? But like that's like not even entirely a GG thing. Like
yeah.
there's people who cared about ethics. And that's probably most people. And there's people who the idea that like Zoe Quinn was some like super important part of the story. That that I don't think is the case for most people. And insofar as she is an important part of the story, it's because like she claimed that we harassed her, or because she went after Tim Saray, or because like people just don't like her. But like that's fine. You can like have a generalized dislike of another person, especially when like their actions are sometimes like not great.
It
And
is the
not in
reason
regards to the not
everything.
in regards to her sleeping around, but like the other
Mm.
actions she did.
Yeah, I mean, she was not like the perfect victim, I suppose. She was like fighting back, but generally speaking, like that is the reason everything started. Like there was the Zoe post, and then there was the burgers and fries and all of the sort of sexist like response to that, which, and most notably, like here's the thing that I feel like really sort of hurts Gamergate's credibility in those early throws was that Zoe Quinn was like super harassed in terms of everything that happened. But she was just the one sort of taking, quote unquote, allegedly taking advantage of the system, where like the journalists would be the one like offering all the coverage for sex or whatever. Like that's really the salacious like allegation. Zoe Quinn was just allegedly the one taking advantage of it, but Nathan Grayson would have been the one perpetrating it. And yet at the time, Nathan Grayson faced no backlash. He faced no harassment. It was only Zoe Quinn in those early throws. All of the outrage was at her. So that really sort of hurts the credibility of any sort of discussions trying to say that it wasn't about sort of sexist stuff. But I feel like the main point of the comparison between that and Black Lives Matter is that like all of the sort of harassment and outrage sort of naturally flows out from the initial thesis. It is a sort of logical conclusion of what happens when that is pursued. But when it comes to Black Lives Matter, it's not a logical conclusion that rioting ought occur because black people are not treated well.
Well, I don't know if that's like. I mean, using that. Sorry, I'll let you finish your point. Sorry.
Um, but yeah, I guess that's the criteria whether or not things wrap around back to does the violence like sort of should we consider that as being more important, or rather like does it negate the original concerns that and thought processes that sort of spawned the movement? I would say
Well,
in gaming it does, and Black Lives Matter does not.
just as that there's like these some people, and maybe not even GamerGate people, but people on the internet who are like hold more conservative views on sex and thought that this was wrong. That she had. Well, I mean, there's a fair aspect of it too, which like some people like don't like affairs. They think that cheating's bad. I mean, I think cheating's bad too, but like I don't think it's like a huge like society thing. I think that's like a personal failing more than anything else.
Mhm.
Not really like the. It's not something that like society at large should like be like discussing on a
Right.
personal level, right? Like you can have like a generalized critique of like how prevalent affairs are in our society. I think that's perfectly
Yeah, that would
fine.
be.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, that
that's,
would be
but
of
it shouldn't be
interest.
about any like specific incident. I agree with that. But like there with the Black Lives Matter thing, you had some people in GamerGate, or who were not even related to GamerGate, like just like some people who were in GamerGate, and some people who were just like random people on the internet, who were like engaging in kind of slut shaming behavior or infidelity shaming behavior. And then you also had like you can say that like oh that's like these people who had this bad view that was at the core. I don't think it's at the core of Gamergate at all, but like some you could say that and you could express that view. But then like when it comes to Black Lives Matter, there were a lot of people, including people who like consider themselves to be the core, like the people who set up organizations associated with this, and they do believe that like liberal democracy is bad, and that the liberal system, the liberal democratic order, will never respond to any attempts to reform it from within, and we do need to like enact violence to bring about our political will. Like they did. They took over cities. They created an autonomous zone in what was it, Portland or Seattle? Like
Yeah.
they were like trying to implement like their own illiberal political ideology and impose it upon other people, and like that was what they viewed as being a part of Black Lives Matter. Like their foundational view for some of the people, not most, but some of the people was like inherently violent and illiberal.
Suppose that may be. Nevertheless, I feel it still stands that it doesn't not necessarily negate sort of the legitimacy of concern over Black Lives Matter and all of the sort of protests that happen. And there is some legitimacy to be had in saying that like some of this stuff doesn't take effect because like not a whole lot of reforms did happen. There is usually things get worse before they get better. Um, it's a tricky thing to navigate. I would say that a lot of that stuff that happened with Zoe Quinn was sort of very foundational. A lot of the misogyny, like it was called burgers and fries because five guys, because there was originally five guys who Zoe Quinn allegedly like had relationships with that were being called out.
Though to clarify, Aaron Joni said that he did the Five Guys thing because of infidelity, not because of
Mhm.
slut shaming, and that he's like a pretty progressive person on this stuff, and he doesn't like it to be slut shamed. Like he did say that, and in the chat room actually, the Burgers and Fires IRC channel, I went through the logs a little bit, um, or someone claiming to be him said that. I don't, who knows with the sort of stuff, but so he says that it wasn't because of slut shaming, because if he wanted an infidelity shame, which like that might be a bad thing that you shouldn't do either, but like it is slightly different.
I think there's a bit of death of the author here. I don't think it matters too terribly much because people saw in it what they wanted to see. um, and it went the way it did. Um, and yeah, I feel like we're circling around a little bit
Yeah, we are.
in
We can
that.
we can. I do want to ask one question though. Like,
Hmm.
do you think part of the reason that BLM, for instance, is like very considered like in higher regard, except in like conservative circles generally. But even like Mitt Romney, right, the former presidential candidate for the Republican Party, participated in the BLM protests, right? So like it was bipartisan to a high degree also. But like
Right.
fundamentally, like, is it that you view? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but like, do you view like Black Lives Matter, even if it had a lot of bad aspects to it? Like, do you think that that's like a more important thing than video games? So like, who cares if the video game people are have their own like sometimes legitimate concerns?
I mean, of course, it's more important, but it's also important to note that, like, in modern society, especially as adults, we do not have the luxury of only dealing with one thing at a time. So, if there is a moment to be had for video games, then it is a moment that is worth having. Um, and yeah, it was a little somewhat bipartisan support, largely because the way that it, well, for one, like it was in response to something like unquestioningly bad, like all the like um, deaths without any. I keep forgetting this freaking word. Where help me out here. Like, what's the thing where like someone is like responsible and if something bad happens, like they sort of answer for it. Uh,
Well, it was like George Floyd
no, there's a
dying,
word here. Like,
being
oh
killed,
my
being
god.
murdered. He was convicted of murder.
No, and there's like important word.
Not
Okay.
George Floyd. So
Um,
sorry for the book. I should clarify. Not George Floyd was convicted of murder, but the officer who killed him was convicted of murder.
yeah. What's that word though? For when there is some thing in place where if something happens, there's someone to talk to, there's someone to go to, there's someone to answer for it if there are issues. Do you know the word I'm trying to remember?
No, but like that you're appealing to some sort of authority figure, I guess you could say. You're appealing to the
Oh,
police forces, you're appealing to the mayors, you're appealing to the Congress, the state legislature.
yeah, I got it. Accountability is that there is all of these deaths of black people without any accountability from the police, and that for the most part, the police would just rally their wagons around rally the horses around the wagon or whatever, and nothing meaningful would happen. The police would sort of investigate themselves and absolve themselves of all wrongdoing because, like, well, we did it by the books that we define, so everything we did is a-okay because we defined it as a-okay ahead of time. Like, these are things that are bad, and so people processing things that are bad, especially in the wake of like a tragedy, like that is a righteous thing to do. And the initial mechanism by which they did that, civil protest, is like the way to do it. So in all those senses, like, it is legitimate. It is sort of a well established path of, like, I think we can all agree, like, if you have a problem that is big, having a protest is a legitimate way to sort of air your grievances. So I think that was sort of the reason BLM had legitimacy. GamerGate did not really do any of those things. It didn't really have like the universally accepted denouncement of the inciting event. Not everyone agrees that, like, Zoe Quinn is this super bad person that needs to be harassed or whatever, and like the harassment that happened immediately in its wake was like not good, and the sort of protest was just kind of a doubling down on it, because when the Gamers Are Dead article sort of called out the subsection of people who were doing burgers and fries and all that, GamerGate formed as sort of a doubling down on it. It's like, well, you attacked this subset of us, sort of irregardless of what the nature of the criticism was, so we're going to rally around and double down on it, and sort of like that's sort of why it was bad.
But people saw it as, and you might disagree with their perception of it, but they saw it as an attack on the gamer identity. And they saw it as people painting with a very broad brush rather than like a very targeted critique of like people who engage in harassment are bad, or people who have sexist views are bad, and they should change those views. Like they didn't see it as like that kind of a thing. They saw it as all these articles coming out. I believe it was 10 on the first day, and then 9 additional articles in the following days. They saw it as very much painting with a broad brush, and possibly even like coordination by the games journalists to some extent to do this, especially when like the Game Journal Pros thing leaked out.
I took some notes ahead of time. Let me just make sure I find this. Where is it? Yeah, again, I would just reiterate again that like most of the reaction such people had mostly had to do with the titles of the articles, because yeah, they were very incendiary, because titles of articles tend to be to get clicks and whatnot. And you reading those alone, you could very well have those reactions. But I found that the content of the articles were not necessarily to that extent. When it comes to all these articles coming out at the same time, like, there was this thing that happened to me once that sort of put the nail in the coffin for me for all of these things you constantly see everywhere about people like being concerned about the timing of things, of this and that. Like, I went to Anime Expo one year, and at the same time was like the X Games or something in Los Angeles in the summer. And like there was like stuff at the event center, and there was like all these things happening, and there was like this racetrack right outside like Anime Expo like convention hall. So you'll be walking down the big hall, and you'll hear this deafening car just zooming by, and it was awesome. But like it made me think, like, because at first I was thinking like, well, why did they have to like have these two things at like right on top of each other at like the same weekend? And then I was like, well, how many weekends are there really in a year? How many are in summer? And like, this is Los Angeles, there's millions of people. then there's so many things that happen in the world. Can we really ever expect them to happen at unique times? Like, surely things will happen at the same time all the time, and it's not terribly crazy. It's not terribly unique. It's fairly mundane, actually. So when you say like all of these things came out at the exact same time, all these gaming articles, and they all seemed coordinated, maybe there was to some extent some people who were chatting who were coordinating. And it doesn't really concern me that much because for those who did, they did, and for those who didn't, they didn't. And so sort of concerning yourselves with the ones who did is sort of remarking on, water remarking on the shape of the puddle it's found itself in. You're sort of selecting for your group of people to identify. So, but when it comes to the timing of things like, Gamergate happened, journalists made their observations at the same time. Those who had the similar feelings about it made their conclusions one brainstorm session amount of time later, and then they all wrote one article in one article writing amount of time later. It's not terribly mysterious that they all finished their work and published them in a similar time frame.
Well, the Zoe Quinn, Aaron, Joni, Nathan Grayson, or someone in the chat says it's pronounced Yoni. I don't know.
Mm.
I don't. For the book, I'll spell it right. But uh, that was going on like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, about 2 weeks, I think, prior to these articles even coming out.
Mm.
So why would they all come out at the same exact moment, though? Like the same day, 10 of them.
I'm
Like
not a
why
journalist, so I
why
don't know
wouldn't
why.
they?
But
Did it? I mean, it doesn't seem like they all needed exactly 2 weeks to like do enough like homework on that or whatever. Do,
what context do we have? Because the question is like, oh, is this an artificial amount of time or is this a natural amount of time? And you want something sort of disambiguate between those two possibilities. What do we really have, not being journalists, having no context, or to be able to disambiguate between those two conclusions? And I think we have nothing.
if if the GamerGate people said we're not going to change our hashtag, we like our hashtag, it's an awesome name, and it keeps us all unified together, and we love it, and we think it represents what this is, GamerGate, when gamers from our perspective were attacked. So we're not going to change that, and we're not going to form an official organization. But we're going to continue to be a leaderless movement, but we're going to take steps to make sure that harassment isn't welcome in our spaces and that we condemn that. Would you have been okay with that?
um, any way of going about a thing is going to have pros and cons. Generally speaking, and this is like a broad concept, like the idea of something being good or bad is always just a useful abstraction. Calling something good or bad is kind of, I guess, an abstraction. What you really want, what is more accurate to say is that something, some phenomenon you're evaluating is good at X or good at Y. So you can say like, and every way of approaching a thing is going to have these pros and cons. It's going to be good at things and it's going to not be good at things. It's going to optimize for certain things. It's going to optimize against certain things. So you can say like, well, continuing with the leaderless online anonymous sort of Gamergate approach will optimize at this in this zeitgeist for community cohesiveness, and that may very well be true. But I would say it also optimizes against legitimacy, and that's just going to also be true.
Isn't that approach that like Gamergate took though that I just said, like isn't that like what actually happened though, that we said, hey look, we don't support harassment, we're gonna like even create a harassment patrol, we're not going to allow things on our forums that encourage harassment or that encourage doxing, things like this, we're going to be a very clear stance on this, and
Most
like
mm,
we're going to like mass report the harassment when we see it and have active measures against the trolls, two of whom I'm interviewing actually as part of this project.
part of the difficulty in our two perspectives, I suppose, on this, because you came into GamerGate like a year after it started, I believe.
Well, like 6 months, but
Yeah, so some amount of time after a lot of all this stuff like really got the ball rolling. Some difference in our perspectives that maybe, I don't know, perhaps irreconcilable is that like I am mostly concerned with the first couple weeks or month or so and how everything sort of began. I am less concerned with the sort of wishy-washy, sort of nebulous, like jumble things that happened afterwards, because it's a lot and it's hard to make any sort of conclusive like judgments about it all. What I will say is that when it comes to Gamergate doing like harassment controls and whatnot after the fact, when you're an adult, you don't get a cookie for behaving in public. And I feel it is much more interesting to interrogate why so much effort had to be expended to rein that in the first place. Why was it so emergent? Why was it so inherent? That is much more of an interesting question to me.
well, isn't this sort of like the nature of like online discussions, and sometimes there's going to be trolls who want to fuck with people, sometimes there's going to be flame wars, and someone, maybe crosses the line when they get into a heated argument on Twitter, and like that's just sort of like the nature of these online discussions, especially when you're dealing with like a mass leaderless thing.
Um, Not every social group has those dynamics. So the ones that do have them sort of inherently have them, and that is a potential criticism to have. And yeah, because it remained a leaderless, anonymous sort of online thing, that sort of exacerbated the conditions that produced these issues and made them emergent and made them inherent to the movement. And because Gamergate did not transition into something more structured, like an LLC or whatever, that is sort of why I feel it is a little more to blame, I guess. That's a better word that I had in mind, but I'm not going to spend time looking for it.
Yeah, I guess I just like maybe see like online debates that people have on social media like differently. It seems like anytime there's like a controversy or debate on the internet, it seems like people are like way heated and like not good, and there's people trolling. Like look at the Israel Palestine stuff right now, and look at like the insanity on Twitter with that. Like it seems, and I'm a political streamer. Like people fuck with like political streamers and stuff all the time. It's like it's just part of engaging in like online debates with billions of people on the planet, I think. And like that's maybe not good, and like that's why we took like active measures to do it. But I think like maybe Gamergate even like did a better job, like probably a far better job than like people in other online debate spaces did at like
I
policing this
guess
behavior, I feel like.
again, it's like what is the sort of situation on the ground that sort of produces it. Like I said, like a lot of these social scenarios don't really, a lot of social spaces don't produce this. So it's interesting to point to Israel Palestine because that's one that does produce it. But there are things like, I don't know what comes to mind. Like I remember in high school there was this thing where like they were considering cutting, because I was a band nerd the whole time. There was something where I was considering cutting funding to some music stuff, and so we had this like march with signs down the main drag of like Santa Clara, California, and we had this little thing at the school district office, and we all had our music and we played a little concert, or whatever. And then like there was some discussions with the people, or whatever. And I wasn't really privy to anything else that happened, so a lot of else probably involved a lot of closed doors, like figuring shit out, and like things seemed to work out in the end. But like that was a social sort of kerfuffle, but it didn't involve like people getting really heated and harassing people and like internet like shitstorms, because that doesn't happen all the time for all these different social contexts. When it does happen, that is notable, that is a social phenomenon in which this sort of thing is emergent and sort of inherent to it. And when a lot of that is more or less pursued deliberately, I suppose, because
Hello
people
there.
were wanting to continue Gamergate in that form and not transition into something like an LLC or that sort of thing that was being discussed. Like it does inevitably produce that, and so there's some blame to be had there, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, I've been posting on like internet forums for a long time, and it seems like anytime you get like a large community of people, like there's always going to be like some degree of drama and some degree of like people engaging in flame wars and trolling a little bit. Like anytime like a internet forum or community like reaches a certain size, like even non-controversial stuff, like people who are like look at like the all the toxicity with like the Tumblr like fan art and shipping communities and like all that stuff. Like it seems like almost every online community. Maybe there's some exceptions where it's not like that, but like it seems like almost like every large community like has like some degree of that sort of thing happening.
Yeah, probably. I feel that like if Gamergate itself as like the movement sort of positioned itself as the sort of more official, I keep saying like LLC or whatever,
Yes.
and like on
Sorry,
the
we are looping a
peripheries.
bit.
Yeah, and if on the peripheries all this like random garbage happened, like I don't know, like I for personally like I don't really interact with like fan communities. If there's a show I like, I just watch the show and I enjoy it on its own. I don't usually go into fan communities and sort of make a big deal over whether or not that fan community is like good or bad or whatever. I'll just enjoy it and I'll talk about it with friends or whatever. But like you say, like a lot of them do that to the extent where it is kind of normal. So ideally, if Gamergate were to have reformed itself into such a formation, all of the randomness happening around it, about it more would have been more acceptable as being sort of just common, I suppose.
Um, we can move off this soon. I just want to ask a question here.
Mm.
Is there anything Gamergate could have done or should have done in your eyes other than forming like an official organization that would have made it better in your eyes?
Maybe distance itself from sort of the SJW stuff and maybe just focus on like the ethics thing a little more explicitly, I suppose. And like really just like we're not like doing with SJW stuff. We're not like complaining about like women or like all these things. We're just gonna be like, we don't want these ethics issues in here. We don't like the censorship. We don't like this or that. But instead, trying to focus on trying to bringing in all the reactionary sort of anti-progressive stuff is like not great.
Would you think that criticizing the social justice warriors, quote unquote, is inherently bad?
I think a lot of social justice stuff is good if at times some of the individual people champion it might do so um, clumsily, but the underlying concepts are good.
I
So, so I mean, like, is it good to like criticize things that are good? It's like, I don't know, like we're just being weird at that point. Like you're saying you want things that are bad. I don't know.
well, I don't think that all of the social justice stuff was good. I think that some of it like did warrant criticism, both in terms of like tactics used, which is like mostly what I critiqued, but also like some of the arguments were really bad, and it seemed like they were extraordinarily intolerant of like opposing viewpoints and like weren't even willing to engage in a discussion and wanted to shut down discussions. And they also had like some of them, not everybody, but like some of them had this view that like video games cause real world sexism or real world violence in some cases, which like we obviously found ourselves in opposition with. And the games journalists, like a lot of them had this ideology too.
Um, I think often, especially with more left, the more left you go, um, you'll find more and more people who disagree about things and a lot smaller bubbles of schools of thought that overlap in different ways, but generally it's going to be a lot more fine-grained. Um, I tend to find when you go more rightward, things get a lot more like general and like overarching. People will agree with each other more, and there's like larger overlaps. I don't know to speak exactly, but more the more left you go, the more you sort of break things down and deconstruct things and sort of find different ways to look at stuff. And there might be one or two people looking at things in a wacky way, and you do that and try things out. that's fine. But I'm not clear to me to what extent that is meaningful to really catastrophize about that some undoubtedly like really young person who is more or less a kid is clumsily airing wacky ideas. I don't know. And maybe it's in some tiny corner of the internet where like you can't like engage with them. They're like turn off the comments on the YouTube video or whatever, right? Or they're like block you if you try to engage with them. It's like it is what it is. It doesn't strike me as something terribly like
Is
worth
is that kind of like
catastrophizing about.
is that kind of like downplaying like the extent to which people went to oppose Gamergate and shut down conversation about this and claim that we were misogynistic harassers and create like block lists to ensure that we were blocked on like large swaths of Twitter and ban us from like every community they possibly could. And it seems like it wasn't just like, oh, this person turned off the comments on their YouTube video. It seems like it was like a lot more of an intense reaction to shut this stuff down and shut down a lot of other conversations too in society and like shrink the Overton window.
I would say that like at the time there was not a whole lot of productive conversation to be had about Gamergate. There was just kind of a lot of shit flinging, and some people took action in response to that, and that's their prerogative, I suppose. Gosh, how should I say this? Um, mm, um, I suppose I'm less concerned about what the quote unquote anti Gamergate people did, because at that point it was just kind of a shit show. And there was just kind of stuff happening all over the place. And it's not really terribly useful to try to extract some sort of conclusion about it all outside of like really trying to make conclusions about individual actors or individual events that happen, because you could do that. Man, there's a lot of like events and individual actors doing stuff every goddamn day. It seems like if it directly involves you, then by all means become invested in it. But again, my main concerns about the whole Gamergate dynamic happened is in response to what happened at the very inception of those first couple of weeks and months. After that, it's a blob of whatever, and unfortunately, it does not really contribute much to my broad conclusions about the event, which is that it was this reactionary thing sort of driven by sexism and people doubling down on it. Yeah.
You've talked about, I do want to, I'm glad you brought it back here because you talked about how your main critique and issue with Gamergate was relating to like the first few weeks or maybe months. Um, but this is an event, a movement that lasted years. Is it really fair to say like, well, you had a rough two weeks. Now we're going to judge you based on these 2 weeks and nothing else that you ever do?
Um, I guess I would go back to the comparison to like Project Chronology, which is that Chronology did have that turning point where it sort of gained legitimacy. And the problem is that Gamergate never really did. So I don't think it's terribly confounding why Gamergate people struggle to find a seat at the table. Um, there's there's an extreme example. Hopefully it won't be too distracting, but like I'll use it anyway because it was something that I thought of ahead of time before starting this interview. Like, gosh, imagine someone creating a branch of the KKK and then doing a bunch of like good public service works and being like, well, why the heck am I not being received well? I'm objectively doing good public service works. And it's like, well, but why the association? It's just not a good wagon. It's not a good horse. It's not a good wagon to hitch your horse to. And it does sort of taint stuff. And there is a whole lot of making up for what happened before to sort of like make us not care about that.
Yeah.
Mind this is extreme example. I don't want to get too distracted by
I'm
it.
not
But,
gonna.
like, the point is
I could go down this path and be like, oh my god, how dare you? But
yeah, but the
I don't
point
think
is
it's
to
gonna be a
like
productive discussion. I,
yeah,
but I don't think I don't think it's analogous, both in the sense that like the KKK, like that's like an actual bad thing, whereas like I don't think GamerGate like is this actual bad thing. I think like obviously with any large community of people, you're gonna have like some bad actors within it, but I don't think that like the KKK like it's like their whole mission statement is like we hate everybody. We hate black people. We kill black people. Like that horrible stuff, right?
yeah,
And GamerGate is we care about ethics and games journalism and creative freedom, and like maybe a couple people are sexist and that's bad, and we don't support that.
yeah. But the issue is that the original inception of GamerGate was this bad thing, and that is sort of the
Well, that's your perception
history that I'm sort
of it, though, right?
Yep, and that is why I'm on this sort of side of things. You know, to me, the beginning of GamerGate was there was this incident, salacious incident, and this jilted boyfriend who like posted this tirade, and everyone started harassing this woman, um, and then there was a lot of kerfuffle created around it, a community created around it, this whole burgers and fries thing, and then it was called out, and then everyone sort of doubled down and took the side of the sexism. And then that was the whole beginning. And I remember at the time, especially because I was there as it was starting. I was there observing things as it was happening. And one of the big things that I observed in the immediate like genesis of GamerGate was that on forums, on GamerGate spaces, like they were enumerating articles that were speaking about GamerGate. And if it was against GamerGate, that journalist or publication was being put on a shit list, and they're like trying to find all these reasons, making up all these reasons why they're bad and doing all these things. So it was sort of, it ended up just being basic bitch tribalism. Like, we have our side, they're against our side, so we'll be against them, regardless of any arguments or context or reasons or logic. It was just, I'm on this side, screw anyone else on the other side, which doesn't really, it's not conducive to like a, how should I say, principled ethical position. It's just
Is
conducive to just sort of it starts the initial wave of outrage and it immediately transitioned into just outrage fueling itself and not really for any other reason.
I mean, some of the journalists who covered GamerGate early on even had like a pretty negative view of it, like Ezra Klein and David Auerbach. But like we still thought that it did like a pretty fair job, whereas like other publications just like straight out lied about us from our perspective. They were lying and being dishonest. But like I think like David Auerbach's article, "How to End GamerGate," a divide and conquer plan for dissolving a toxic online movement. But I got involved with GamerGate after he wrote this article. He wrote it in October 2014. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but here I'll link it. But like this, I remember hearing at the time, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, David Auerbach, he's a fair-minded person. He's he's neutral on GamerGate." He even's like, if you read his stuff, he's like a bit more negative on it actually. Um, but I think we gave him a fair hearing, and like he was pretty widely respected by our community despite having a negative opinion of GamerGate as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And this was early on, like you say, October 2014. And Ezra Klein's article, I have to look up when the date was. Ezra Klein, GamerGate, was a Vox article, um, November of 2014. So still pretty early on in the movement.
Mm-hmm.
And he was pretty critical of GamerGate too, but he was pretty fair in how he approached it. And I even referenced that in my book as well. Like it seems like if you made like a fair critique, we'd be willing to hear you out. But if you just said GamerGate are misogynists who hate women, like we would be like, no, fuck you. Which I think is like a fair response.
Um,
And even the people who were assholes, like, and wrote these articles that made broad generalizations. Or I'll link the Ezra Klein article too. Sorry, I should have done that. Like I mean, I'm sure you saw some of my videos where I responded to articles about Gamergate. Granted, this was not in the first few months, but this was later on. But I think like I was pretty reasonable, like in my critiques. I wasn't like, or do you disagree?
I guess I'd have to look into these. But how should I say? I have a thought, and let me see if I can put it into words. If GamerGaters found these particular articles like good because they were fair in the representation of both sides or whatever, that, like, for, how should I say? When you say like the articles that would be denounced were the ones just saying that Gamergate was like sexist or whatever, especially at the beginning of Gamergate, it kind of was. And so because Gamergate may not have gotten a quote unquote fair shake from the perspective of Gamergaters because they had some ethical concerns underlying all of that, especially people who would sort of join the movement. And this is why it gets more complicated going forward past the first couple of weeks, because people did join who were concerned about ethics or whatever and censorship and these sort of things. And that sort of muddies the water quite a bit. But right at the very beginning, that's not what it was about. And so people who would say that, yeah, this was about sexism, they may not be representing the GamerGaters position, but they're sort of, what they are saying is fair. And I liken it kind of to if you have a news program or whatever, do you host how should I say, like, is it sensible as like a news organization to host like a debate or whatever between like a scientist and like a flat earther and to sort of present them both as of equal weight and merit? I would say no, it's not actually the media's job to just present both sides and let the reader decide, because doing so will always sort of present both sides as of equal merit and consideration. And that can be misinformation. You mislead your audience by like not saying like, hey, like one of these sides is actually just bad.
But isn't
And
that
you
what
can
like?
say that,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, so you can say that's having a bias, but like sometimes the reality has a bias and not, and lots of kerfuffles between two quote unquote sides. Like what I find in real life is that most times one side is just wrong.
But isn't it the job of a journalist though to report on both sides and present both sides of the story, even if like they are of the view that like one side is bad, like David Arbach, right? He's of the side that Gamergate was bad, but like also there's like some legitimacy to the critiques that they have, and if you want it to go away, you're gonna have to like address some of the actual concerns that they have in like a fair-minded way. So he presented both sides, and he still had like a negative view of Gamergate, and he still put that in his article even. Like, isn't he doing both sides, but also doing it in a more fair-minded way than like we're not even going to include the perspective that Gamergate people have.
I suppose it depends on the thoroughness of um, the publication, because yeah, it would definitely be more thorough to do that. If someone wants to do something less thorough, then I guess that's whatever. But and if they like lied about things, I suppose that's whatever too. But if their overall thrust is that like, yeah, this thing was sexist and it was bad, like I feel that is sufficient for however much it's worth. And you can say like, well, would it be more worth if you put in way more effort? It's like, yeah, probably always, but I don't feel it is. If it's difficult to reconcile this, I suppose, if one doesn't agree that was bad. But again, like I said, when it comes to like as things progress from the initial like inception of Gamergate, And so even when like you came into the thing, like the waters get muddier. People who actually do care about ethics or whatever like find themselves roped in. Again, it's a weird wagon to hitch your horse to, but like, and there is some lack of due diligence I would put on such people. Like, not sometimes you might, how should I say? It's easy to be a person who's like, I'm just concerned with like censorship in games because I want like this game to like come out with like all the original whatever. And you see someone advocating for that, and you're like, yeah, that I'll align myself with that. Like I'll signal boost this, and that's like sort of the end of the thought process. I understand it. I'm a little disappointed, but I'm not really putting all of the culpability, that's the word I was trying to think of before, on them. It's not quite the same. And as GamerGate sort of dragged on and got a little more muddy, sort of the culpability of the people joining later who did have these concerns, like I don't really extend it to them quite as hard. It was really just mainly the beginning where a lot of the culpability is to be assigned.
Do you think that what Nathan Grayson did was wrong in the beginning?
I think it is, should I say? I think there was some, it's not quite a nitpick. It's a little bit more than that, but it's not like terribly earth-shattering, I suppose. It is something worth looking into, and it's like, hey, you should probably like say like in there, I was like, oh, I know these people. Like I actually like dated this person. And like I'm promoting them. Like I'm disclosing this. That's the word I'm looking for. That should definitely be there.
Well, he didn't disclose it, though.
Yeah, it definitely should be there. And so the criticism about that like is definitely warranted. It's on the. I just don't get. I don't think it's really worth a kerfuffle. It's worth like some quick meeting in like the cubicle. It's like, hey, why did you not like state this? Like we need you to like do better. Like try to like we're gonna amend this. We're gonna like do all these things like make it right. But like really like be professional about all this. I'm your boss. Like do this going forward. All right. See you tomorrow. Like it's worth that sort of thing. It's not worth like a huge internet hate campaign.
I think, yeah, I think it's. I mean, it was pretty bad. Like, it's not like the worst thing in the world that's ever happened. Obviously, people die. There's terrorist attacks. There's all sorts of stuff. There's war. There's a lot of like bad things in the world, and
Right.
like that's like a bad thing, but like not the end of the world. But it seems like also in like the 2 weeks prior, like the first 2 weeks, before GamerGate was even a hashtag or became this massive movement, there were also a bunch of other games journalists that were also found out to have done bad stuff too, like Patricia Hernandez writing articles about her roommate, Leia Alexander writing articles about her friend, Robin Arnott, the Nathan Grayson Robin Arnott thing, which it's not a proven thing. It's proven that he wrote 6 articles in like a span of 3 months, promoting him and reviewing his game even. Um, but it's not proven that they were like super close. Like they were friends on Facebook. They were talking to each other. He's written before about how he approached Robin. Grayson did. He approached Robin with a hug and a handshake. So it seemed like they were close, but again, it's not proven. I'm not saying that he's guilty of that necessarily. It's just kind of suspicious. And we also had another article too. I forget. It's in my file, but there's another games journalist too who was also implicated in corruption, alleged corruption, all like in the span of like 2 weeks. Like it wasn't just the one guy though. It wasn't just Nathan Grayson and his 2 articles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure that probably would be something along those lines. That's there's a lot of journalism that happens, and especially in gaming, which isn't like huge. I don't think it's terribly unheard of for people to have connections with each other, even like journalists and developers themselves, especially like indie developers, people who aren't just like, I don't know how to put it, maybe are a little bit more connected with the community rather than just someone who just like does their work and like it's their job, right? Usually developers are a little more engaged in a unique way, of course, like everyone's engaged in their own ways, but like tend to be a little more public. I wouldn't be surprised that there would be more to be said, I guess. But I guess it's just a matter of how one addresses it. And it would be fair to address it. The issue is never that like it's wrong to look into these things. It's just like this is an odd way to go about it.
All right, so you made your video about GamerGate in December of 2014, and then was that the last time you talked about it for a while?
I probably participated in assorted online discussions about it, but I was never terribly like I'm not like I never would consider myself like a community member of any one thing. I would just sort of I was mostly just lurk, and if there's something that I felt like I could contribute a perspective to, I would post something, maybe get in an argument with someone now and again, but mostly consider myself a lurker.
Okay. And then you were approached by me maybe a year after your video, or 6 months, or maybe it was a year and a half. I don't know. It was some time after your video came out. I approached you and was like, "Hey, do you want to talk about this?"
Yeah.
And what made you want to decide to engage with that discussion?
I felt like it could be a fair discussion. I like discussing things, especially at the time. Like it was more of a thing I was doing. I'm a little more busy nowadays, but I wanted to engage in the discussion in some way and sort of do what I could to sort of contribute. It's like, yeah, this could be good. This could be fun. This could be fair-minded. I could like have a good conversation.
Oh, it was Danielle Reindow, the other controversy prior to the GamerGate hashtag and stuff. It was Danielle Reindow wrote was it a review? I better now I have to do fucking research. Hang on 1 second. She wrote an article or a review. Let me see which one it was. Of Gone Home, and she was friends with the composer of the game, and she didn't disclose this.
Sure.
Okay, it was a review. It was a 10 out of 10 review on Polygon.
Mm.
And that was undisclosed. Sorry, that was one of the things that was discovered prior to GamerGate. Sorry. Getting back on track. Sorry. Unless you want to talk about that, we can. But
not particularly.
okay. How did the discussion with me go?
I remember it being very good. I mean, I'm fairly introverted myself, so I'm always a little anxious, like having conversations. But my impression was always that, like, yeah, it was a positive experience. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I think in the beginning, maybe I'm harsher on myself than you are, but with harsher on me. But I think in the beginning I went in and I'm like, I got timestamps of like every claim that you made in the video that I disagreed
Right.
with. And like that wasn't like the best approach to do this. I 100% concede that. And then I think like the first hour I think was like us, or maybe 30 minutes, I don't know, was us going like back and forth over like specific points.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
I
like,
don't go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like at the time, like one of my first like reaction videos is like, here's this one like anti-SGW video. I'm gonna break it down into like 50 different like little quotes, and I'm gonna like respond individually each one, and I'm just gonna sort of make the thrust of my video this sort of gish gallop of like, here's me like exhaustively going through every little bit that this person like said. So like at the time, I was a little more of that minded anyway. It's like if you're gonna like bring like little quotes, it's like great. You can talk about like little specific things. That sounds awesome. So that sort of thing does not irk me the wrong way necessarily.
Okay. Yeah, I was a bit more like that too at the time, and I think it became like a much better discussion as the conversation went on, and then like we decided to have. Well, you decided to engage with me more, and we had like I don't know, like 2 or 3 or 4 other streams, maybe, or maybe more than that. We had a
Yep.
lot of different streams together talking about this, and also you talked with Porcelain Chips. Did you talk with anybody else too?
I remember that conversation in particular. I don't recall. Maybe there was some more broader ones with like a bunch of people, which I kind of remember.
The one where it's like 25 GamerGate people and like you.
Yeah.
It was like
So
10
there's that.
probably like 10 actually. I think there was a limit of 10 people I think in the call back then.
Yeah, couldn't tell you who any of them might have been.
But I think you engaged in good faith back then. We had some really good conversations about the stuff. It, you weren't as concerned with Gamergate, like you didn't think that Gamergate at that, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, sorry. Gamergate at that point, when you were engaging with this 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, maybe 2018, I'm not sure you engaged in 2018. I'm not sure we talked to then. But 2015 through 2017, um, you you don't view that as like the bad part of Gamergate as much, do you?
I mean, there were individual things that probably I would have said were bad, but like it's all just sort of a jumbly mess of events. So I guess my main focus would be that initial genesis of the movement, I suppose, because from there, like actual broader things can be discussed that are a little more meaningful, I feel, rather than just like, here's this event that happened, like, let's like get into the messy details of the drama. Like that's less interesting, I guess.
Can you define what Gamergate was?
Um, so there's this sort of weird analogy that I sort of thought of sort of preparation for the discussion. So Gamergate is sort of one hugely ballooned facet of just overall reactionary anti-progressive zeitgeist of our times. It was sort of an expression of what emerged when reactionary sentiments sort of intersected gaming. Um, so here's the weird analogy. So it's kind of like a big fish going down a river. So like the fish itself is reactionary politics. So if you cordon off like a small specific stretch of this river, like cordon that off for consideration, that is gaming. And when the fish passes through, you can exhaustively enumerate and about all the shape of the ripples it makes, all the pebbles it moves through the water, and all the water drops that splash out onto the land. And sure, and all those are observations, or kind of like all the little operations and sub movements and sub incidents and media personalities and the like of Gamergate. And that's fine and dandy, but Gamergate is the fish. Gamergate is the reactionary mindset and how it expressed itself onto gaming. Mm.
Do you consider yourself a gamer? What does that term mean to you?
Yeah, and I guess like, I guess to me like, video games are like, it's sort of like a first class medium that I sort of interact with and appreciate and esteem, and sort of what I am playing, be it like a ton of games or the ones that I only have time to do at a given part of time, like that's sort of the metrics of what I feel like I'm doing at a given stage of my life. So I'll meet new people and they'll be like, probably one of the first things I'll end up talking about with them is that like, oh yeah, like I'm currently just mostly playing Genshin and Fate Grand Order. It's mostly what I have the time for. I wish I can play more single player games. I kind of really have this hankering to play Control. I want to play it. I really want to play it. I just don't have time for it because I have a kid and all sorts of things. Um, and like, but that it's sort of like a thing that's so core sort of about me, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's sort of how I consider it.
Yeah, I I haven't been able to play too many games lately because I'm so busy with this book and
Mm,
streaming stuff. But I
no
recently picked
joke.
up. I'm
It's
sorry,
big
what?
effort. It's no joke. It's a big effort.
Yeah, it
I,
is. If- I recently picked up like Ace Combat 5 and Shadow of the Colossus. I've not played. I played Shadow of the Colossus for like 10 minutes, but these are like
it's amazing.
everyone says it's like one of the greatest games of all time, and I really want to play it, but it's such a time sink it seems.
It's it's not that much, I think.
Google says
It's
8 hours. I think
Okay, it's not
roughly.
huge.
Yeah.
Because it's mostly just these amazing boss battles. It's very memorable. I don't know. I played it contemporarily to when it came out, and plus it was amazing at the time because like it was on PS2 and it had like bloom lighting and like all these like shadows and stuff. It was like technically like amazing, and the frame rate wasn't great, but like what they achieved was like really cool.
Yeah, I
Mm,
really do want to play it at some point. It's just
HDR.
it's single player games. It's so I feel like, oh, now I'm gonna sit down and spend the next 4 hours or 2 hours doing this, and it's like I got so much shit going on. I got to do like 10 other things, you know,
Have you
just like
played
with life, you know.
Have you played Outer Wilds?
Oh, Outer Worlds?
Outer Wilds.
No, I've not.
Okay, do that because that's like one of the best games. mm, that's like one of my favorite games. So you should definitely do that. That is worth all the time.
Is the term gamer gendered to you?
Nope, I don't believe so.
Outer Wilds, I just looked it up. It's on Steam.
Mm,
What kind of game is it?
it's like a space exploration game. So like there's something happening and you kind of like explore a little toy box universe to try to figure it out. And yeah.
I don't like sandbox games that much. Though
it,
occasionally I do, like Fallout.
mm,
That's not really
it's not like
sandbox, that's more open world, I guess, but
yeah, it's not too sandboxy. Like there's definitely like a narrative thrust to sort of follow, and like it's open world in that you can kind of go to any one place to sort of begin your investigation, but it sort of branches out and sort of suggests and points you in different ways, and so you follow all the different paths, and then you sort of piece together what you're looking for, and like the whole experience of it is very like there's a good feeling of like exploration and discovery of like really dynamic places and like oohs and ahs, and I think like there is the whole setup that is at the core of like the game is like one of the best setups for the thing that I've ever seen. Like like the reason why the events of the like all the details of the reasons why the events of the game is happening is just fascinating. It's like wow, that's like amazing. Mm.
anything else you want to talk about regarding the Gamers for Dead articles?
Um, I don't know. I feel that the biggest takeaway from those is that it really was that the titles of the articles were sensational and the contents were fine. I feel like if one were to delve through history, maybe can you can you you probably can't like put those articles into your book. I don't know. It would be an interesting thing. Maybe you can ask for like if you could like
Um,
reprint them just for posterity. Um, if you read through them, like I think they're not that bad, and I think it's a good lesson in like, hey, just media literacy. Like, try not to get screwed up by titles that are trying to grab your attention.
what it even Devin Wilson's article?
um, I mean,
I
it is.
linked it.
Oh, I mean, if it was one of the ones that everyone was talking about, then yeah, it's probably worth including for posterity's sake. You know.
No, I mean like even that article, you feel like that wasn't so bad.
One of the I it was like definitely the more extreme of the set. So you can sort of look at it and sort of judge that, I suppose, because it, the it's sort of misleading of a takeaway from what happened to sort of start getting into that sort of thing. I think the better route to take is sort of looking at culture sort of more broadly rather than like, okay, we're going to do these really specific things to like try to make it happen. I don't think it's terribly as useful. So including it is probably important because like it was part of the history of what happened. Um, and it is sort of like whatever in terms of the context of it. But yeah, it's like definitely the more objectionable of them. Mm.
Okay. Do you think that Gamergate would have blown up into this thing, or have if, some people have different definitions of when Gamergate started? So,
Mm.
do you think that this would have blown up into a thing
Um,
if these articles didn't come out?
I'm not sure. There probably still would have been some manner of reporting of like all the Zoe Quinn stuff, even if it wasn't in the form it did, and that probably would have fueled some additional, would have kept that snowball rolling. I don't know how big it would have gotten, but it would have continued on for a little while. Perhaps it might have ended up a little more universally opposed and panned because it would have stayed sort of with its undistracted sort of hyperfixation on the salacious drama and not really have all of this like ethics and humans journalism like stuff sort of introduced to try to sort of introduce legitimacy into the amount that it did. So if it was just a thing that was just railing on Zoe Quinn, then like maybe it would have worn out its welcome.
What do you think about games journalism?
I think it's fine. I don't think about it much, I suppose. I don't really find like the game review to be too terribly interesting. I mean, I don't like figuring out scores and rankings and best of lists and all that. I think I'm done with all that myself. I like game analysis and like sort of in-depth sort of thoughts about things, like covering the industry, principled exposés and shining lights on like bad behavior and whistleblowing and things like that, and coverage of events. And there's lots of good journalism to be had. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I said the other day that I don't interact with games journalism much anymore. And I guess like
Yeah.
that's mostly true, but like I actually have recently, because I've been playing my PS2 more, I actually have been looking up like these lists of like the top 25 greatest first-person shooters for PS2 and like stuff like that um, recently. So I guess I do interact with it somewhat.
Yeah, it's useful for that sort of thing, I suppose. It's yeah, it can definitely that sort of thing can definitely be useful, but
Do you think
has
that
its place.
do you think that the games press was largely open and willing to hear out critics?
Mm. Um, so I guess there's like a thing that happened recently that I want to sort of make a comparison to. There's this whole thing recently with Linus Tech Tips, where another channel, Gamers Nexus, sort of made this video to be like, hey, Linus Tech Tips, you're like not doing great. Like here's all the things you've kind of like dropped the ball on. You've had all this misinformation. Your team is kind of like burning out and like working too hard. All these things are happening. And they made this principled video that like went over it all. And in response, Linus Tech Tips shut down production for over a week, focus on addressing all the issues that was raised, improve their tooling, sort of like figuring out their work culture and like work-life balance and everything. Well, the workflows to sort of solidify the sort of integrity of what they're doing. And that sort of worked very well. And the relationship between Linus Tech Tips and Gamers Nexus, I feel like, isn't bad. It wasn't this thing where like someone got called out and like there's this bad blood now. And I think it's because it was done in sort of a productive way. So is the games press open to listen to critics? Like it could be if done in a productive way. But if it's an angry mob at the door, sort of shit flinging and harassing your staff and harassing people out of their homes in fear, it is good to take a strong stance against that and sort of not compromise on commitment to safety and ethics. Because it is sort of the nature of games journalism is that you do intersect a lot with online communities. And unfortunately, like there's going to be this minority of community that's going to be highly vocal, highly terminally online. And it is kind of a workspace hazard of sorts that if you're going to be doing stuff here, like there might be shit that happens. So I think it's good to, when you're one of these outlets, to sort of have contingencies, how to like prioritize the safety of your employees. So in that scenario, if that's the sort of tripwire you trip, I don't think the games press is going to be terribly receptive. I think they're going to be trying to prioritize other things.
Elisa in the chat says, Hannah seems cool, to be honest. I may not agree with all of her takes, but she seems cool regardless. Let her know
Hey,
that a chick that was on the pro side thinks that she seems like a cool person, lol.
ah, thank you. Mm,
Have you talked with Lisa before?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. Mm,
Oh, well, I could set that conversation up sometime if you want. Or actually, you're both in the Discord. You can probably set it up yourselves. If you want a
mm.
moderator, I can moderate, or I can get you in touch with a moderator.
Okay, maybe. Gosh, and then we had a prior appointment to appointments weird one. We're gonna do this earlier, this interview, and I had to like delay it because I was like stuff came up.
Yeah, that's fine. Stuff
I tend to
happens.
be I tend to be a little busy, so I can't promise anything. But yeah,
Were there any reforms that you would have liked to have seen happen?
um, 'cause I guess like the issue is never that like the journalism reforms GamerGate were calling for were ever bad. Like the quality of those things were not really the issue. It's just sort of again the wagon they hitched their horse to. Like, and it was kind of more pressing to sort of push back on that. So it's just sort of if they if all the reforms that sort of proposed sort of were enacted, that would have been great. It's just sort of unfortunate that it had to be as part of GamerGate, I suppose. Mm.
If you were the editor-in-chief of a gaming website and some of your employees, at least in this hypothetical, appeared to be engaged in, sorry, appeared to be credibly accused of ethical violations, what would you have done?
Mm. I suppose it really depends on sort of the nature of the accusation, um, and sort of what's happening. Because if it is like an angry mob, like you have to sort of prioritize sort of the safety of the employee and holding strong against that. That kind of has to be the main thrust of your response. Um, there are certainly there's a range of gamuts of what the nature of the accusation is because there are certain kinds that would warrant uh, very decisive action, public statements like termination, like all sorts of things. There's lots of things you can do to make to be bad, and there's all sorts of things that can just like draw a lot of um, how should I say like over outsized sort of bad reactions. mm.
Do you think that being oppositional or viewing yourself as being oppositional to the quote-unquote mob is going to make things better, or do you think that you like if you address the concerns that they have, a lot of them might go away?
Mm. Um, I don't feel like addressing the concerns would really make it go away. There's also the issue of like, what do you encourage? Like, do you set a precedent that mobs will produce what the mob wants? And maybe setting that precedent isn't good.
Couldn't the same thing be said for like the people who did change the cover?
Um, I guess it depends on to the extent of which change the cover people. Um, how personal did their engagement get? Like, were they harassing this one person and like really like making stuff bad for individuals? Because like if like a company gets like a whole bunch of emails or engagement or harass or like how should I say like just all sorts of stuff like being thrown like that's not like personalized. It's not like against any one individual. At that point, it is sort of a matter of the fact that they're getting this X amount of feedback. But when it gets to like messing with the individual peoples and like making their actual lives bad and not just like the company's life bad, like that's when it sort of crosses the line, I suppose.
You know, it's interesting. There's another parallel here with like Black Lives Matter, where it seems like it's my view. I guess I'll just say is that like if you did something wrong, like you should probably like fix that thing. Like even if
Mm.
you don't like some of the people criticizing it. Like the police, I think a lot of the police officers today view people who call for reform, whether they use the Black Lives Matter hashtag or not, or call themselves Black Lives Matter or not, they view it as very oppositional, and I think that that's like made society worse.
I think it is situational because sometimes when you're called out, it's good and you should just sort of take the L. So for Black Lives Matter and police stuff, like for all the stuff that happened, they should probably just be like, yeah, we screwed up. You're right. We're gonna like fix things. That would be great. Um, and like making this stance of like, well, we really need to like discourage, like we need to like protect against all this stuff. Like, I think it's tricky. I feel like it is more incumbent on the police too. And there's a certain expectation of behavior that a lot of the things Black Lives Matter had issues with are sort of egregious violations of like the charter of what a police officer ought to be. And it's egregious enough that like it really the decision really ought to be decisive. Um, a lot of the reforms that GamerGate wanted, yeah, this should probably all happen. Um, maybe there's a way to make that happen without encouraging the form GamerGate took, and also sort of prioritizing, what should I say, the integrity of the effort to ensure there is safety for the employees. Because if it's like, well, we're going to protect everyone, but then we're just going to do everything the people said, it's like, it's a little odd, but it's still having, I don't know, it's complicated. That sounds like a difficult thing to, a difficult process to orchestrate.
I know you don't pay too much attention to games journalism now, so we can skip this question if you want. But
Mm.
do you think that I should really reword this question? Do you think that there is still a role for good text-based games journalism in the world, and what would that look like to you?
I mean, yeah, I like text-based more than video-based, for example. Like, well, it depends. If it's like media analysis, I really like the sort of video essay format, because, but that in and of itself is more entertainment. Um, when it comes to like actual like journalism like that, I feel like text-based is like better. 'Cause just, I don't know, it's a medium I prefer for consumption of information. Um, and the role for that is like all the stuff I was mentioning before. Like, you want to have like the announcements of events. You want to have shining of lights on bad behavior and whistleblowing and industry coverage and event coverage and things like that. Like, I think there's still a lot of good to be had there.
Do you have any thoughts on Game Journo Pros?
Uh, I don't really remember what that was, so I
Uh,
guess not.
it was a mailing list, like mailing li like like an email conversation list between I don't remember the exact number. It was almost 150, not 150, but close. Games journalists from different publications where they were communicating with one another. And in at
I
least
get,
two instances, they did engage in what some people might call, sorry, some individuals on the list engaged in in behavior that some people might call blacklisting. In one case, against a games journalist, and in one case against a game developer.
um, I guess like the concept of there being a, how should I say? It is not foreign to me that there might be industry societies of sorts, like little um, discussion groups or like organizations or email lists or whatever. Like, it doesn't strike me as being terribly nefarious. It just kind of seems like a thing industries do. Is that there is some um, industry that is set up, I suppose, and some things like that. So it doesn't strike me as like being inherently bad, and whether or not like any of the individual called out things like the blacklisting of X, Y, and Z or whatever, I suppose that would depend on whether or not in those scenarios the response to behaviors were warranted.
One of them was the Alistair Pinsoff situation, um, I believe, and then the other one, I forget the game developer's name or even what involved him, what was involved with him. But one of the games journalists on the list was basically saying, "Fuck this guy, never work with him again."
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember exactly what he did or what he was accused of doing, if anything. It might have just been like a personal beef. I don't know.
Because there's lots of like ways I can see something that being justified. So I would hesitate to like condemn the practice in a blatant statement. It's like there is some room for what's the word I'm looking for? Discretion, I suppose, for managing these sorts of things. And I wouldn't really be able to say that one is doing it one way or the other is like bad, having the emailing list or not.
Do you,
Mm.
do you think that there's like an issue though where there's like a few different like issues like potential for groupthink or these games journalists either all adopting consciously or unconsciously like each other's views because they're talking all the time, even though they work for different websites that are supposedly competitors with one another. And like there's just like it seems like there's a lot that can go wrong, whether that's like colluding to promote stories or blacklisting, or even just like groupthink. Like I don't think it would even if all they did in there was being like, "LOL, this new Call of Duty game's a 10 out of 10. I'm gonna give it that." And you're like, you know what? I feel like that's a 10 out of 10 too. Let's all do that. Like even like stuff like that. I feel like that's pretty bad. Like not I don't think the Call of Duty thing didn't happen, to be clear, as far as I'm aware. But like it seems like there's a lot of potential like bad things that can go along wrong with that to me.
Mm. Let's say that any sort of venue for collaboration between people of industries might always have the potential for something like that. Sure, like there's industry events in like the tech field or whatever. You might have a what's the freaking I'm blanking. What's the Las Vegas thing where they have all the
Oh, E3.
not E3, like the more just like general tech one. Uh, we have like TVs and stuff in there.
Oh, the Consumer Electronics Expo or whatever. They have a name for it. CES maybe, I don't know.
CS, yeah, CS, I think. Like anything like that where like everyone's getting together and being buddy buddy and having drinks or whatever. Like there's always room for like this or that or the other. Um, I just don't know how concerned it is to and to like what end. Like, is it that we would mandate everyone be an island unto themselves and no one discusses things with each other? Um, it strikes me as odd, and I'm sort of less concerned about groupthink sorts of things. Um, like putting that into words is a little challenging at this time
Oh, you're fine.
because sometimes there's just it's an extension of something I mentioned earlier, which is that sometimes, in fact, I feel my feelings is that most contentions that exist in society, there's almost always one side that's right. There might be some wiggle room in things, but a lot of the times there is a conclusion that can be had, and that a bunch of people find that all independently seem to come to the conclusion that 2 plus 2 equals 4. That doesn't really necessarily strike me as nefarious. Um, yeah.
If sorry, if there's I don't know if I agree that there's like
Mm.
one answer to like most things. I think that like some things are obviously like objectively true or not. Or well, sorry, fuck, I should probably word this like way differently. Some things are probably we have good reasons to think that they are true. Like we have like a lot of scientific evidence that gravity is real, right?
Mhm.
And so like that's like seems like a pretty firm scientific understanding. And like of course like science is a process of discovering the truth. So like could there theoretically be some like alternative explanation? Theoretically, sure, possible. Um, but like I think we can say with like a high degree of certainty that gravity is real. But like a
Hmm.
lot of other things, it seems like it comes from different like moral or philosophical perspectives, and like I don't know if there's like just one true moral or philosophical viewpoint. I think that like part of living in our society, in a pluralistic society with people with like widely different views, is that like we have to accept that like people are going to have different moral frameworks to some extent, and that's like probably okay as long as they like agree to abide by certain rules, like don't kill each other, don't try to overthrow the government, things like that.
Hmm. Um, I think like any two, how should I say? If you think about the sort of classic dichotomy of like security versus freedom, like it's two different values that are sort of at odds often, and any consideration to be judged against those, you're sort of prioritizing your value for security versus your value for freedom. And the answer is like, is this subject for consideration on the table, is that objectively going to optimize for security? Is that objectively going to optimize for freedom? That is sort of, that can be determined sort of objectively, I feel. But then it comes to like, in the situation, ought one value freedom or ought one value security? That's where it gets a little more weak, where all the rubber meets the road. That's where a lot of the contentions happen. And I feel that for lots of these arguments can be made that, yeah, for this consideration, we ought to prioritize freedom. And you can say why. And I feel like a lot of those discussions can also sort of be decided. And again, this gets a little more interesting when you have those conversations about values, as opposed to just conversations about facts. Because again, for facts, there's always is just a fact of the matter. But when it comes to values, that's where it gets a little more tricky. But I do feel in the end like there's, yeah, I suppose it's hard because you have to boil it down eventually back to axioms. Because if you want to prioritize human happiness as opposed to someone who might prioritize like religious adherence, like then conclusions get weird. But yeah, I guess I'm an atheist, so I don't really do that.
Well, it seems like maybe the reason like the Gamergate thing blew up in part is because there was this big dichotomy. Like there were a lot of different like fundamental moral or philosophical positions that like one could take, like artistic freedom versus social responsibility for game developers, or
Mhm.
anonymity. Like, what do we think of anonymity as a concept in society? There's good sides, there's downsides, there's free speech. What do we think of that? A lot of these things. There's like not really a like firm like answer. I don't think it's like objectively the case that like anonymity is good. I think that like there's a lot of good aspects of anonymity, including like good aspects that a lot of the people who might be more skeptical of it could theoretically see value in. Like they might not value anonymity in the world we live in today, but they would if we lived in the world of 1984.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely conversations where it get more complicated. Um,
Do you have any thoughts on deep freeze?
um, if I recall, that was like a website where they sort of just enumerated ethical violations of like journalists or something like that.
Yeah.
Um, I don't have too many thoughts about it. I mean, like, the worst you can say is that it's kind of like a step into like weird stalker behavior because like these people aren't really like public figures. I mean, they're journalists, but they're not like celebrities. It's kind of like creating a manifesto about like just like people feels a little weird, but I don't know. I guess it's I suppose.
Isn't that kind of like what you wanted though? Like to have like an official organization that like serves as a watchdog.
Mm, I suppose, yeah. I mean, mm, that's like the worst interpretation of it. I would say, like for the most part, I don't feel too much either way about it. Um, it is if there is bad things, you kind of want to track it, I suppose. Um, I, feel, I recall having some feelings at the time of this being like a little more having a little more animosity than not. um, but that's sort of implementation
It's
details, I
still up. You
suppose.
can go on there right now and like tell me what you if you think it's like bad the stuff.
Um,
I'll link it.
GamerGate.
It's not updated anymore. They stopped updating it a few years ago.
Journalists. On a random one.
Also, their website's kind of broken too, so
Yeah, it's
they
an
haven't
outlet.
updated in years. It's been.
Okay, how about this one? Let's click on this one. Um,
I clicked on Jonathan Holmes of Destructoid.
I clicked on um, the Mary Sue, and this one person wrote 5 times but Zoe Quinn without disclosing appears to be a personal relationship, which also involved meetings between the two. I mean, wrote at least twice about Christine Love without disclosing a personal relationship, which had meetings. I guess it's
Well, Mary Sue's on a gaming
fine.
site, so they don't
Yeah,
have a
there's one
huge amount of
particular.
interests.
There's like one journalist who I guess worked with them who they're. This is like a specifies, I suppose. So I don't really need to name, I suppose. Um, I guess it's fine. I don't have too much of an opinion, I suppose. If it's just like, I guess it depends.
Obviously, it's like a huge website. You have to like dig through like hours and hours and hours to like examine it all, probably everything on there. But and
I
some of it
suppose
like
like
you'd
it
have to use
has.
Go ahead.
I suppose it has like a slant, for example, that I would. Like for example, there's this one person. Well, actually, no. I'll just say this is Nathan Grayson. There's one talking about him, and he has this one thing where it says, "Contributed to the moral panic started by so and so about a 4-second scene in Hotline Miami 2. It's often called a rape scene. The scene not only cuts before anything happens, but is immediately shown to be fictional in universe." And so I feel like the sort of characterization of that as not a big deal. It was just like not even anything that happened. It was like fictional. It was like actually part of like a movie or something, if I remember correctly, that was being filmed in the game. I don't know. It's like thinking that the opinion that um, exonerates the scene for any criticisms that might be about it. Like that's definitely like a GamerGate position. So I feel like there might be a lot of sort of, how should I say, like reactionary filled, that's not the right way to say it. Um, there will be a lot of angles and criticism from that political perspective that I would probably not concur with. But that's probably the worst I could say.
Yeah, I think that well they break down like how they issue each thing. So like I think the sensationalism,
Mm.
I think that that's probably where Deep Freeze is weakest because it's implying a motivation,
Mm.
which I don't,
Yeah.
which is obviously something that we can't prove. But like I think generally for I mean generally for other stuff I think it's fine. And the sensationalism stuff I don't know how I feel about that. Um, because I think like I think it's fair to criticize websites for doing stuff like this. I criticize websites for doing stuff like this all the time during GamerGate. but it's not quite an ethical violation. It's not. It's not. It's a separate thing. It's a separate thing altogether.
Yeah, because like
Or it
here,
can be. Like there could be extreme cases where it kind of becomes an ethical violation.
yeah, because
Probably, but
I click on the rock paper shotgun one, and it's talking about this person who she apparently is alleged to have started the moral panic, and says here. Started a moral panic about 4 seconds scene Hot Miami 2, spending the majority of her hands-on preview claiming that this is problematic, upsetting, scene that made her feel betrayed and unsafe in her quote-unquote safe space. And it's like, yeah, it's not really an ethical violation because if she legitimately like felt uncomfortable during this, like all this really does is be like, it's making an entry where she was like weak and like wasn't a strong person in face of like a challenging thing, and why are you feeling so bad about seeing rape or whatever? Like, I think there is room for that being troubling, and then it's part of sort of the political disposition of wanting to sort of like not find that troubling, which is certainly a stance to take that I would definitely not concur with. Sort of trivializing that and not sort of not that it's not respecting it, because like you don't have to respect someone's issues, but more like explicitly going out of your way to disrespect it, I think is different.
do you have any thoughts on SPJ airplay?
Um, if you asked me like a week ago, I wouldn't have known what it was, or a little while ago, I wouldn't have not remembered. But I think recently, in and around this project of yours' space, there was sort of been talked about a bit more again. I think it was.
Oh, did you watch it when it happened?
I did not know,
Have
but
you
what I've
watched it?
gathered is.
God.
Yeah, I don't think I've not watched it since either. My understanding is that it was some GamerGate panel that was held despite some protests and got disrupted in different ways.
Yeah, there was a bomb threat for the second half. It was organized by Michael Koretsky of the Society of Professional Journalists.
Um, I think it's just sort of like a drama incident. I don't know. There's probably a lot of wild kerfuffle stuff that happened. I'm not sure what broader sort of discussion is to be had.
Do you think that that's also like the SPJ Airplay event? That I mean, I know you haven't seen it, but like, isn't that kind of what you wanted GamerGate to do too? Like, not in this case form an official group, but they did send representatives to a conference and talked about to a conference organized by the Society of Professional Journalists with journalism experts, Lynn Walsh of the SPJ, who's now the president of the SPJ, or she was a couple years ago, um, and Rin LaForme of the Pointer Institute, like pretty serious people, and also a game developer, Derek Smart, who is a more controversial game developer perhaps, but I'm interviewing him too, by the way, probably.
Oh, really interesting.
So.
My background as a something awful poster is tingling. But I mean, I think that SPJ Airplay event had like Milo as one of the panelists.
Unfortunately,
so not really.
that's
It's not really what I would have
hey,
advocated.
he got shut down because of the bomb threat, so he didn't even get a chance to say too much. Thank God. So yeah.
Not exactly the representation, the angle I would have preferred to go.
But like the other people there, I think were fine.
Sure. I mean, there's a lot to be said about Christina Hoffsomer's, I guess. But
I like Christina Hoffsomer's. Like I think she's pretty. Even if you disagree with her, I don't think she's like a bad faith interlocutor or anything.
No, it's just still, I don't know, it's a different kind of reactionary politics. It's not as sensational as like Milo, but it's still like very conservative. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. What about Kathy Young or Ash Scow or fuck, I'm looking. Oh well, I guess Alan Bakari. I'm not a huge fan of, I guess, but
I guess I don't really know them that much. I suppose they must have got overshadowed.
and Game Diviner was there. But he wasn't a
Hmm.
representative. He was just in the audience.
Gotcha.
Do you think GamerGate supporters actually cared about game journalism?
Um, I'm sure some do. I'm sure some. How should I say? One like provocative way to think about it is like, do you think MAGA Republicans actually care about election integrity? To get some totally do, but for some it's mostly just a way to sort of engage with the thrust of what's happening at present in the direction one kind of wants to go. So there is a lot of outrage at the games industry. So we'll just do that. And if it's like some specific ethical violation, like sure, whatever, we'll just do that, and that's fine. Is there like an actual like deep held belief like we really care about this? It's like for some, sure, for probably not for some others. Hmm.
Some GamerGate supporters believed that pressuring advertisers to pull out would be a good way to convince gaming publications to initiate ethical reforms. What did you think of this strategy?
Um, it can be. Um, I suppose it just is notable that sort of capitulation to sort of like concerns of sort of reactionary movements can be itself potentially bad. So if there's something to be there, this is a whole discussion again about like should the journalists like add reforms? It's like maybe, but the way you do that is sort of complicated and sort of priority. Since I think reactionary politics is bad, I believe that the stance against those takes priority.
Do you think that by going after the money of the allegedly corrupt gaming websites, that the GamerGate supporters made it more likely or less likely that the publications would be willing to initiate reforms? Actually, I worded that so weird. Do you think that by hurting their pocketbooks,
Hmm.
that GamerGate made it more oppositional, and they were made
Probably.
it less willing or more made them more? Ah, I cannot talk. Okay. Um, okay. Do you think by hurting their pocketbooks, GamerGate supporters who engaged in the campaigns, which wasn't everybody, that they made it more or less likely that they would come to the table?
Well, probably less likely, but again, with that sort of like Linus Tech Tips thing, like because Linus Tech Tips and Gamers Nexus are still on good terms, sort of because of the measured and sort of careful way Gamers Nexus did what they did, and doing that and successfully sort of maintaining that relationship is hard to pull off, and it is a fallible action. So it's very easy to perform or call it in a way that makes reconciliation challenging.
I've asked GamerGate people this question, and a lot of them say no. They say that either one, they weren't going to come to the table unless we cost them money, which is all they care about because they're companies. Or two, they would say something like, well, they weren't coming to the table before we started the campaigns. So
Um,
what that was unlikely to change if we did nothing.
I guess just yeah, it's not that nothing ought to be done, but the way it ought to be done is complicated. I can't really say the way it should be done with the Linus Tech Tips thing. Like the money of LTT was never really at stake. Rather, it was this call out video was done in a like very particular way that like had a lot of legitimacy. So if you can do it that way, it might work out. What that way looks like, I guess I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. Maybe I'm not the best person to invent that, but I feel there is a way to go about it.
Do you think that Gamergate supporters mostly supported email campaigns over ethical breaches, either real or perceived, or for other reasons?
Um, Probably. mostly for probably just mostly for just the basic tribalism of it all, where like everyone's going to go after this one publication because they don't like GamerGate, and so everyone's like, yeah, we'll do that. That sounds great. Especially again that my primary concern with GamerGate happened in the very beginning of it, in which case a lot of that was mostly just a lot of tribalism, where we established our GamerGate, now we're going to look at who is against us and we're going to go after them. And then that was mostly what that first initial period of all of that was. And that's probably also what got a lot of the most engagement, because like everything was like at its peak, like right when it was like peaking. And later things sort of like got a little more complicated, and I would imagine like getting the same amounts of people participating in the thing sort of petered off after a while. But definitely at the beginning, like I feel like that was participating in that was probably just more like tribalism, just being on your side versus the other side.
Some GamerGate supporters claim that they cared about creative freedom. Do you think that belief was genuine?
Probably similar to the games journalism question, I suppose. Some probably did. And again, like it gets more complicated as Gamergate went on. At the very beginning of it, I don't think so at all. At the very beginning, it was all about the Zoe Quinn thing, and then like the immediate backlash to the backlash. After that, yeah, people probably joined who did care. A friend of mine did go in sort of, I think they were like mostly concerned with like journalism stuff and maybe like a little bit of like censorshipy kind of things. And like I talked with them a little bit about sort of my concerns about it all and sort of like how it all started. And we never really talked about it again, so I don't know what their ultimate takeaway was. But some people do care about these things and they want to find someone talking about it. It's just sort of unfortunate that it was Gamergate, I suppose.
You obviously talk with a lot of Gamergate people and are friends with people who supported Gamergate, and
Mm,
yet you also view it as being this really, really bad thing, especially in the beginning and maybe less so later on. But how do you think about that and like the relationships you've built with these people who you don't really view as being moral monsters, I presume?
right. Um, mm, it would be sort of harder if people were the sort of moral monsters, I suppose, or if they were the sort of folks who initiated everything and were fairly unrepentant about it. Um, there is room to have concerns about these issues, ethics, censorship, this and that and the other. Like these are things to be concerned about. And while there are issues to be had in sort of putting one's weight behind Gamergate, that is mostly bad in and around when it started. As things got on, things get a little more muddy, and there's less room for like definitive conclusions about things. I would still find it bad, but not like completely. Uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Disqualifying, I suppose. And plus, like, I don't know, like, there's some interactions with some folks in like the server or whatever that I feel less compelled to have, and some folks who I'm less uncompelled to have. So just a matter of who I would jive with better, I suppose. Mm.
Yeah. How do you feel I've handled the moderate? We can talk about this off air instead if you prefer. How do you feel as though I have handled the moderation of the server? I'm sure you've seen. I haven't had to moderate too much, thankfully, I feel, but there have been a couple of instances when
Mm.
I did.
Um, there's a little bit when I was like reading a lot more. Now again, I just sort of like pop in and like look at a few things, but I don't really have too much. How should I say? Time to really like interact, I suppose. Um, remember when we had that like panel that I joined in the other time, like I was sort of like reading a bunch of stuff going on. There was some discussion about like this troll doing stuff, and there's a discussion about like trans issues and things. I was like, oh, I'm gonna like weigh in on this, I suppose.
Well, you picked like
So
the Batman and Max Sand. I don't. I'm fine with their. They they are. He even goes by the notorious Max Sand. It's such a
mm,
weird thing because, well, GamerGate, obviously people were drawn to the conversation of GamerGate, and on both sides, and also neutral people, and also trolls. And like the trolls took many forms. There were many different types of trolls, which is like a weird part of the story. Like there were like the really bad trolls, like the Bill Wagner crew and Baphomet, and groups like that that like really did fuck with people in
mhm,
bad ways on both sides even. Um, both of them targeted me actually. uh, but then there's also like other tiers of trolls who were, well, there was also like the people like Avius. He didn't even know what GamerGate was. He says, but
mm,
he didn't like social justice warriors, and so him and his friends. He was 14 years old at the time, so like like he wasn't like an adult. He was 14. He says he regrets doing it. I'm interviewing him. He would just send a bunch of really horrible shit at social justice warriors, quote unquote, to
mhm,
fuck with them. Him and his friend group did, and they would like have like a legit harassment campaign against these people. Um, and like there were people like that, and that's not good either. And then there were people like Batman and Max Sand,
mhm,
and they were like these, they were like moderate trolls. They would troll and they'd fuck with people, but they would never like send death threats. They would never, um, as far as I could tell, right? I never saw them do this sort of thing. But they would want to troll people on both sides. Mostly the GamerGate side, actually, they trolled. They trolled us by doing shit like they did with me recently,
mm,
where they would jump into the server, um, pretend to be somebody else,
yeah.
and then like try to get the other person banned and like poke the moderator's buttons on purpose just to fuck with them. Like, okay, so I should explain. Um, this so Batman joins. So Max Sand joins the server first. Then Batman joins. They have like a heated confrontation. Even you and some other people jump into this confrontation.
Mhm,
But Batman doesn't reveal that he's using a different name. He's using a fake name. So nobody knows he's Batman. And then they have this heated confrontation over trans issues. But like it's like civil, but it's heated. And then Batman using this fake name is like, "Oh, I'm being harassed in DMs by Max Sand."
mhm.
And I'm like, "Well, hang on, I got to look into this now. Fuck." I have to waste I waste like 4 hours of my life on this shit, okay? Not fun. So
Mhm,
I'm like, oh, he's like, oh, I'm being harassed, and he sends me like screenshots, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to see a screen share. I can't ban somebody based on screenshots alone, because those can be faked so easily.
mhm,
And like this whole back and forth. It's like, oh no, I deleted the message. I can't screen share it. It was like this really suspicious thing. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then Batman, um, he tries to convince me. It's like, oh please, please just ban this guy. He's harassing me. It's so bad. And like just like this whole sob story. And then I'm like, no, I'm sorry, but if I don't have like a screen share, I can't do it. I can't
mhm.
I can't do it. And then he reveals after like this 6 hour or 4 or 6 hour thing, like some super. It was a part of my life I'm never gonna get back, but it was actually pretty funny. So like I'm okay with it.
Mhm.
Then he reveals publicly. He posts his image, the Batman picture, And it's like, oh no, I've been trolled. Oh god, like they do shit like that. And like they, so like I'm like I don't. They're harmless trolls, like those ones are. I don't like have a problem with that so much. Opinions differ on how to deal with those kind of people, um, within the
I,
GG space because like they don't like harass people, but they're annoying. But they're annoying in funny ways. Like that's actually a legitimately funny thing that happened.
I guess it is a thing to do that is beyond me. I don't know. I don't have I don't have the time or inclination or I'm more introverted than not. I'm gonna like fuck with people just for fun. Like I don't know. Like it's just I don't know. Like I, how should I say? It's kind of nihilistic in a little bit way, in a way that like I can't really like agree with. Like you don't care about anything. I don't know. I guess it's funny, but like I mean, at the time, like I get like the way it was like coming out was like this person was like feeling the character being played was like someone popping in and getting like sort of anti-queer like stuff sort of reacted to them, and they were like feel the reaction they were playing up was sort of feeling hurt and sort of like offended by it, and it's like I mean this is a thing that could happen, and like it makes me feel uncomfortable, I suppose. So I was like, I don't know what to do with this. And like you might, and the whole original question was like, how do I feel about like your moderation things? It's like, well, you moderate in the way you do. I probably do it differently. I understand that it's like a space where you want to have like discussions and stuff and prioritizing free speech more than that. But like, I don't know. It is harmless, like you say, I suppose, but it does like
Well, that specific
mess with
incident was
people.
harmless because no one was actually harmed.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but this is something that could happen in like the future and like be a real
Mm,
thing. Unlike what it was then. But
right.
but it's difficult because I'm trying to. I want to have a space where people can like discuss things, like you said, have debates, and that's fine. But I have a
Mm,
very strict no targeting specific individuals policy. So like if
yeah.
somebody were to use like well, I don't have. I also have like a no racism rule. Like that's something I thought completely off limits, like zero.
Right.
Um, but um, but like it's difficult because like society, like real life, the country's divided like almost 50-50 on a lot of these issues, a lot of the trans issues, and like I want to, as a streamer and as someone who talks about politics, I want to be able to foster a discussion and debate about these things in a healthy way.
Yeah.
And that's why I draw the line at you can never make it personal. You can't like use slurs, things like that. You can't like do stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a difficult thing to pursue. I feel like there's a lot of how should I say? Where's that thing go? There's this saying where like the amount of energy needed to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than to produce it. And for a lot of stuff around trans issues, it's such a moral panic. A lot of the what is needed to sort of um, talk people down can be a Herculean effort, and then you get called a groomer, and then they run away. And it's like, well, no, whatever will come of that, I suppose. So it's a heck of a thing to do.
We've got 7 people watching on YouTube. Okay, smash that like button, people. Okay. Pinko Merchant says, this one time at Bandcamp, Tachyon was so used to being trolled that he banned me from the server for a few weeks just on suspicion I was an alt-right troll. This is true. I didn't know if he was. I didn't think he was like an alt-right troll necessarily. I did think that was possible, but I, I thought he might have been like a like one of the really bad trolls, like someone who was like actually going to like fucking like fuck
Hmm.
fuck with like the people who actually went after people in GamerGate on both sides.
Right.
Um,
I mean, taking a no tolerance approach is certainly easier, so it's harder to sort of like tread that line. So I don't know. I guess good luck, I suppose.
but I was wrong. I don't think he's actually a troll. But like, dude, his look at his avatar. It's the Jew guy.
Are they like trolling you to see if you're a troll? I don't know. I mean, that's a kind of a troll.
It's all we're getting way too sidetracked. Sorry. Thank you for
Mm.
smashing the like button, people. By the way, I see that some of you have. One of you has. All right. Do you have any thoughts on the idea that video games are responsible, at least in part, for violence or sexism in real life?
Mm. Yeah, kind of we were saying before, like violence is more of it's an easy thing to have conclusions about. So it's hard for it's sort of what we were speaking to earlier when I was talking about violence and sexism and like having good messages about violence is kind of easy. It's kind of hard to fuck that up, but having good messages about sexism is like very difficult to do. And so there is some room for bad ideas to, or ideas that aren't great, I'll say a little more easier to put your name to, sort of get absorbed a little more uncritically and potentially be a part of someone's worldview. Although usually never like in isolation, just part of a broader cultural thing. But it is something that gaming equally has the capacity to contribute to as much as any other art form.
The next question's about the activist campaigns, but we've already talked about that a lot. Is there anything else you want to say, or did you support any of those things like the Change the Cover movement, or the more decentralized attempts to convince, you could say, Lionhead Studios or Obsidian Entertainment to change their stuff?
Um, yeah, I didn't really anticipate or follow those too carefully. Most of what I did was like have those little on the ground discussions with people or make videos and video responses and have debates like on your channel and stuff. That was mostly what I was doing at the time.
Where do you think the lines are between criticism and advocacy of censorship?
um, Let me find what I wrote down. What I wrote down. Um, it's definitely a hard question. Um, Definitely, like it can be censorship when it crosses, outside the realms of things like free speech and what can be mapped onto natural sort of marketing forces, like a boycott. We shouldn't really consider censorship, even if actively campaigned for. It's sort of too legitimate a pursuit to sort of like relegate to that bin. Um, like if it goes beyond like principled generalization, anonymity, like criticize a company and their behavior. Don't criticize like and harass like individual people. Like um, when it becomes censorship, is complicated, I suppose. I probably just need to analyze a case by case thing.
Do you have any thoughts on the removal of content from some foreign games when they are localized?
I don't like it, I guess. I probably think it should just all be as it is. Mm.
Oh, hey, there's this movement you should join. They talk about that shit all the time.
Mm.
I'm fucking with you. I'm sorry. I actually, I think that that's something that GamerGate really did that was like actually really successful. I think like the widespread petitions we did, um, and the Operation Torrential Downpour to
Mm.
convince the publishers to stop changing, like taking out like large swaths of the game, like Ace Combat 3 and Fire Emblem Fates and Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Like there was a time when they were taking out like large swaths of content out of these games. Like they even took out like mini games and stuff out of Fire Emblem, and they took out like half the
Mm.
story of Ace Combat 3. Like I feel like
Mm.
that's actually gotten better, and I think like it might have been because of us actually.
Good. Well, I mean, I hope so. I feel the only issue is that I feel like the association with Gamergate sort of weighs that down a bit, just because it has such a negative connotation broadly from just the average person. But I mean, if it can be, the success can be made there, then that sounds all right.
People in chat are saying they still do that. They do still do that. That's true, but I feel like it's gotten better than it used to be. Like they'll still change some stuff, but it's not to the extent that it was in the past, I feel. Anyway, do you think that Gamergate supporters who did care about creative freedom were consistent in their application of that principle?
Um, it's suppose I couldn't say.
I think some of us, I think a lot of us were, um, and some people were not. Well, I don't think William Usher ever gave a shit about creative freedom to begin with, but like when he tried to do the boner culture thing, like a bunch
Mm,
of us called him out, including myself and Lisa and Lord Nurgle and Kung Fu Man and a bunch of other people were calling him out because we thought like he was trying to censor stuff from the other direction. And I called out the anti-SJW people who were mad about Mass Effect Andromeda, and I
mm,
called out that crazy guy Jack Posobiec when he created that fake news about Star Wars Rogue One.
mm,
And he tried to create like a fake boycott of Rogue One because he made up lies about it having an anti-Trump scene in the film.
mm.
I feel like I was consistent, and I feel like some other people were very consistent, but there were people who were hypocrites, or they didn't care about that part of GamerGate maybe.
So it's probably lots of all of everything going around, and sort of a it was enough of a thing to find all sorts, I suppose.
Some critics argue that GamerGate was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that is accurate?
Um, I would say definitely at the very beginning. I would say yes. Afterwards, as things evolved and the waters got muddied a bit, then it got a little more multifaceted. But again, most of my criticisms have to do with the first several weeks or month or whatever of GamerGate, and I would say that at that time it was pretty much entirely right-wing reactionary.
Do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy?
Good, yeah.
Uh, that was sorry. That's I
No more
please
open-ended.
elaborate on your political views or philosophy.
Okay. Actually, can I use the restroom real quick?
They're saying yeah, you're good.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Cool.
Okay.
Ryan House says you did call out Milo Yiannopoulos. I did. That's true. Um, maybe I should have done so sooner? Question mark, question mark, question mark. But I did. That's true. I did. Well, chat, you've got my undivided attention for a couple minutes here. Anything you want to say? Well, Alice Wright says nobody is blaming video games. It's not that they're. This is such a nuanced thing. They would say no one. I don't think very many people say that video games are the cause of violence in humans or cause of sexism in humans. Right? That's a stupid argument since like violence and sexism have existed throughout all of human history. Um, but they would say that it could reinforce sexist views that people already hold, or it could, to some degree, make people more sexist. And I think that that's like probably not a true claim. And even if it was a true claim, it's such a minute thing. And also, we're adults and we should be free to make our own decisions and make our own games and have artistic freedom. And artistic freedom is more important to me than like this vague notion that like maybe there's this completely unprovable connection between Grand Theft Auto and violent crime going up 0.0000001% or whatever. Like it's no. And the studies don't seem to back that up. Like violence is gone down actually. Lisa says that was a good interview. The one I'm doing now? Oh, thank you. Ryan says, like Gamergate as a movement did go all over the place to the point it's kind of hard to tell the true origins for most people. Mist says, It should be the new, do you condemn the actions of Hamas? Pinko says, jet fuel can't melt steel, can't melt games journalism. True. True. We got new people jumping into the stream and there's nothing happening. Don't
Okay.
go away, new people. We'll be right
I'm
back.
here.
Hey,
Yes,
welcome back.
just a quick potty break.
No, you're fine. These things go on forever, so I get it. Um, so your political views or philosophy, did you want to get into that a little bit?
Mm, um, well, I guess I'm pretty much have progressive views on most things, just about everything. So I'd put myself into that sort of category, I suppose. I sort of am interested in more leftist things, but I can't. I'm not at the point where I can really advocate for a lot of it. I mean, there's some things like we should definitely like decommodify like healthcare, like immediately, like single payer or whatever. Like we should do that like right away. That would be great. Do that tomorrow. Some things are a little more complicated. I don't quite understand. I know that a lot of what leftists will say is like, and for better or for worse, like what has been made established is that socialism is like a stepping stone to communism. So it's like, okay, well, I guess if we're going to do socialism, we should understand what communism is and agree with that because I guess it's the next step. And like when it comes to that, like I have more questions than answers, I suppose. So there's a lot of things of socialist stuff that seems good, but make sure would work out. Um, just concerns here or there that I would want to be comfortable with before like actually advocating it all. But and then I guess the one like value that I have kind of that can be considered to be conservative, but really like once you get far enough left, it wraps back around to being like leftist or whatever again is like I own guns, so I do gun stuff. So um, I guess that's pretty much mean yeah, I'm pretty much progressive on like most things though.
Have your politics changed since you opposed Gamergate or because of Gamergate?
Um, hmm. I let's see if I wrote anything down. Um, think too much. I guess I've come more into. I mean, like I'm definitely a very different person since then. Like I often will say that like every 5 years you're a completely different person, and that's held up for me. If you know when it was like a year ago, so it's a whole different gender. It's a whole different thing. I'm still like progressive though, and I feel like just more come into my own, I suppose. Um, I think more foundational because sort of my initial experience with this whole interaction with reactionary politics and the gaming sphere had to do with Anita Sarkeesian had the original Tropes versus Women Kickstarter. And at the time, I was not terribly politically cognizant. And when I read like an article about it, there were so many people in the comments like criticizing her for like all these things. And I was like, okay, sure, I guess this video series is going to be bad. Sure, that's fine. And so like I just sort of made that my position and I sort of like went forward with it. That's sort of what I had. And then later the videos come out and I found them to be quite agreeable with my politics. And I was like, well, I feel a little tricked, a little misled, a little embarrassed that I so uncritically sort of supported something and internalized it like uncritically. So I feel like that was more of a call to action for me, sort of like getting my politics in order in a sort of if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything kind of way. And it's very comparable to Gamergate. I feel it's all part of the same wave of outrage. It's the same fish going through the water. Um, but yeah. Mm.
some people say that GamerGate was the first battle of the culture war. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
Um, I would definitely say it was the first big major war, sure. Um, a lot of the backlash to the tropes versus women stuff was no joke, and like all of the sort of generic anti-SJW YouTuber skeptic sphere stuff sort of went in hand with it all. So um, there was a lot going on, but yeah, probably that'd be an okay characterization.
I gotta ask.
Mm.
You made the video in
Mhm.
2014. You started talking to me and some other GamerGate people more in like 2015, 2016, 2017. Now it's 2023, and you're still talking about this shit, and you're participating in like a project relating to it. Like, did you think this was going to be such a big part of your life?
um, I guess I guess not. I don't know. Like, it, it, mm, I've definitely found myself with things fairly serendipitously that ended up being big things. So it doesn't seem too unrealistic for it to happen. So I don't know. Like, I definitely wouldn't expect it. Like, keep going. But oh well, no. I mean, it was a big deal. Giving it was a big deal because like not only in like what it was, just face value, but like sort of what it represented going forward, because it was sort of like this culmination of like reactionary sentiment, and that is something we still grapple with today. So there are lots of comparisons with things happening today that can be sort of traced back because it is sort of the same wave of outrage that sort of ebbs and flows and at different times and in different spaces. Um, like Milo Yiannopoulos was like a big part of it at the beginning, and that sort of led into like alt-right stuff and all the things that I think, if I recall, like what's his face? The freaking one guy sort of courted GamerGate. Um,
Sargon?
the one guy who ended up being like an advisor to Trump. What's his name?
Oh, Steve Bannon. Well, he
Yes,
he
Steve
he
Bannon.
wasn't ever involved, but he was Milo's boss. So
Yeah. So the I feel like what happened with GamerGate was definitely a good thing to analyze, to understand reactionary politics going forward. And I feel like it was such a big one in the social spaces I engaged with in gaming culture that like it was definitely going to be something I would continue to um, reach for as like an example for certain things and like reach for in terms of like lessons learned or like um, just as like the big thing that happened. I don't know how exactly to phrase it, rephrase it again for the nth time, but yeah, basically that.
you know, most of the anti-Gamergate people I've reached out to haven't expressed a lot of interest in
Mm.
participating. And some of them who have say, I won't do text only but not voice. You're the first person to do voice. You're not the only person. There's like at least one or two others, I think, or two others at doing voice, at least. But some people say that, or I don't know, they've not said this, but like they might be thinking that by participating in this project, you're giving legitimacy to this Gamergate work.
Mm.
What do you think of that? Have you considered that?
Um, I feel it is important to, as a part of this effort, have this sort of viewpoint expressed, and I attempt to, and I've been a soft in certain areas versus others, but I've attempted to make a fairly firm stance that like this was a bad thing, and that it was defined by what happened at the very beginning, and that you can look at the rest of it that happened afterward, but it's kind of a muddy issue, and really doesn't really negate the severity of what happened at the beginning. I feel that's an important thing to get included, um, and not to worry about anything otherwise. Like, I don't think there's gonna be any like issues for me personally. It'll be fine. But like, my only concern really is that I sort of champion this viewpoint to my satisfaction.
Yeah, I think it's important too to have this opposing voice, and the other people who are participating as well who have this oppositional, like not oppositional per se, but like this very obvious disagreement with us, and it's not just a pro Gamergate work. It's a very neutral. I mean, it's I have my biases. I'm upfront about that, but
Mm,
that it's at least fair-minded and like we're hearing out both sides, and the reader of the book doesn't just purely see, oh, wow, only the Gamergate side.
right.
I think that's important, but some people might look at this and they perceive it. Oh, Lisa says, I appreciate you sharing your views. Always nice to hear an alternative perspective. The chat
Thank you.
says. But some people, no one said this to me, so like I don't know if like people actually hold this view, but I think they probably do. Um, that if every single anti-Gamergate person said no, then it would be de facto a biased work, and that would discredit it in and of itself.
Mm, perhaps I can see that.
But there's no way you can get every anti-Gamergate person on board because like it's not like it. There were organized anti-gamer. Well, we're gonna get to that later. We can talk about that later. Um, so what do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a? I think you'll disagree with this, but this is the way a lot of people in Gamergate see it. What do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle between those who believe in small L liberal values and those who don't?
Um, well, I guess I would say it's definitely a battle between those who sort of hyper fixate on one particular application of small L liberal values in an arena they cared about, so like video games, and everyone else for whom that group's fixation had to become their problem.
What what do you, why do you think so many people in Gamergate perceived their involvement of the cause as being not reactionary?
Um, what they perceived as not reactionary. I would say like at if we're talking more into the throes of Gamergate and not right at the beginning of it, like in the years following, um, there may be some. Again, the waters get muddied somewhat, and that those who do have these concerns get sort of they find someone talking about it, like, oh yeah, I'll talk about it, but there isn't much thought beyond that, and there isn't much consideration about like the associations and all of these, and to some extent I understand, but it just somewhat disappointing, I suppose. So perhaps there's just some lack of due diligence there. If we're talking about the people who were culpable for the very beginning of Gamergate, those who participated in something like Burgers and Fries, or who decided to join the side of Burgers and Fries once they heard it was under attack. The gamers did articles and stuff, all that. Um, I why is it what they would not consider themselves reactionary? Perhaps there's not very politically what was that word I used a second ago? Cognizant of of like the greater sort of anxieties that they are sort of letting guide their actions. because there are because reactionary politics always have these sort of underlying anxieties and fears and worries about losing things or like what's going to happen to them or like concerns about this or that and the other that are often not warranted, but like it's difficult to interrogate and understand what is actually motivating oneself, and everyone's in a different position in their life to have done that or not yet. So perhaps people just were not engaged and just doing sort of what was most expedient to them, which is that like, hey, if like I'm annoyed at this person, Zoe Quinn, for sleeping around and getting like good games coverage, so I'm just gonna like focus on that as being the bad thing, and then like whatever happens to her is like whatever. It's like you sort of start the justification of why it's okay um, after the fact, and that's not terribly uncommon for people. So it's probably what happened here.
Do you think there's anything to the view that like someone like me has, or like James Desborough talked about, that GamerGate, and Hatman talked about it too. Um, like GamerGate was like probably best defined as like being classically liberal in the sense of like, do you understand like why we hold that view? That like because from our perspective, we're advocating for the creative freedom of artists. We're advocating for like a very large um, Overton window of what's allowed in terms of like social discourse and political discourse in society, and we're also very egalitarian, and so we view these things as being important liberal values that guide our support for Gamergate.
Um, I would say a lot of the concerns that drove that were sort of an opposition to progressive ideas and progressive voices, and the potential for progressive things to start getting their way or whatever in the gaming sphere, and was motivated mostly by the anxiety over like losing something about gaming. Um, this, how should I say? Um, I'm trying to find what I wrote down earlier in my notes here.
I should
This
qualify
tendency.
real quick if Hatman called it more libertarian,
Mm,
but I think that's like still drawing from like the same classical liberal vein. Sorry, I just want to qualify. So I'm not taking him out of context, but please, sorry.
right. Because like there is this tendency that's fairly off happens a lot where people wanting this certain modality of human expression or interest that they align with strongly to sort of remain niche and catering to the hardcore of its followers who will sort of lament the appeal of that thing getting overbroadened and watered down into mass appeal, and how that might sort of make it lose the purity and heart of the medium. And this sort of is, and you can sort of, one can sort of dress this up as liberal because it is, you're saying like, yeah, we just want the creative freedom. We want things to people to be able to express things this way that they've always expressed. Um, but in the end, it is sort of a reactionary sentiment that sort of like results in this repellent attitude. Sort of, we want to push people away, sort of in this name of purity. We want games to sort of be this way, and if people want to over broaden it and start introducing like feminism or stuff and try to like make it like less repellent to other people, like that becomes the problem. Sort of rejects inclusiveness and things because there's you say that like it was all about like having more voices, but a giant thrust of Gamergate was to expel the SJWs and their voices um, as like interlocutors. So um, I don't like that's something I care about video games would sort of be championed by people who sort of want to push away and alienate people sort of on quote unquote my behalf as a gamer. So
I mean,
I don't really care for it.
I think there were some people who were culture warriors and like viewed themselves. I mean, I was a culture warrior to an extent too, but like There were people who disliked the so-called social justice warriors for bad reasons, and I think there were also people who disliked them for good reasons. And like, so
Yeah,
my view, and like a lot of other people's view, and there were people who maybe didn't hold this view, like the people who were mad about Mass Effect Andromeda, but a lot of the people who did hold my view were that I'm fine with social justice games being made. Make Gone Home, make Depression Quest, make whatever games you want to make, and like I'm totally cool with all that. I just also want there to be titty games, and I want there to be Grand Theft Auto, and I want there to be hatred too. I want there to be Honey Pop. I want there to be all this stuff. Dead or
Mhm.
Alive, Extreme Beach Volleyball.
Yeah. It's just a matter of like when that sort of approach sort of trends into the realm of stop criticizing what I like because I'm afraid it'll go away, as opposed because that's a different conversation than everyone should make the games they want. I feel like a lot of it became the former because that's where a lot of the anxieties were at.
Do you think that? Do you think there was any risk of them making fewer and fewer of the hyper-sexualized or hyper-violent games because of the atmosphere at the time, or the tactics used, or the criticisms you made, or anything like that?
Um, maybe, but I would also feel that people would want those still, and it's not a matter of like. And I would also reject like anything saying like, well, we should not have titties at all in games. It's like we should have titties in games. Titties are great. Um, but it's a matter of like, why are you doing it in this way that sucks? Maybe do it in a way that's good. So I would hope that it would just produce better art because like actually expressing these things is in a way that actually ends up being good. It's like it's a valuable action. It's something you can attempt and then fail to achieve. So like it is something one can get better at, and getting better at it requires more information and probably more feedback and more understanding. Like, okay, like why is this? What are the ways that this could be bad? And having those sort of like explored can be useful. Mm.
I know we've talked a bit about your interactions with pro GamerGate people before, but is there anything else you want to add about that?
For pro gamer people. Um, how should I say? I guess like for those who like joined later, earnestly interested in like considerations about ethics and game journalism or censorship of content or things that there are some argument for there to be principled stances on. Like my issue is less to do with being wrong about that. The later you quote unquote join Gamergate, the less criticism I have of that position, because it's a little more muddied and a little less productive to speak to. But the criticisms I do have is that has to do with the sort of lack of due diligence in the associations, I suppose. Because my criticism is most deeply sort of focused on the onset of Gamergate. For both the people who did that first onset, the whole burgers and fries things, and in equal measure, the first wave of newcomers into the movement when Gamergate had its name established. Because those are the people who looked because the first group of people are those who have full culpability for what happened. And those who came immediately after saw it and found it acceptable to throw their good name behind. And so I take issue with their judgment and whatever underlying politics motivated that judgment. Afterwards, it gets muddied, but what I want to express is that like that is the primary concern that I have, and the sort of human cost of all that, of all the people who got hurt. Like I would strongly emphasize that that was not great, and that that ought be the sort of primary concern as well.
Do you think that everybody who participated in like the discussions around the first 2 weeks of GamerGate or before GamerGate, however you categorize that time, um, do you think that they were all bad?
I mean, a lot of people who were participating in the conversations were also critical of it.
Oh, sorry.
But for the people,
Who were talking about? Not obviously anybody who's like saying, "Oh, fuck this whore." Like obviously that's no discount those people. Fuck that. But like people
Mhm.
who were saying, like, "Hey, look, there actually does seem to be something on here." There's like 6 different games journal, or sorry, what was it, 4 or 5 different games journalists who all have major controversies going on all at the same time in a 2 weeks period. Like maybe we should look into this. Like, do you think there was people who were doing that who weren't misogynists in the beginning?
In a bubble, I could agree, but we live in a society. um, and sort of to not understand the greater social context in which that information was being disseminated and reacted to, and to sort of participate, that I feel is a sort of failure to do one's due diligence. Mhm.
Because I've actually interviewed a couple of the people who were involved. Like game designer got involved in this stuff very, very early on, and he says that he was a game developer at the time, and he says an indie dev, and he was trying to get his foot in the door in the industry, and he says that like this click is like a major issue, like that they were excluding people who didn't have the right politics, and that it seemed like they were promoting games by their friends, and it wasn't they were pulling up the ladder on a lot of indie developers who they didn't have connections with or who had the wrong politics, and that he cared about that even before Gamergate was like a thing.
Sure. But I would say that, like, in the context of what happened with all the burgers and fries stuff and all the stuff that happened to Zoe Quinn, um, what happened to her was more important than necessarily, how should I say, um, figuring out all of those issues in that incident and sort of aiding legitimacy to the harassment, saying, like, because like in the wake of all this, like focusing on the ethical stuff seems to be a misprioritization of values, I believe. Like it's more important that to denounce than it is to like use this as an opportunity to like, well, what about the actual like ethical concerns? It's like, well, it's not. That's not really the takeaway right now.
I don't I don't know if I agree. I I I think as long as you're I think like okay, there's some people who are being assholes on the internet. I think that that's bad, and I don't think people should harass Zoe Quinn. But I don't think that means that we can't have a conversation also about this like very real or possibly real. Right? I don't know how if you want to buy into like the GamerGate ideas about whether or not there was a click in games journalism, but this seemingly real issue that someone like Paulo had. Like this is his life too, right? Like he relies on games journalism to promote
Mm.
the game that he's working on at the time. And like and if there's this clique and they're all friends with each other and it's a big club and he ain't in it and there's a lot of other people who aren't in it too and they're also like misleading consumers, like yeah, what happened to this one person, Zoe Quinn's bad, but like isn't like this massive corruption in this industry like also really bad, like maybe like more important than like one individual is like having some bad experience on the internet, and that's bad. I condemn that 1,000%. But like, we should be able to talk about the corruption stuff, and I think also be careful, right, and say like, yeah, of course I condemn the bad stuff, but also like engage in good faith and try to solve this issue in the industry that we care about and that some of these people are working in, like Paulo. Paulo is Game Divider, by the way. I'm sorry, I use his real name because he uses his real name too publicly.
Hmm. How can I say? If the issue at that time was looking, if there was like an issue that was in the past, like there was some expose or something that happened like years prior or something, and everything was sort of said and done, and we are just sort of reviewing it, then like, yeah, the harassment or whatever would be bad, but it's also done. And so now that things are a little more settled, we're sort of offline now. We're sort of, we have the time to sort of like review this more thoroughly. Then yeah, I think it might be appropriate to sort of like say like, okay, like this stuff that happened to this person at this time, but like let's focus on like the underlying like core issues that sort of like surrounded it. The issue with GamerGate though is that it was not offline; it was very much online, and the harassment was occurring in real time. And so, taking focus away from that and aiding focus to the legitimacy of the grievance, sort of pushing that. So I'm like, okay, this is the actual important thing that's going on right now, not this dumb bitch and like her like issues. Like that was the problem.
I guess maybe this is like maybe where you and I disagree on like the fundamental disagreement we have. Like I view it like I think that like some of the people who were talking about this stuff were irresponsible, and like maybe some people even engaged in harassment, like probably, and that's bad.
Mm.
But like I don't think that means I think there's like a separate track of this where there's like also people who cared about like legitimate stuff at the same time in these first 2 weeks, these first 3 weeks, whatever. Um, and I think that that's also like an important part of the story too. And like maybe you think that they shouldn't have talked about that stuff. They should have waited until it blew over and then had like a retrospective. But I don't think that they're like morally obligated to do that. To put their life on hold for 3 weeks or 4 months or 2 years or 6 years or 10 years while there's and lose all of the momentum of the ongoing controversy and ongoing scandal.
I
I
guess
don't
that's part of the issue, though, is that most of the thrust of the ongoing scandal was sort of slut shaming her sexual proclivity, i.e., this is why it was called Burgers and Fries. This is why everyone went after Zoe Quinn and not Nathan Grayson, who would be the ringmaster of sorts, the more important perpetrator of this ethical issue.
well is Nathan Grayson though. I don't think anybody should go after anybody to be clear, but like we just read a whole thing on Deep Freeze where he had a whole bunch of ethical violations that it seems like we're calling him out on.
Yeah, but at the time, at that genesis, long before Deep Freeze was a thing, right when the Zoe Quinn post was dropped and Burgers and Fries was an active, like this was the thing going on, nothing happened to Nathan Grayson. Everything happened to Zoe Quinn. And I feel that this is damning of that whole effort. If Nathan Grayson was the one who everyone was targeting, I would feel much different about it. But because it was Zoe Quinn, who, it's kind of don't hate the player, hate the game kind of thing. Zoe Quinn was the player, Nathan Grayson was the game. Like, it makes no sense to go after her unless the only way it makes sense is that people were just pissed at a woman using sex to get ahead. And that was sort of the salacious angle. And that's, very easily those sorts of things are what drive attention. It's like really basic, juicy tabloid shit. And that's kind of what happened.
yeah, but it's also it's unfortunately I think that there was a lot
That's
of focus on Zoe Quinn, and it's a sort of weird thing because Zoe Quinn obviously has a history before GamerGate, um, and before the Zoe post dropped,
yeah,
and she obviously had a lot. She was in the news a lot for some controversial stuff that she was involved with prior to this. She had a lot of beefs with other people prior to this,
mm,
like the Fine Young Capitalists, like the guy who died. I forget his name.
hmm
Like who committed suicide. Uh,
right,
and like the Wizard Chan people. And she had a lot of enemies before this. And so she was and she very much was a very strong personality online, which is like great. I think that's fine. You could be like a strong personality online, but like that's going to draw a lot of attention to you. And some of that attention is going to be bad, and like some of it's going to be harassment, and that's not good. I'm not justifying that. Um, but Nathan Grayson, what he did was he basically just shut the fuck up and stopped talking altogether on Twitter. Like he didn't. He would just like nope, and then he basically got to move on with his life.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, yeah, Zoe Quinn is
which
not
I'm
like
not saying that she's like. I'm not saying that I'm not like victim blaming. I'm just saying that like she engaged with the discussion, and that brought attention to her, and she had like a lot of enemies she made, like the fine young capitalist people, like the Wizard Chan people, like the people who were upset about the guy who committed suicide and had a controversy involving her, but I don't know all the details of that, so I don't want to like talk about it because I don't want to be irresponsible.
mm, um,
No, I'm
yeah.
not
I mean,
saying she
like
was asking for it, Mr. Nada. I know you're kidding, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like if you're it's sort of like the thing with the trolls, right? It's I know I've been harassed by people and by trolls, and you know what? You drop you don't respond to them, you don't give them attention, and then they go away. Whereas if you do respond to them and you give them the attention they want, like it's gonna go bad. It it really is because like those people feed on that stuff, and then you have like Kiwi Farms and Encyclopedia Dramatica and um, various other trolls who like view you
mhm,
as a lol cow now, and they're gonna try and milk you to get the attention that they want. Like
yeah,
I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that that's like a dynamic that happens on the internet.
it is. I mean, I it is certainly a dynamic, but as I think we'd both agree, it doesn't like justify any like harassment or things that would happen in this instance. Um, maybe this is a good time to drop my tagline. If you want a tagline for my part of the project, or whatever. I wrote this thing that's a little incendiary, but it's a little apropos.
Oh,
If
go
you're
ahead. I sorry for tagline. I just meant for like the thumbnail.
okay.
YouTuber, streamer, and critic of GG.
Oh no.
But sorry, give me your
Oh yeah.
tagline.
No.
Let's hear it.
No, no, for like the book or whatever. Okay, here we go. So so here's the thing. This is what I wrote down. So, those of good conscience at the time of Gamergate's inception would have been those who found what happened to Quinn overwhelmingly abhorrent in light of whatever journalistic ethical nitpicking it was committed in the name of. Everyone who was left started Gamergate. Damn, it's a good one.
I mean, I didn't plan on giving everybody. I didn't plan on giving everybody like a chance to do that. But like, if you want to put that in the front, we can.
Hmm.
I'll have to wait. I have a thing in my phone. Editor's notes. So I'll put an editor's note for you, dude. JT Vega. I got a whole bunch on his because he made some claims I'm not sure were true. No offense, JT. I like you, but Um, Hannah's tagline at start. I'll put. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
sometimes,
guess.
sometimes
I feel like this is like maybe like this is like the core disagreement that you have with the pro GT people, that we're just
yeah.
like, but also like, I don't know why like people who cared about this stuff and care about it today even, like why they should have to like, one, take responsibility for stuff that they themselves didn't do and that they themselves don't support, and two, like the internet's full of lol cows, quote unquote. Like there's like these sites like Kiwi Farms, they've got like thousands of people probably, or at least hundreds, that they like troll and like fuck with on a regular basis.
Hmm.
And like, why should I have to like stop caring about the things that I care about and stop talking about the things that I want to talk about just because like some other people are fucking with one of the people involved in the scandal?
Um, in terms of like responsibility, it it's not necessarily like a call for reparations or anything of that sort. And who exactly would be on point for that would be a little challenging to pursue. If there's any responsibility in the wake of all this, it's mainly just to think of one's ethics and one's politics and try to improve as a person, which is the most we can ask most of the time of folks. And in terms of like, hey, this might be a good time to talk about this issue that I have a stake in. Like there's something vaguely, something happening in and around indie game journalism coverage, and like this issue is vaguely around indie game journalism coverage. So like I want to talk about indie game journalism coverage. It's like I really don't know what to say. Like maybe pick a better time when like it's not in the wake of like this woman getting harassed out of her home. Maybe it's not a good time. And then I'm kind of sorry that I don't know when a good time would be, but maybe there is some, how should I say, reflections to be had on the presumption that that would be a good time.
It sounds kind of like that's almost like shutting down a discussion though. It sounds like that could be used in bad ways too. Like after 9/11, people were like, "Should we have a more measured response?" And they're like, "No, fuck you, America, fuck yeah, you're giving credence to the terrorists. You want to talk about a measured response? Fuck you. We'll talk about this in 6 months. We'll talk about this in 20 years." But like, I think if America had a more measured response to 9/11, like things probably would have been better, actually.
When it comes to the individual and what, it's not about shutting down discussion or like self-censorship. I like, for example, um, I do not find myself compelled ever to use certain words or phrases or things, um, certain slurs or whatever. Like I just don't use them. They're not part of my vocabulary. And it's not because I'm ever self-censoring. It's because like I also personally disagree with them. And so like me not using them is part of my ethical system. And so it's more of I don't want people to bite their tongue. I want people to I would compel people to get into a position in their life where they're not like saying all this, like going off on this direction is not even like really part of your own interest. It's like I get to a point where like you understand that like this woman getting like harassed and forced out of her home, like that's actually the thing that's most bad here. And maybe that's not like, maybe that's like the important thing to like prioritize getting to be the priority. I don't know. Maybe I'm not expressing this exactly as I need to, but yeah, I don't feel it's like a self-censorship issue. I think it's just a matter of like continuing to learn how to be a person, which is hard.
Lisa in the chat says, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I can see how, from an outsider perspective, quote unquote, I'm adding the quotes, us going at Zoe harder than Nathan can come across as misogynistic. Never really thought about it that way, but yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. So people care about something a lot, and like maybe you think like the thing you care about's kind of dumb, bro. Like who cares? But like to them, it's important. And then like I don't
Yeah.
think the answer to that as a society can be, well, you're just gonna have to wait 6 months, or you have to wait some indeterminate amount of time to talk about it. Like that's what people say after mass shootings, right? Oh, the bodies are still warm. You can't talk about gun control. And then of course, what happens? Nothing happens because we all wait, and then 2 weeks later, everybody's moved on to some new news story. Right, which is like, I'm like relatively pro-gun. Like I'm not like it's not like care too much, but like
Yeah.
that's like a phenomenon that like really does occur.
Yeah, that is like a good and probably the key like sort of comparison for that sort of thing. And I guess, how should I say?
I mean, I care that kids died, to be clear. Like, don't get me wrong, but like I don't necessarily care that much that we're not getting like X, Y, or Z law passed. I should qualify. Like if it's like a school shooting or whatever.
I feel that when it, how should I say? Because the core fundamental sort of issue at hand with a school shooting, like the incident itself is of course bad, but to be callous a little bit, like once people are dead, they're dead. What do you do after that? And like if it's a natural, if it's this inevitable outcome because of policies, then like, hey, maybe we need to like do something about these policies so that doesn't happen again. And like if there are issues to be had, like that kind of is the core underlying thing. That is the takeaway. That is the root cause that needs to be addressed. So I feel like it is appropriate to talk about gun stuff. If there is gun stuff to be talked about, because I own guns, I don't care that much, but and there's a lot of ins and outs about that. But to me, like what I find is that in regards to the beginning of Gamergate, the core underlying issue at hand was the reactionary politics and sort of the misogyny of it, and the, how should I say, snowballing of this salacious reaction to juicy drama that sort of ended up hurting people. Like that seemed to be more the problem, but also like the people getting hurt as well, of course. I guess it's just a matter of like coming to. I think it's a matter of maturing to know what the important things are to understand about any one thing that happens in life. Like, what's the actual like thing to learn here? It's like, well, that's not easy to know, and it takes some effort to get there. And I think there, if you say like, well, the important thing to know here is that there was like this like casting couchy kind of thing going on. It's like, well,
And some people said that, to be clear. Like I believe Porcelain Chips has talked about that. I think maybe Oron Darklord did as well.
and it's like it's not that it isn't, but like again, the issue had to do when it was the harassment was happening in real time, and that the harassment was directed at Quinn and not Grayson. And I recall even because it was all happening at the beginning of GamerGate, like Anita Sarkeesian has nothing to do with any of this. The only thing she did was release one of her Tropes versus Women episodes at the same time, at vaguely the same time as all this was going down. And she just got pulled in as a matter of course. And it's like, why? It's like wholly unrelated. She's not a journalist,
Well, I don't.
but it's
Go ahead.
because she's a woman to do with gaming stuff, and people were upset at her previously, and so it was just more of the same, which again was also sort of equally damning because it otherwise makes no sense for her to be involved. But she was because that's not what a lot of people were being driven by.
Well,
So
it's funny because like I think of like Anita Sarkeesian, like the only like involvement I see of her Gamergate's two things. One, she kept talking about Gamergate harassing her, which I don't think was like true mostly. Um, like if you look, she published a list of every account that harassed her within a span of a week, and none of them were Gamergate people. Which isn't to say that no Gamergate people harassed her, but like it seemed like it was mostly just like a bunch of random gamers who didn't support GG, or it was just like rando people. Her own list of harassers. But like, and then also, I think that with the creative freedom stuff, I think that some of the ways that she talked about this, when she talked about, she did say that that these tropes, or I don't know if she said these tropes, but like these things in the games harm people in real life. She did say that. It, and I think that that is related to creative freedom and the discussions about that.
um, I mean, it's only related to creative freedom if you sort of have anxieties that like this one person's video essay is going to result in things being taken away from you, which is sort of the underlying anxieties behind the reactionary sentiment that all of this sort of fueled it. Um, and whether or not people who harassed her were part of Gamergate or not officially is kind of hard to establish. Um, but
But
the
like
question
these
is
people
like,
never used the
would a
hashtag, right? Or I think two of the accounts had used it one time out of like the 100 and something accounts, but that was the
it
only time that those two accounts had ever used the hashtag.
it strikes me as sort of a wishy-washy way thing to appeal to.
Like these
But
were how so, right? Like these are people who didn't who weren't supporters of Gamergate. Oh, and I think it was like one or two people on the list had ever used the hashtag, and they only used it one time, and that was just to send their message to Anita Sarkeesian. That was the only time they ever used it. I guess because they thought Gamergate was about that. Maybe I don't know, but maybe because the media told them that. I don't know.
it feels arbitrary to say that you only count as a Gamergate supporter if you have specifically used the hashtag.
Well, if you're talking about people who are sending harassing messages on Twitter,
Because like, if there was, if these were trolls from like the knitting community and not the gaming community or Gamergate or whatever, why would they target Anita Sarkeesian out of nowhere?
because a lot of
Because
people
the issue is,
disagree with her.
well, you have to know of her to disagree with her, and it has to be someone in your purview. There's a million zillion people in this world I would disagree with, but like focusing on any one person, there's going to be some impetus to do so. So the question is like, who painted those targets? And it may not be Gamergate. How should I say? Gamergate is a continuation of Burgers and Fries. It's a continuation of anti-SJW sort of YouTube skeptic stuff. It's a continuation of all the anti-Sarkeesian, like against her Kickstarter stuff, like things. It's all the same wave of outrage, and it is that wave of outrage that Gamergate is a part of that painted the target on Sarkeesian. And these were people who came to know of that target in a way that is not arbitrary.
Isn't it also possible that like Anita Sarkeesian made a lot of videos that were considered to be unpopular for a variety of different reasons with a lot of different people. Some of the people who didn't like her were pro Gamergate. Other people didn't even know what the fuck Gamergate was, and some of them have admitted that, like Avius. He didn't even know what Gamergate was, but he still sent them harassing messages, possibly to Anita too. Like he even admits that he didn't know what Gamergate was. In fact, his interactions with Gamergate were us stopping him from harassing people because he ran into the Gamergate harassment patrol, and they got his accounts banned. Like it seems like if anything, Gamergate were the good guys in that story, in this specific instance at least.
Because, like, to what end is a random feminist's video essay going to, without context, provoke like so much investment as to make someone want to go out and do something about it? Because there's going to be lots of rando feminists just saying shit, and like, why would it be like anyone in particular would set anyone off? Just saying like, well, this is just news occasion she put out videos and people didn't agree with it. It's like, well, why were they watching the video in the first place, and why did it's something that they felt compelled to react to in particular over literally anything else they could react to in their life?
I mean,
And
I
it's
reacted to her stuff too. I thought she was wrong on some stuff. I didn't
yeah,
like
it's
harass her
because
though.
yeah, it was because we're all part of the same community, this online game space. And in that community, like, you're going to go along with a certain tide or you won't. And that tide was a sort of reactionary sentiment that started, well, I don't know when it started, but it involves burgers and fries stuff. It involves all the gaming stuff they followed. It involves the initial backlash to Sarkeesian's campaign. It involves anti-SJW stuff. Like, it's all the same thing, just expressing itself in different ways. And there's no way one person would, apropos of nothing, just start targeting Sarkeesian just in a bubble for no reason.
I
It only makes sense that a person would be a part of this community, be privy to the ongoing sort of opposition to her, and then sort of participate in that in assorted ways up to the point they send an email or a tweet or whatever.
I don't like this way of thinking, Hannah. I don't. I think that if somebody makes public opinions out there, and in this case, like her videos were very popular. She got a lot of views on her videos, and she was talked about in the media constantly. And like she wasn't like some rando, but even if she were a rando, like I think it's perfectly fine to like criticize the ideas that they put forth. You're engaging in the world as an interlocutor, putting ideas out there. Other people, I think that's perfectly fine if they criticize and disagree with them. Now, harassment, no, not at all. And like
Yeah.
I wouldn't, no, I'm not telling my supporters to go harass her. I don't support that at all. But like I have 1,000% a right to criticize and disagree with her views, just as she has a right to put them out there. I think that's 1,000% fine. In fact, that's how you live in like a democracy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but this is not what's on the table, really. The question is, like, are these people who did harass her wholly unrelated to Gamergate and therefore not really culpable? And what I would say is that Gamergate is just a part of the whole that sort of mounted an opposition to this person and sort of made them famous and made them get media attention.
Well, she was famous before Gamergate, though.
I,
But you said it's all one thing, which I think is like a little bit not like fair to GG, but
um, unfortunately would not say it is because it's, yeah, I do feel it is all sort of different manifestations of the same thing.
like if somebody watches a video that criticizes Anita Sarkeesian and
Mm-hmm.
they are like, "Oh wow, I hate Anita Sarkeesian. I'm gonna go send her a mean tweet or a death threat or whatever." Like, I don't think that that's on you as the creator. Now, I do have like a little bit weird views on this stuff because like I'm operating this space myself. Like if it was somebody who was like in my community who was doing it, like that's I'd probably have to like take action on that, or I'd try to some extent take action on that. Um, like I do have a rule on my Discord, which I might have to get rid of. I don't know, but because I'm not sure it's enforceable in real life. But it's a rule that says I will ban people for off-server harassment or doxing of others,
Mhm.
which I think is good. So I'll
It is
ban
good.
you from my. But it's also like it's like the Batman situation. Like how the fuck do I know if the DMs you screenshotted are real? You know?
I mean, like, it is especially important when you become a big streamer. I think we both know of and to some extent follow like Destiny. I know famously like he will like enforce this.
Yeah.
Since
He's the one
probably
who gave me the idea to do this actually, both the streaming and the rule.
yeah, it's not easy. So it's definitely like hard to do, but I do think it is good to do.
Yeah. So if it's
Um,
doxing, I think I'm gonna obviously if we have 100% proof that one of my people is doxing somebody, they're out of here. They're gone.
mm,
Um, Now if it's like I sent a mean tweet in a heated argument, that might be more like a conversation. It depends
yeah,
on
for
what the
sure.
tweet
It's
is, right? But like,
discretion for sure. Mm,
all right.
But yeah, I
Um,
would say that like if I were to watch some random like makeup video, because I don't really watch like makeup influencers, but if there is some makeup drama and like I watch some videos like, oh, this person's like being a bad actor in this space, like I don't have any context on the makeup like world. I don't know any of the people doing stuff. I don't have any stake. I'm not really interested and I have a life to live. Like, why would I just start harassing someone out of nowhere? I don't feel like it makes terribly much sense. It does make sense if this is a person who is already in this space and is sort of familiar with the targets and sort of aligns themselves with the sentiment that is endorsing those as people as targets.
have you ever changed anyone's mind on GamerGate?
I guess you can never really know. I did talk to that friend I mentioned, but we never really talked about it afterwards. So I have no idea. I guess that's the hard part of having internet conversations and debates generally, is that like all the work you do having a conversation, like you'll never see the results of that because no one ever changed their mind like immediately. Like what you do is that you put doubt in someone's you get people thinking, and then sometime down the line later, like they'll be like, maybe this other way of thinking is like okay, and that's usually what happens. But you're never around for that, and so I have no idea.
Do you want to change my mind on GamerGate?
Sorry for making noises. I'm futzing with a tape measure. Um, um, mm, I don't know. I don't think it's. Like I don't have a compulsion to like interpersonally. Um, I don't know. mm. I I guess I'm more interested in just like what people do going forward, I suppose.
Okay. Did you see my interview with Captain Carbine?
No, I just had time to. I have like 50 tabs open of things I'm like constantly trying to get through. I did watch all of the Christine Huff Summers one because that was fairly high profile, so I wanted to do that one. But yeah, not the other ones.
Okay. I'm not gonna talk bad about anybody. Um, but he says that he's not talked to somebody who disagrees with him on GamerGate in years.
Hmm.
And he was really closed off to the idea of even engaging in the discussion.
Hmm.
It's actually the first time I think I've seen that trait in a pro GamerGate person before. Well, there were the people who gave Hatman shit when he talked to Brianna Wu. So,
Hmm.
but I don't know any of those people. They were like randos. Maybe Sargon was in there, so maybe Sargon
Hmm.
was giving him shit. I don't know. I don't know what Sargon said specifically,
Hmm.
but he was pretty closed off to the idea of talking with people who disagree with him on this,
Hmm.
and he doesn't think it could be productive.
It is. It is challenging to have productive conversation, especially if it's like difficult. I mean, how should I say? There's a certain kind of space one needs to be in to critically think about their strongly held beliefs. I don't know, which is hard to really come upon. It can be good back and forth to be had. Maybe some interesting points we raise on the other side always, and some people watching may end up feeling one way or another about it, and that's not too terribly hard to have. But it's always hard one-on-one to like ever move someone if we're talking about moving people. But in terms of like having just like a productive conversation, like, well, you've made me think about something I never thought about before. Like that's certainly possible. Mm.
He says he might be willing to do it if there's a good moderator.
Hmm.
If
Okay.
if he is open to the discussion, would you be willing to talk with him?
Could give it a shot. Sure.
He's not like me.
Oh boy.
He's he's a bit more hardline on some stuff.
Mm.
Has some very disagreements with me, but that's fine. You know, people who disagree with stuff all the time. I think that's fine. I think it's a part of a healthy democracy.
If I have some time, I could try.
You'll want to watch the interview first.
Okay. Yeah, I should probably do that before saying anything.
Okay.
You can link it to me. Maybe I can.
Are you friends with anyone on the other side?
I guess you just spoke.
I'd say that's fair. Yeah. It's weird
Mhm.
with like are online people friends? Like I think they can be. I think online friends is fine or friends is fine. I think it's fine.
Mm.
Especially with how often we talk and we're on the internet, and I think it's fine. I think we're friends.
Mm-hmm. If I ever had a chance to come by, I definitely want to hang out.
Yeah. Are you friends with any other pro gamer? Well, your other friend, you said, right?
Oh, I actually, funny thing, in the, I think I might have mentioned it to you once before, but in the, just say board game group that I would occasionally go to, I was, Matt Myers would be in there, and so we'd be
Matt
friends with him.
Myers? The Matt
Yeah,
Myers?
the Matt Myers,
You know
Myers
he's a
Twitter
doxer,
himself.
right?
Well,
Oh, I mean, that was
mm,
that was like 7 years ago.
yeah.
For the context, Matt Myers was a very prominent. Well, I mean, not he wasn't like super prominent, but he was a very active anti-GamerGate person. Very active,
Mhm.
very passionate about his opposition to GamerGate. He did later
Right.
get caught up in the Zach Attack stuff, where he went after
Yeah, yeah.
Mobot.
I
But
remember
like,
that.
maybe has he apologized for that? I don't know.
Uh, I've seen him. I've seen him like once at that table recently, but I didn't like interact that much. Mostly just played the board game. So, but yeah, I get the feeling like he didn't really. Well, I didn't want to get him started talking about it IRL.
Yeah. Well, hey, tell him I want to interview him. It'll be interesting. Well, fuck! I've got so many. I got 45 people. Do I need more? But like,
I mean,
maybe
that'd
float
be an
the
interesting
idea.
interview.
See if he's interested. He'd
Mm.
be a big. He'd be an interesting perspective to hear out. And I wonder if what he thinks of the Zack Attack stuff now. And obviously, look, I mean, like he made a mistake. It was what he did was wrong. Um,
Mm,
but like I
yeah.
don't think that like defines his entire life. Like he's not like the guy who tried to dox Mombot from now until the end of time. I think he can, we're all human, we all fuck up. And what he did was he probably thought he was doing the right thing, right? He probably thought like, oh, these fucking gamer gators are evil misogynists. I'm going to destroy them and I'm going to do everything I can to take them down, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
probably what he was thinking in his head. Um, which I mean, I don't think that's a good way to. I think that's a bad place to be mentally. I think that's a bad thing to do. I'm not defending doxing, but
Yeah.
but like,
Heck of a
I don't
thing.
think he's like a. I don't think that he can't be reformed,
Mm.
or maybe he's already reformed. It's been years, who knows?
Yeah, it's been a while. He doesn't really come to the weekly meetings, so.
You two talk though, your friends, or
Um. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a whole thing because like this is back when I was a boy and I had more social anxiety. Didn't really talk to people. Didn't really make friends. But we'd like chat at the meetings a little bit. But I never really like did too much together.
okay.
But yeah, would see him every week for a while there. Especially like during when all this was going down. I would see him every week.
How could the GamerGate conversation have been more productive?
Um. What did I wrote down? Eh, I don't know. I guess maybe it has more to do with ethics stuff and less to do with social justice stuff, I suppose. Or just like transitioning to the LLC thing. That would have definitely been more productive. I guess the same sort of things I mentioned before, but yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on Not Your Shield?
Um, I feel that Not Your Shield sort of incredibly hypercritically. It was this aim to sort of recruit pro Gamergate minorities to sort of demonstrate their support for Gamergate in order to sort of stave off accusations of bias against minorities, which was kind of using those people as Gamergate's shield. So,
Recruit pro GamerGate minority. Weren't a lot of these people already supporters of GamerGate?
yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
recruit
they.
people who are already supporters. Yeah,
I mean, they don't need to be recruited then because they already believed in the cause, right?
or it's more like, hey, can you like? It would be cool if y'all made a video expressing your support, like be a part of this thing.
Well,
I mean, like
the
that
origin
might
of
get like the
this.
social dynamics of getting the people involved might be a little um, it's a little messy to just call it recruitment, I suppose. But like one way or another, like GG, like the people who were minorities who were pro GG sort of did this thing, and it was a shield for GG.
Well, there's two people who claim to have started Not Your Shield. One of them was I think Nino. But then there was another guy who was like, no, he's lying. I beat him to the punch. But these are both black people
Mhm.
who
Yeah,
actually
but I guess
supported.
like yeah, but to me the main takeaway is that it was not your shield was Gamergate's shield.
Some websites ban discussion of Gamergate. Why do you think that is?
um, Mostly because, well, I mean, at the time the topic was not really conducive to productive discussion. And I think you acknowledged as well in some of the dealings I've seen you sort of deal with in recent times where, in certain online spaces, some certain kinds of folks can end up sort of taking up all the oxygen if sort of like a complete hands-off approach is taken. And sort of sometimes it is appropriate to sort of um, keep things on track. And I think there were some things we were talking about recently where that wasn't done and things got very much off track.
Do you think there was a quote unquote anti Gamergate? That is to say, a sort of semi or fully coordinated effort by some people to oppose Gamergate?
Um, By that definition, no. So I don't feel like there was anything terribly meaningfully coordinated. There were discussion forums, and there were people who sort of did not like what GamerGate was doing, and there was some tracking of all that. I'm thinking things like freaking GamerGazi or whatever. I don't know how much it can be really a coordinated effort against the people trying to coordinate something. I just don't think that was really the nature of the dynamic, because it's more like there were organizations like journalist organizations that GamerGate was attempting to coordinate efforts against, or certain journalists they were calling out, and those who disliked that more or less just kind of disliked it and sort of talked about how much they disliked it, and it wasn't really as much to coordinate. There was no like operation, nothing like, GamerGate has like Operation Deep Freeze or Operation like Disrespectful Nod or whatever, and there was never anything in like comparable that was like an organized effort to do something anti-GamerGate. It's mostly just like, man, all this sucks, and just discussion of that.
I mean, we did have GamerGazi. You did have anti-GamerGate chat rooms. You had a Twitter space where you and Matt Myers are friends. We
Hmm.
have Matt Myers working with other anti-GamerGate people to dox GamerGate supporters, allegedly. But,
I
I
mean,
mean, it
that
seems
was a thing for
like
sure.
it's. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I mean, there's little things like that. But I suppose, what does one consider to be coordinated effort?
I said semi or fully coordinated. I think
Yeah.
semi-coordinated is probably like a more accurate. And like doxing Gamergate people, like that seems like. And also they had the stop Gamergate hashtag. Remember?
Oh yeah, there's like, I don't know. To me, that does not seem like coordination. It seemed, and I know there was a bunch of shit show on either side, a bunch of shit flinging. So there were people doxing each other on other sides or whatever, and that was like not good, and really quite bad actually. But I don't know. I guess it doesn't meet my understanding of coordinate, I suppose.
So you didn't consider yourself part of any like community that was in opposition to GG?
Yeah. Again, I've mostly lurked. I would, if I had a unique perspective, I would offer it. Most of the times, I would just like something, I suppose, if I thought a perspective was good. But and like I'm the kind of person who I will post something kind of if and only if like I have something new to add. If other people have said the same thing, I'll just like that and won't just like repeat what's always been repeated. So most of the time I would just read and consider and occasionally use that to like make arguments in the future and whatnot. So I don't know. It depends on what one considers to be involvement in a community.
Okay. There is a question in the chat relating to this, but I'm not sure it's from Science Mile. I'm not even sure I want to. Because I don't. I think reword the question and we'll talk about whether or not it's a good one, maybe. Um, do you think Gamergate was about harassment or hating women? And or hating women?
Uh, yes, in the sense of the word about. Like in a sense, for some sense of the word about, because it was the genesis of the movement, and all the Zoe Quinn stuff.
Do you think well, this actually might interesting to see what you think of this. Do you think the Gamergate community put a high emphasis or low emphasis on condemning bad actors? And you can
Um,
delineate it based on time span too, like first few weeks versus 6 months in versus 2 years in. You can,
yeah, I mean, it definitely did not happen the first couple weeks. Um, Afterwards, I guess I couldn't say, because afterwards it was less meaningful to me. I'm glad that there was some restraint for sure. It is still of note to me that restraint was needed.
I'm gonna add a question. If you don't think it's fair, just tell me to fuck off, because I didn't bring it up to you beforehand, and you might not be familiar with the context. But do you have any thoughts on the studies done on GamerGate and harassment, such as the Women Action Media study or the Brand Watch study?
I so I think there was some, gosh, if I remember correctly, because it was near the beginning of this whole time you were starting back up doing things, and you got in contact with me and we started discussing stuff, and I started overhearing sort of the things you're talking about. I think this is the one that was sort of mentioned where it was like did some data analysis of like harassment stuff. It was like some percentage of whatever was harassment. I think.
0.66%.
Hmm.
It's a number ingrained in my mind forever.
Right.
I think it's good data, but
I mean, I guess it is still sort of curious on sort of the criteria of that, like what counts as a GamerGate supporter.
oh,
Because if it means that you have to have used the GamerGate hashtag or something, I find that to be lacking.
no, they have an interesting methodology. They
Mhm.
use the auto blocker, the
Oh,
GamerGate
right.
block list. So it's like if you follow other people who that it's so like the idea is like if you follow enough people who support Gamergate in theory, according to who Randy Harper thinks supports Gamergate, then it classifies you as a Gamergate supporter.
Even if granted, um, when was that data set taken?
I don't remember. Media. Well, the study was published in 2015, but I'm not sure what the exact. Hang on. Okay, November 2014, November 6th through 26th.
November 6th to 26th.
That's what it looks like based on summary of the findings.
Mm.
November 2014, Twitter granted Women Action Media this authorized reporter status from November 6 to 26. WAM took in reports of Twitter based on harassment and assessed them and escalated reports as necessary to Twitter for specialized attention. So yeah, it was November 6 through 26.
Okay. And like everything started in like August, right? I think.
Late August, yeah.
Yeah. Um,
Well, it
it's all
depends
September.
if you count the
All
Zoe post
October.
thing, it was like mid-August, but like the Gamers Are Dead stuff was and
Mm.
Gamergate the hashtag and Gamergate like as a
Okay.
movement was more late August.
Right. Um,
So like pretty early on in GG though, to be clear, like November of 2014. But like if Gamergate was a harassment campaign, it wouldn't matter what part you sampled because like the whole thing was harassment according to the media. But
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that far afterward because it's been 9 years or whatever. But like, I should put into context, like that is still a significant amount of time. And I've stated like most of my concerns about GamerGate have been in the first couple of weeks or a month. So
this
that
was the
would
first
be,
couple months, right?
yeah. But again, it was the first couple of weeks or a month or so that I was mostly concerned with. So this would all have been sort of after, sort of after the nail in the coffin has sort of been set for me. So does it speak to whether or not Gamergate was a harassment campaign writ large? Um, it this issue still remains that it never meaningfully dealt with that legacy.
Would you be willing to accept the Brand Watch study? Which they're so fucking stupid, dude. They didn't release their full methodology. They only because they were contracted out to do it by Newsweek.
Right.
So they never made the data public. Only parts of it. But it's September 1st through October 23rd.
Um,
Would you accept that as a time span?
um, I suppose so. Yeah, 'cause I'm not terribly familiar with it.
Okay, I'll link
But
that. Because
you know,
if it was only, I don't remember the exact. I don't have this one memorized, but
mm,
it was like 1.24% or something like that of the tweets were
mhm,
harassment.
mhm,
So they had a higher number, but
sure.
also no, I'm sorry, it wasn't harassment. They didn't even analyze harassment. They analyzed negative sentiment, whether or not the tweets contained negative sentiment, and it was like 1 point. Fuck, I got it written down. Hang on, I'll link the study too,
I,
and I'll link the women action media one as well.
I'm not sure any slice of Twitter would have that low percent of negative sentiment.
Was negative sentiment directed at women opposed to GamerGate specifically? So like negative sentiment towards like Kotaku, for instance, is like not classified as
Uh,
part of that.
I don't know. It seems a little odd. Um,
1.26%, sorry, towards no negative of tweets contain negative sentiment towards Anita Sarkeesian, Brianna Wu, Leigh Alexander, or Zoe Quinn. Um,
is that the one you
that's the
shared
Brand
just
Watch
now?
study. Yeah, the one I just posted. But I'll also link the Women Action Media one as well. Obviously,
Uh,
like you don't have to. You can just tell me to fuck off because like I didn't study these beforehand.
But like the title of that article says, "Is GamerGate about media ethics or harassing women? Harassment?" The data shows. I don't
That's
know.
what so
It's
their own article, their own opinion piece on this
I guess
was
okay.
actually was actually it misrepresented the data from the study. If you look at the actual data set, from what we can
Hmm.
see of it, um, it doesn't match their own editorializing of it,
Interesting.
which I think that's like a major ethical violation of fucking Newsweek actually, that they misrepresented the data.
Negative or as much neutral, neutral, undetermined.
And they didn't even release the full data set, so we don't even know what everything that was in the study. We only know whatever they published. And what they published actually looks pretty good. But we don't know how they classified negative sentiment, so we have no fucking idea what that means to them.
Yeah, this seems a little
Like I would
odd. I don't know.
yeah, so we don't know enough about the inner workings of how they classified all this shit to know um, how good the data is. But
Right. Mm.
Newsweek thought it was good, I guess. That's why they ran with it.
Mm.
But then
Okay,
they misrepresented it too. Or they represented it in the most uncharitable light possible.
mm-hmm. Critics at the camera more than they do the journalists. Not investment has had some. I don't know. I mean, I could look into it, but the primary issue mainly had to do, I suppose, the most high-profile things, all the Zoe stuff and whatnot. So
I mean, like this is. I mean, like I'm
to
not
some
saying
extent,
that
things
nobody
got
harassed Zoe Quinn. Like, and like to be clear, like the Newsweek study found that six 6,000 tweets contained a negative sentiment about Brianna Wu, Anita Sarkeesian, Leigh Alexander, or Zoe Quinn. So 6,000 tweets is a lot of tweets. Out of the what was it? How many they sampled? It was No, hang on. It was Was it over a million? Hang on. Fuck. Now I'm gonna have to like read the whole thing again because I lost it.
Mhm.
Oh, I can't find it. Oh well, okay. It was a large number of tweets, but like it was like a lot of tweets that contained negative sentiment.
Mhm.
Or so it was most the vast majority of the tweets contained were neutral if they mentioned these people. Um, some were positive, and some were negative. But the
Right, right.
negative ones was 1.26%. So it seems like, I mean, I wouldn't throw all these people under the bus because 1.26%, which I mean, I don't think using negative sentiment is like a good metric. I'd use like the harassment, like the women action media, whatever they did, the 0.66. I think that's like analyzing harassment and negative sentiment are not the same thing. I have like negative sentiment towards like a lot of people in the world probably, or some people in the world, and like I wouldn't call that harassment. I don't think classifying harassment that way is fair. Because like you have negative
Mhm.
sentiment too towards like I don't know Hassan or Sargon or Milo, right? Or whoever.
Mhm.
Like I have negative sentiment towards I guess maybe the same three people. Um, but
Mhm.
yeah, it's that's not harassment to hold negative sentiment towards somebody, or even to tweet about negative sentiment.
I say. Um,
I don't know what I mean. What do you think? And to be fair, you didn't like see this before. I should have. This is gonna be like a permanent question now. I think because it's so interesting.
mm. um, it is not clear to me what definitive conclusions could really be made because there's lots of ways one can look at this, um, especially in light of like what is harassment, what constitutes enough harassment, what is the nature of the zeitgeist sort of producing it. Because whatever it was that happened to Zoe Quinn, Brianna, and Sarkeesian, um, you know, they felt it was enough to like make them leave their homes. It was enough for them to get threats, all these other things. There was lots of really gross stuff that happened, and it was sort of a product of this wave of outrage that was happening at the time. And to what end can we say like, oh, some number of amount of harassment is quote unquote normal or to be expected that we would expect someone to just merely endure and not empathize with? It's not unclear what to conclude based on this alone. I err more towards it's probably not good, and that whatever happened to them was significant, and it was a product of all of this happening because their targeting was not arbitrary.
Oh, I'm
Um,
sorry. I've got the full thing here. It's not the full thing because no one has the full thing except for Newsweek, and fuck you for not releasing it. But to them,
hmm,
not to you. But it was 6,315 negative sentiment tweets directed at Brianna Wu, Nina Sarkeesian, Leigh Alexander, or or Zoe Quinn, um, out of 500,000 tweets.
it was directed at them. Does this not count things that are just sort of thrown into the ether?
Uh, yes, this is directed at them. Oh, actually, I that's what this image says. I'd have to, we don't have the full analysis, so we don't know how they classified that.
Because if like I'm going to tweet about someone, I'm usually not going to tag them in it because I'm just like saying stuff. It's not this deep interaction where I'm going to like deep link into everything so that everyone's it's like a whole conversation. I'm just going to like, oh yeah, this person sucks or like whatever.
Well, I think
And
just saying
like,
this person sucks is like fine.
well, yeah, just as a general example. But if the criteria is like you had to actually at the person or whatever.
Well, that's what would make it harassment. Because you can't harass somebody if you're talking about them but not to them. But I'm not sure how they classified that actually, because they don't release their fucking data set.
Jesus, someone just tried to call me out of nowhere. I don't think that is the case. Because like an example that sort of comes up to that, how should I say? The thing that pops in my head most immediately are things like school harassment when you're like a kid in high school or whatever, and like people are harassing you online. Maybe you can just block everyone and you don't see it all, but everyone's talking about you, and you know they're all talking about you, and you know they're coordinating shit, and maybe something happens to you and everyone watches it happen and they all like laugh, and it's being driven just out of sight from you. And
I mean, if you're a public figure, people are going to talk about you though. And also, we don't know that that's how they analyze the data because they don't fucking say.
I just don't.
I'm reading through the article now to double check, but
the unable, like, no, how should I say? The jump to harassment of an individual isn't arbitrary. If someone just sees a person who's behaving in a way they do not agree with.
no, I don't think it's mentions. I think it's. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have cut you off. But I think it's just they mention their name. I think that's all it is, based on this. It's difficult to say though, because they don't fucking make it clear in their article. They say tweets directed at.
Yeah, I guess that's a little tricky then.
I don't know what do they mean by that? They don't. It could be
anyway. The point is that like,
way.
yeah. Well, the point is that like, there's infinite number of people all around you all the time who don't agree with things you think, but like, why ever become invested in any one particular person? It's like, well, it was because there's something going on involving them at the time, and the issue is that at GamerGate made these people the targets of this because they sort of focused on them for reasons that are varied, but mostly aren't like legitimate. Like, why was Sarkeesian ever involved? Like, why was Zoe Quinn involved, but not Nathan Grayson? Like, all of these questions.
I mean, Nathan Grayson received a lot of negative tweets too.
But he didn't receive harassment.
I mean,
So
it depends on how you define this, because like, he received 732 negative tweets, or negative sentiment tweets, whatever the fuck, however they classify that.
My understanding is that at the time you never really had to deal with much. So there's tweets, but like, how should I say? Like, there weren't like threats, and he was never forced out of his home or any of these things along those lines.
I think he just went quiet, which is
how, for the most part.
That's one way to deal with stuff like this.
For sure. Yeah. Point is like, no snowflake thinks they're part of the avalanche, but there was a sentiment produced that made folks the target of elevated scrutiny, and in a way that sort of inevitably resulted in harassment, which was not good. And I think participating in that, knowing that that's what is happening, and yet continuing to double down on it, and not being like, well, wait a minute, like it is more important. It is more important that this harassment not happen than it is for like whatever journalistic nitpicking that where this is all supposedly about. Like, I think that's the issue.
I mean, I I understand that. I feel like this is a good argument. That my argument, that not my argument, but I feel like this is because your issues with the early days of GamerGate
Mm.
and from September 1st, which is what, like 3 days after the Gamers Are Dead articles,
Mm.
or was it like, it might be like 2 days. Let's see, August 28th. How many days are in the month of August? It's not one of those leap year months, right?
No.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 days. 4 days after the Gamers Are Dead articles. So the 29th, so it goes August 28th, then 29th, then 30th, then 31st, then September 1st is when the data set comes in. And assuming it's good data, which Newsweek thought it was, um, it looks like only 1.26% was negative sentiment towards these women out of 500,000 tweets analyzed. And there were 2
Um,
million tweets on the hashtag, so this is a sampling of 1/4 of the hashtag at the time. Oh no, they sampled 25% of about 2 million, so it was over 2 million possibly. But I feel like that's a good random sampling. If that's what they actually did.
it's
This here,
25%.
oh sorry, go ahead.
Isn't 25% of 2 million? Isn't that 500,000?
Yeah, they analyzed 500,000, yeah.
So amongst 500,000, there was um, like this is saying that like Sarkeesian got 35,000 tweets or whatever, and Wu got 38,000 out of 500,000, or
Out
out of
of
one.
well, n equals. It doesn't say what the n equals means. Does the n equals the total number of tweets or the total number of negative? I think it's the total number of tweets actually. So I was wrong about the Grayson thing then. I don't know if he got 732 negative ones if that's the case. See, why don't they just release their full data set? It's so dumb.
It says Newsweek asked Brandwatch, a social media analytics company, to dig through the more than 2 million tweets about Gamergate since September 1st. So they've identified 2 million tweets since September 1st that were about Gamergate. Discover how often Twitter users tweeted at major players in the debate and whether those tweets are positive or neutral. Brandwatch sampled 25% of tweets, which it considers a reflective amount of data on the hashtag Gamergate from September to October. So if that's the 25% of the 2 million, that would be 500,000.
If okay, if this is good data, and if the Women Action Media one, which showed a lower number, well, that was later on. Well, that was still November. I mean, I feel like November is like really early Gamergate. That was before I got involved.
Yeah.
um,
Because like this is if it's 500,000 tweets and 30 because it's the numbers are giving like 500,000 tweets, 35,000 of them are against Sarkeesian, 38,000 against Brianna Wu. Kotaku is 23,000. The Alexander was 13,000. 1,700 of those are against Stephen
I don't
Lito.
think the n is the
Like
negative.
that,
I think n is the number of tweets total.
um, because like if it is correct at like amongst 500,000, like those are the things that seems to be quite a big percentage are critical of one or the other of them.
I know. I think the n equals the total number of tweets that this individual was mentioned. So was mentioned in.
Okay, so
So I because if
if
you
you're
look, they
looking
have the bar graph. The bar graph shows the red, the green, and the gray.
at,
Do you see the bar? Oh, hang on. That's well. Is it in the? I'm pretty sure it is. Let's see. Here, I'll link this too.
I see this bar graph. Um, so
This analysis, this is not done by. This is an analysis of the analysis. It shows. It says tweeted at or about the major players, but I'm not sure if that's actually what it. If it was at or about. I mean, we
oh,
don't have to
okay.
get
So
too
they
hung up
got
on this, but
these tweets. So Sarkeesian gotten 35,188 tweets, and some
total.
percentage of those were negative.
Yeah, I think that's how it's interpreted. I think so. Is that how
Okay,
you're reading that
so
data, that graph as well?
I suppose so. Um, uh, but I how should I say? What would the average neutral tweet about Rania Sarkeesian be by GamerGate people?
We have no way of knowing because they don't release their fucking data, which is a problem.
I mean, I mean, like, what are you talking about at that point?
They don't tell you how they define negative sentiment, positive sentiment, or neutral sentiment.
Like, what would GamerGate like talk neutrally about in regards to Rania Sarkeesian?
Maybe they just.
Like, I guess
I don't know. We'd have to ask Brandwatch.
I don't know. I guess like it's a little too wishy-washy to really like make any definitive conclusions about, I suppose.
Does it make you think that maybe you? Does it make you think anything about your initial assessment at all?
I feel a little lost in the numbers a bit, I suppose is my impression. But it just seems a little inconclusive to me. I guess it like to what end am I to look at this and think, because whatever volume it was that was levied against these people, it was clearly sufficient for it to be bad. And to what end should we say, like, oh, well, it wasn't enough for it to be bad? It's like, well, based on what? Like, on what grounds do we say X is enough, or N, or M, or Y? Like, it feels a bit arbitrary. But what wasn't arbitrary is that these people were core to what was happening with Gamergate. These people literally became literally who's. These were the major figures. I think the numbers even say like if you add all these things like out of 500,000, like this is like the majority of the majority. I don't know what's majority. A huge percentage of the discussion was about them. If you know,
Yeah. No. I mean,
concluded to be neutral or positive or negative by an algorithm or not. And by virtue of them being the subject of Gamergate, this is what happened.
well, they were also
So
actively talking about Gamergate on a regular basis too, and I think criticizing the things that they say about Gamergate is perfectly fair. I did that all the time. I criticized things that Anita Sarkeesian said about Gamergate. I think that that's fair game. If someone's going to talk bad about your movement, I think you have the right to criticize what they say about it. And that doesn't mean harass them. That just means engaging in a dialogue or countering their arguments, right?
um, my understanding is that a lot of these things sort of started with the harassment. So like the initial throws of burgers and fries was Zoe Quinn being harassed, and so Anita released her video and then sort of got roped all into this. My understanding is that Leigh Alexander, like her
Well,
introduction
she
to
is a
this
games journalist,
event.
though, to be clear.
Yeah,
And she
Leigh
was
Alexander.
accused of corruption.
My understanding is that like she was originally like doxxed or something. I can't remember exactly what was that happened, but it was something bad that happened to begin with, and that's what like initially set it all off, and then like that was the bad thing, and then there's just a flurry of discussion afterwards, I suppose. But like the bad thing was the bad thing, and it was not arbitrary that it happened.
I just googled Leia Alexander docs. I don't see anything come up right away in news articles, but like that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Obviously, a lot of people got
It was
docs, and there were no news articles about it.
it was something. It might not have been that specifically, but right. Mm.
But I mean, look, she was actually involved in some pretty corrupt stuff, like when she was writing about Anna Anthropy in her games, and they were actually close friends. I wrote about this in my dissertation on
Mhm.
GamerGate. Fuck, not really a dissertation, but like de facto kind of a dissertation.
Mm. I mean,
She wrote 8 articles, later a ninth article, but that was before GamerGate. That was after GamerGate started, about Anna Anthropy or her games. They didn't disclose that the two appeared to be friends. It's not clear exactly when their friendship began, but the two had publicly discussed having dinner together on at least 2 occasions and regularly tweeted at each other since at least October 2010. And another Twitter user had contemporaneously believed that they were friends on October 28th, 2010. Like, you know how us
I don't
GamerGate people are,
know.
dude. We have archives and shit for everything. Which I
Sure. I
think is
mean,
like
I suppose
part of the problem you have with us, right?
no. I mean, that doesn't seem what was just recited seems sort of wishy-washy. It's like, oh, well, they appeared to be friends and like might have had dinner one time or twice, but
No,
we
I
don't know
think
if they
they
actually had
had
dinner.
dinner.
It's
Well,
like,
I mean, they maybe they. I don't know. Hey, let's. Do you want to go through the evidence together, or do you not care
no.
about this? Because I have archives for all this stuff. So,
I'm not sure how. Um,
how do you feel about that?
it feels wishy-washy. It's like it's not a solid justification for things. It's just like, oh, we have these like vague things that might be true.
I mean, to be clear though, too, I also word things in ways that are like super charitable towards people. So, like, I say appear to be friends.
Mm,
That's a very charitable interpretation.
right. Um, I mean,
I mean, if you're going out to dinner with people on at least 2 occasions, and you've
doesn't.
like, that seems like maybe you should be more careful, especially in compared with the other stuff here, especially when you're promoting her game. Multiple of her games, actually.
Mm. Because it's not nothing, but it's not compel me to like outrage because it's not like a huge thing either. Like it's bad because you should disclose like relationships you have, but I'm not going to say like, well, having relationships is bad. You should never go to dinner with like people in the industry that you work in, um, and like it, it's not like it's one of these kinds of like stories where like lots of money has been changed hands and it's like clear like well there was like lots of transactions that happens like well they got an article written about them like a handful of times. It's like yes it is not good but like to what end is it what does it what is an appropriate response?
Well, she should definitely have to disclose it, right?
Right.
When I said, how do you feel about that? I didn't mean about the specific Leigh Alexander thing. I
Mm.
meant also I linked the Deep Freeze article on Alexander, which I believe is where I got that from, or some of it from. I also got some of it from a GamerGate wiki that doesn't exist anymore. Well, it exists, but it's down temporarily because it's on Deep Freeze, and Bone Golem's not been maintaining the site very well. But
Mhm.
how do you feel about the fact? It's like it seemed like you take issue with like why the fuck does Tachyon Blue know so much shit about Leia Alexander and her relationships with game developers? Right? Do you think that's weird, or do you think that's like an important aspect of discussing things? Because I think earlier you mentioned Deep Freeze seemed kind of strange to you.
I said that if there was a angle to take issue with it, it would be that, but it's not a strong feeling.
Okay.
Um,
Because I think it's
I mean,
oh god.
mm, I mean, how should I say? Because as GamerGate sort of continued past its initial throes, there was time and space for all of these sort of issues to be sort of enumerated and sort of potentially looked into. But in these initial throes of discussions of things immediately after GamerGate started, when people were beginning to get harassed and all these things were happening, like that was not the discussion at that time. And things might happen later. And for sure, yeah, people ought behave a little bit better with their journalistic stuff to some extent. I'm not sure how sensible it is to expect people to have no connections with other people in the same industry for that in and of itself to be bad. Although, yes, disclosure is good. Um, some of that can feel a bit nitpicky.
Well, I do just want to
But
qualify. I'll let you finish.
mm,
This 8, those Leigh Alexander stuff that happened, that was discovered prior to Gamergate. That was during the Burgers and Fries era
I see.
that this was uncovered. I believe. Let me double check this. I'm pretty sure it was August 2014. Alexander. Was that not?
Mm.
Maybe was it after? Was it after that? It might have been after. Hang on. Trying to be factually accurate. Sorry, we can skip this, but it's I do feel like it's
Mm.
important to be factually accurate about the timeline here because it. August 26th, 2014. So it was before. It was during the
Mm.
Burgers and Fries era. Here's the article that's on Talking Ship. Um, I'll link this to you in the Discord and in the chat too.
Mm. 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 It's, it seems to be about a Patricia Hernandez, not
Oh,
Leigh
did I fuck this up?
Alexander.
Oh, sorry. There was a separate conflict of interest with. You're right. There was a separate conflict of interest that was uncovered with Hernandez and Anthropy. Um, I probably should have read the full thing before I linked it.
Mm.
The full article. Yeah, that was so. The Hernandez thing was discovered during the. I'm pretty sure the Leigh Alexander one was too. I'm pretty sure, but I'll just go on the thing and we'll see if it what the timeline was.
Mm.
But the Hernandez one was during the Burgers and Fries era, the Quinspiracy era, or the pre-Gamergate era, or whatever you want to call that.
Um, wait, this was published August 20th. Okay. Um, I, I don't know what to say about it. It's curious that I'm not really familiar with this person. This person didn't really become like a target of GamerGate, I don't feel. Not
Who, Alexander?
maybe Patricia Hernandez.
Oh, she was.
Maybe
I
they
mean,
were not
she.
as much of a lol
I
cow
don't
or
think there
whatever.
were. I don't think we like targeted people as a general matter.
Well, they weren't a major player in the sense that like they were. I mean,
Or at
who's
all.
that person?
But
Who's that person?
just trying to figure out
Patricia
when
Day.
the Hernandez stuff was. Sorry, what were you saying?
So there's Patricia Day. I think got doxxed as part of all this as well. And then like I mean like the
But
literally who's in
who's
them? They were
Patricia
all
Day?
like I would. Patricia, no, Phyllis. What's her name?
Felicia Day?
Nerd. Felicia Day. Yeah, nerd.
Well, to be
Something Day.
clear, that wasn't Gamergate. There's no reason to think it was. A random anonymous person doxed her.
Hmm.
And Gamergate condemned it. Insofar as we
Okay,
have like
just
an official capacity with which we can do so, I'll link you this as well.
I guess perhaps a distraction to bring up. But the point is that like there are people targeted, mainly these notable individuals, Quinn and Wu and Tarkeesian and them. It seems like a lot of the stuff you were talking about with Alexander, it seems to be about Hernandez. I see stuff about in this article about getting food and whatnot. Um, and like not disclosing relationships.
Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out when exactly the Anthropy Alexander thing came out. This is such
Like,
boring content for the book. Holy fuck.
mm,
But I feel like it's important. Well, at some point, this got revealed. Okay, I don't fucking know. Maybe it was before Gamergate. Maybe it was during Gamergate. But at some point, this was revealed.
um,
There
so
might.
at this
Go ahead.
time, curiously, it says like at the bottom here, like, uh, in the wake of the Quinn controversy, Kotaku's EIC Stephen Toledo said he's always expected reporters to not report on developers they have a relationship with, or at the very least disclose the nature of the relationship. And in the wake of this Hernandez situation, he said he was looking into things, linking to a tweet, and today he posted a statement on Kotaku saying that in future all relationships will be disclosed. So, I don't know. There was a lot of discussion earlier about like, do games journalists even listen to people? Are they open to criticism? And like much ado about like how they do not. But it seems like with this Hernandez thing, like
With the Hernandez thing, Kotaku surprisingly did the right thing. With the Grayson thing, not so much. But
mhm. So perhaps it is indeed the case from examples such as this that yes, indeed, there is room for um, uh, criticism to be accepted. Just a matter of how you do it.
I mean, that was that was the same people who you think were like harassing Zoe Quinn, right? Who revealed this Patricia Hernandez story.
Doesn't seem like Hernandez was harassed.
I don't support
So
harassing
maybe if you
anybody.
do it, yeah. So perhaps if like things are done, if callouts are done without getting personal, then perhaps um, things progress can be made. But once the harassment occurs, it kind of becomes off the table, and that does not seem confounding to me. Because I know a lot of the wake on after gaming is like, well, why are they not listening to us? Like we have ethical concerns that are valid. It's like kind of not raised very well. um, so maybe it was just not a good way to, like I said before, not a good wagon to hitch your horse to if you're interested in getting ethical issues
I mean, it seems
addressed.
like we're discovering a large number of them, in fact. It seems like a pretty good horse to hitch your ride to.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, over 100 on deep freeze? Now, some of those
If they
might...
were
Yeah.
dealt
Some of,
with. Because like at the top of like, for example, the rock paper shotgun thing, which I already had open from before, it says 24 perceived issues, 0 corrections. So like, doesn't seem to be producing the outcomes that it's the intended.
oh, now the public has the opportunity to see how rock, paper, shotgun does business
Mm-hmm.
and decide for themselves if they want to go there. But also, like,
Right.
weren't you just saying that they're like they were responsive? Like, if they aren't
If
issuing
done
corrections, like,
if done correctly, but perhaps this approach is not productive if it's not actually producing corrections.
or like maybe the
And there would be
corrupt...
the only result could maybe be a sort of nebulous, maybe less people are visiting the site, but we don't really know for sure.
if the corrupt gaming websites aren't willing to issue corrections because, oh, well, a GamerGater found that ethical violation, so I'm not going to do it. That tells you all you need to know about that website. That's what I feel. I think
Mhm.
that that's the problem. I think that that is illustrative of the whole problem with GamerGate. That not you, but like the anti-GamerGate people, the games journalists, they don't like us. It's a big club and we're not in that club. And they decided to say, fuck you, we're going to unperson you.
Well, the
And we're
issue
not
is
going
like,
to address any of our actual corruption. That's not
but is it that
entirely fair. Like, we did get all these websites, none of them had ethics policies before, pretty much. We did get all of them to add that.
Mhm,
And sometimes we did get disclosures. Like, that is fair to say.
mhm.
Um, but,
But
look,
like
it seems like you're defending the corrupt websites.
the issue has always been that Gamergate did not really meaningfully deal with its inception. And so it is not confounding to me that like a seat at the table was never offered if the inciting problems were never really addressed.
Again, like, that's your perception of the inciting problems, which is, like, fine. You can have that perception. But, like,
Like, to what extent did Gamergate make amends for what happened at
I
the
mean, like,
with Burgers Prize and all of that?
I don't think you
Because
have to.
what
They've been doing
Chanology
that
did
stuff.
was, well, I mean, then I just do not find it remarkable at all that the that it didn't end up working out because like when things like that happen, like something needs to be done. It does not seem to me reasonable to just expect to be treated neutrally while never really meaningfully addressing the problems that happened previously. Like, does that ever happen interpersonally? Like, if someone like really fucks with you really hard, and then like you meet them again the next day, like, is it confounding that the reception is not neutral?
I mean, I don't know what you're, like, referring to, though, because, like, some random people on the internet are talking about internet drama, which, like, whatever, that happens every day, dude. Like, there's entire YouTube channels where all they do is cover drama, 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 drama. Like, that's always gonna be a thing in real life. And then, like, some people want to talk about that, other people want to talk about ethics, and, like, you'd be like, oh, well, you're all just a bunch of misogynists. LOL, go fuck yourselves. We're gonna ban you on every website. Like this is what happened. Like, there's a reason, like, that the Gamergate people are jaded as fuck on this shit because like we were treated really unfairly for no reason.
Well,
And,
it
like,
was for a reason. It's just that that reason never got addressed, so it just persisted.
but like you've interacted with a lot of us, Hannah. Like, you know that we're not like misogynists and like most, like, obviously there's bad people in any community, but like, and like you say, oh well, I only have issue with like the first 2 weeks of Gamergate for the most part. and like that's fine, but like it feels like kind of we got a raw deal. Like even if the first 2 weeks were like not bad, were bad, or even, like I don't think you can judge an entire movement of fucking tens of thousands of people, if not more, because like, oh well, a couple people in the first 2 weeks were kind of assholes to some random internet celebrity, and maybe we're kind of sexist in some ways. Like, okay, like I don't support that. Most of the people involved here don't support that. Like, it seems kind of unfair, especially when that's like the only narrative that like the media goes with. And like, you have a more nuanced take, of course, I understand, but like, and that's what Wikipedia says.
How should I say? Um, to what extent do you feel that it is most reasonable that the method of reconciliation of a movement that caused a bunch of harm and the industry, how should I say, the sort of institutions sort of on point for being the defense against that harm? To what extent must that reconciliation come in the form of those who were hurt should just drop it and forget about it all?
I'm not saying they should. I've talked with Brianna Wu. Um,
So,
like I
to what extent maybe it might be that some kind of actual effort on the part of the party that did the bad thing needs to do something to make amends and make it right? Because it seems like the concern is that, like, well, hey, this was a while ago. Can we just get back to neutral here and we get all considered to be just neutrally received, so we all just like think of each other like from nothing? And it's like, well, why? Like, why is that the only way this proceeds forward, is that the grievances of those who were aggrieved should just never get addressed?
I never said that
It
they
feels
should
to
be
me,
addressed. Like, go ahead, sorry.
but it never meaningfully did. But never meaningfully did, and that's the issue. Because I, it's the whole. Um, what's the thing? Um, uh, God, hold on, give me 1 second. Um, God, I'm trying to find it real quick. But anyway, there's that freaking thing where it's like preferring a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, versus like a positive peace, which is like the presence of justice. So it's like, it seems like, well, can we just like drop it so that you have the negative peace, which is the absence of tension? That's sort of what is wanted, as opposed to actually creating something positive, which is like addressing the actual issue at hand and sort of like making amends for it in some fashion, which I feel would have been best achieved by like doing the whole LLC thing. So like in lack of any kind of like positive justice and sort of like making amends for what happened or sort of addressing it at all, why ought we call for the negative piece of an absence of tension where everyone who is aggrieved just takes the L for no reason, even though they did not, well, not they did nothing wrong, but they didn't deserve it?
But like I'm not saying that. I'm saying like if somebody harassed Zoe Quinn, if they broke the law, they should go to jail. If they didn't break the law, but it was still bad, like Twitter should ban them or whatever. Like Reddit should ban them, whatever it is. Like I, like I,
But it's,
like I don't like owe Zoe Quinn an apology over
but I think
over things that I never did.
what I feel the most egregious thing about Gamergate was how, when called out, when the burgers and fries stuff was called out by the Gamers Are Dead articles or whatever, instead of being like, yeah, all this harassment was bad, this is our opportunity to be like, okay, we're just going to drop it or whatever.
Well,
That community doubled down on the harassment and called it Gamergate.
dude, these articles piss people off all over the place. I wasn't a Chan user. I wasn't anything like that. These articles were discussed all over the internet, on Reddit, on gaming forums. I think I found out about it on MMO Champion. I'm not 100% on that because it was like fucking 10 years ago. But the Gamers Are Dead articles, I saw those before I even knew what the fuck Gamergate was. And I was like, wow, what the fuck? Why would these people say such horrible shit about gamers? That's not who we are at all. And it bothered me. And I was mad about the articles. And then I moved on with my life, but it still bothered me for like weeks later. I'd be thinking about it. I'd be like, why did they write these shitty ass articles? I fucking hate these people. I didn't think I fucking hate them, but I was like, it's such a bullshit thing. And it bothered me for a long time. And then I didn't even know all I knew was that these articles were very mean and unfair and not representative of what I think gaming is and what I think gaming culture is and what I think of when I think of gamers. That's what I thought. And then I moved on with my life, and then I found out about Gamergate like 6 months later in spring of 2015, and I got involved with that for a completely different reason, because of the creative freedom stuff.
Well, these articles were not written in a bubble. They were about a specific inciting event. And the overall position on that inciting event was correct in that it was bad. And the overall message of all those game articles was generally like, hey, we shouldn't let this define gaming. That's sort of what the articles were about. So like that was sort of an opportunity for people to distance themselves, but they didn't. They rallied around the backlash to these articles, and then Gamergate was produced. And I feel like that was sort of the bad thing. It's like it's one thing to do a bad thing, but it's another thing to defend the doing of the bad thing. And I think that's the thing that kind of needs to be reconciled with.
Like, I'm not like defending like the doing of bad stuff. Like, and Miss Sonata asks in the chat, I wonder what it was about those articles that made you think they're talking about me? Serious question. I'm actually very curious.
It was
Because
the
it seemed like
titles.
they were, yeah, it seemed like they were, and not just the titles. Like, we keep saying the titles, like, oh, well, the content of the articles were very nuanced and were very careful in how they. No, they fucking weren't. Some of them were more nuanced than others. Others were complete fucking trash heaps. Like Leigh Alexander's article, like, it's not the most nuanced thing in the world. Neither is Devin Wilson's article, right? He's not coming in with a with a super reasonable take that everybody could agree with. Like, that's not what these articles were. Some of them were better than others. I don't disagree with that. But like, this idea that they were completely harmless. And of course, it was this attempt, this coordinated, potentially, right? We don't have 100% proof on that, but a coordinated attempt by the games journalists to end the gamer identity, which which a lot of people, including myself, thought was a good thing. We thought the gamer identity was good, and we thought that we're not misogynists. We're not like these. They're saying we are.
But is it sensible to say that that was their campaign if it was done by one article? I think if there was, a, quote unquote, an attempt to destroy the gamer identity, would that not have been an ongoing effort? Because what these read more is a sort of lamenting of things that happened in a community where like you feel disillusioned a little bit. So like the beginning of Leigh Alexander's articles is, I often say I'm a video game culture writer but lately I don't know exactly what that means. Game culture, as we know, is kind of embarrassing. And it's like, this is the words of someone sort of at conflict because like this in the name of games culture these people were like harassed and stuff in this like really public way and kind of a gross way, and it's like I can understand that feeling
Well, no,
of
she
like
talks.
being because these people continued to be in game shows and continued to operate within game stuff, and they didn't produce this campaign to end gamers.
Because it was so poorly received. I think Leia Alexander. Wait, did Leia? Hang on,
I
I
think
haven't
that's the
verified this specific claim I was going to make, so never mind. I'm not
I
going to
think
go
it's a
down that road.
counterfactual, so they're difficult to appeal to.
Well, no, because didn't Leia? I have to go look it up now. Leia Alexander. Leia Alexander herself, I think, admitted that she was. Hang on, let me verify this is true before I say it. Okay, yeah, she did. Leia Alexander herself says that she almost got fired over her article.
Okay.
So, like, obviously, there was. I guess maybe the executive stepped in. Were like, "Whoa, you got to tone this language down. This is bad for our business, or whatever."
I mean that might be, but like I don't. Sometimes when you're heated, you say a bunch of shit. So like maybe she was heated,
She doesn't
and
just say like, "Oh, well, the people who harass Zoe Quinn are bad people." Like she's like, "No, when I think of gamers, I think of or when you think of gamers, I don't have the exact quote, but it was something about mushroom hats and standing in line for hours for no reason, their eyes glazed over. Like it's not some fucking like nuanced piece. This isn't this isn't T.S. Eliot here. This is this is
well, um, like that seems like the conclusion of this article is. Now, part of a writer's job in a creative human medium is to help curate a creative community and an inclusive culture. And the lack of commitment to that just looks out of step, like a partial compromise with the howling trolls who've latched onto ethics as the latest flag in their onslaught against evolution and inclusion. Developers and writers alike want games about more things, and games by more people. We want, and we are getting, and will keep getting, tragicomedy, vignette, musicals, dream worlds, family tales, ethnographies, abstract art. We will get this because we're creating culture now. We're refusing to let anyone feel prohibited from participating. Quote unquote gamer isn't just a dated demographic label that most people increasingly prefer not to use. Gamers are over. That's why they're so gamers are over. That's why they are so mad. These obtuse shit slingers, these wailing hyper-consumers, these childish internet arguers, they are not my audience. They don't have to be yours. There's no side to be on. There's no debate to be had. There is what's past and what there is, and there is what's now. There is the role you choose to play and what's ahead. So it seems to be that what they're saying is that like the quote unquote gamers, the people who exemplify gaming, those who are the loudest, most obnoxious people in the space who call themselves gamers and sort of co-opted the term and made it about them, they are mad because they are being not courted as much. So
so
like
you
it's
skipped
not saying
over a
that we
lot.
don't. Well, yeah, that's the conclusion. That's the end. So the point is that like she wants games. She wants to have an inclusive culture, a creative community, rich tapestry of video games that people can play, but that the people who have co-opted the term gamer and made it their own and don't allow anyone else in, fuck them. That's the point. Is that we should not just listen to just them and always cater to their taste, and whenever they, the loudest minority, wail about something or other, we don't need to make everything about them. That is the thesis of this paper.
I just want to read these three paragraphs though from the front. I often say I'm a video games culture writer, but lately I don't know exactly what that means. Game culture as we know it is kind of embarrassing. It's not even culture. It's buying things, speckling over memes and in jokes repeatedly, and it's getting mad on the internet. It's young men queuing with plush mushroom hats and backpacks and jutting promo poster rolls, queuing passionately for hours at events around the world to see things that marketers want them to see, to find out whether they should buy things or not. They don't know how to address or behave Television cameras pan across the listless queues and often catch the expressions of people who don't quite know why they themselves are standing there. Games culture is a petri dish of people who know so little about human social interaction and professional life works that they can concoct online wars about social justice or games journalism ethics straight-faced and cause genuine human consequences because of video games. Like, this is not some like super nuanced fucking piece. Am I wrong? I mean, like, do you disagree?
Um, how do you think here? I'm just reading through a bit more. Um, like, to what end is she making this? Like, for what purpose is she painting this picture?
I don't know. You have to ask her that.
Because how do you reconcile that against the fact that she states that she wants to create a rich creative community and inclusive culture and wants to have more and more and more and more games?
Well, she doesn't think that gamers are like that now. She thinks that gamers are fucking shitty people. Like,
I
why
think
can't she
here,
just say like, "Ella, hey, look, the people who are harassing Zoe Quinn, they're fucking stupid. I don't like those people." That's all you gotta fucking say, right? You don't have to say all this other shit. You don't need to call for an end to the gamer identity. You don't need to trash talk games culture. You don't. Like, there's actually, if you want to like reform games culture in like a positive way, like there's actual things that like I could get on board with. There's like actual things that like other people can get on board with. But this isn't how you go about doing it. And you know what? By doing this, they created GamerGate. They created this massive thing, and it became to some extent like a cultural war battle because that's what they wanted to have. They wanted to go to war. They wanted to make this a cultural battle. All they had to do was just update their fucking ethics and say, "Hey, look, we're sorry, we fucked up in a couple areas. We'll do better in the future." That's all they had to do. They didn't need to do this. I mean, do you disagree?
I think because the nature of the um, raising of the ethical concerns so primarily focused on harassment of someone who didn't even perform the ethical concerns. It seemed like the main thrust of the issue was the harassment of this woman. Um, Again, if a lot of the harassment was against Nathan Grayson, I think I'd be on your side, but it wasn't. Because like these, remember, this is a time, like as we spoke about earlier, it's much less the case nowadays that people are harassed online just for being a girl. Like people will be in like a game and like voice chat or whatever, and like as soon as they say something, like a bunch of like shit starts up. Like it's not just the people who harassed Zoe Quinn. It's also this whole. It's the people who saw that, and in light of that, thought that the reason, quote unquote, sorry, thought that the quote unquote reason she was harassed was the interesting thing about it all. It was the people who who aided in participating in that culture force that would drive women out for being women, um, things like that. And so, yeah, there are just like were at the time like bad aspects that needed to be called out, and it all came to a head. And sometimes when there's a bunch of things happen that are kind of a background malaise, and it culminates in one big incident, yeah, a lot of those times like it all sort of comes out at once, and that's just kind of how people deal with things. But reading into it, what is the ultimate thesis of this argument? What is the core point? The core point of it is really summarized at the end, that quote unquote that the gamer identity has increasingly been co-opted by the people who are the worst representatives of it, and we ought reclaim it.
But that's not even true. Like here's also the funny thing in the world too. Like nobody gives a shit about Zoe Quinn. Like that's the funniest thing ever. Like nobody cares about this like stupid drama on the internet. Like it was covered on like drama YouTube channels for like 2 weeks, and then like it would have blown over because like nobody gives a shit. Like like no people who aren't plugged into games journalism and like they're Leah Alexander. Or these people they're all friends with each other. They're all
It
friends with
was
each other. They're friends with Zoe Quinn. In the Game Journal pros list, they even talk about how their friend Zoe's under attack. Well, I don't think they say her friend, but they say like Zoe's under attack or whatever. And they want to like send her a basket of flowers. Which is like fine. I'm not sure that they should be interacting with game developers in that way. I don't know. That's kind of weird. But like game, but like these people are friends with each other. It's all like a big clique of people. They all have like these weird social justice politics, which is like fine. They're entitled to their opinion. Like I don't disagree. Like they they can have their viewpoints. They just can't be the only viewpoints. And their friends under attack. Their friend who like probably like 99% of gamers have never even heard of. And now 99% of gamers are being painted with this broad brush because like a couple dozen people on the internet are talking about, or maybe a few hundred people on the internet are talking about drama. Like like this is your response to a few hundred people on the internet talking about internet drama that like most people have never heard of, they don't care about. I never heard of Zoe Quinn prior to this. I read the article. I still didn't know who Zoe Quinn was. Maybe I didn't read the whole thing. I don't know. This was 10 years ago. But
Mhm.
I like nobody cares about Zoe Quinn. Like this was like she was like a minor game developer. She wasn't like some super famous celebrity. This whole thing would have been blown over in like a week or two. Like nobody cared about it for the most part. Like some people did care, and some people did care for like good reasons, and like maybe some people cared for bad reasons. But like the vast majority of gamers didn't care about this shit. I wasn't plugged into this shit. And I don't think like if I asked like 100 gamers on the street in like August 2014, oh, what do you think of Zoe Quinn? They'd be like, I bet I bet most of them would say I don't know who that is.
Mhm. Uh, I think it would not be accurate to sort of characterize what happened with the whole burgers and fries stuff and all of the um, harassment that follows in the campaign, because all of that Zoe post stuff did get a lot of traction. It was not just a couple handful of people. It was fairly significant, which is why it was sort of a major event that happened. And it's what sort of spawned everything. It is. Mm, I guess it is hard to speak to 9 years after the fact, but in between the Zoe post being posted and the Gamers Are Dead's article stuff and all the harassment, like there was a lot of discussion about it. This was not a handful of people. It was quite a bit of folks. Um,
Well, you had drama YouTube,
and
you had YouTubers covering it, you had games journalists talking about it, you had other indie devs talking about it to some extent. Like, yeah, sure, and you have some internet forums like Reddit and 4chan and something awful were talking about it. Like it wasn't like it wasn't entirely nobody, but like this collection, like the most people who are gamers don't know who. I probably like 90, probably maybe not 99%, but probably because he was talked about in the media a lot, which is like kind of part of the problem since a lot of the people who talked about her in the media were friends with her. Um, which isn't like her fault per se. It's the part of the games journalists, but like she wasn't some like major figure who like most people who were gamers heard about or cared about in any way. right? And so, like, why are you blaming literally billions of people on Earth who are gamers for the actions of like what a few hundred people who are talking about it? Let's say a few thousand people are talking about it, um, and maybe like a few dozen of those, maybe a few dozen of those people are engaging in harassment. Like, okay, like that's bad. I don't like support harassment or whatever, but like to do this and then write all these articles declaring an end to the gamer identity, it's like the dumbest way you could ever go about doing this in like the history of like like no, like this is how you burn bridges with communities. Like there's a reason like these people painted with such a huge brush and wrote these articles that were pretty fucking shitty, and they all came out on the same day, 10 articles on one day, all saying the same thing. Well, not all saying the same thing, but like saying very similar sentiments. And some of them are also calling for games to be censored, right? You've got Devin Wilson. Devin Wilson coming out there. The video games need to be less violent. They need to be less competitive. They need to be less sexy women in them. Like dude, like you pissed off everybody with this shit. Or not everybody. I mean, like, I guess some people didn't care about it, and that's fine. Like they can not care about it, but if some people might have even agreed with it. I don't know. Maybe you agreed with. Do you agree with the sentiments of the articles?
I think they had very good things to say about the thing because like there was a lot of issues with the culture at the time, but it would not be accurate to describe the situation that happened at the time. Perhaps you weren't aware of it because you did not have much interaction of it at the time. Again, you said that you got involved like 6 months or whatever after all of this started. But at the time, this was everywhere, and it was huge, and the backlash was very big, and there are lots of people getting on Zoe's case about this, notably not Grayson's. And it is a little, how should I say, it is otherwise unclear the strength of the argument to say like, well, all of these articles were published based on a little niche event that happened to these people's friends that nobody knows what they're talking about. This was not something that no one knew what it was talking about. This was a huge public thing that blew up.
I mean, to
It was
some
very
extent.
public.
To some
It
extent.
blew up. It blew up, and some amount of people produced the harassment that had the outcomes that Zoe Quinn and others had to endure, and everyone else had no problem with that. And that was the primary issue. It's not even that like one individual so happened to take it too far. It's that in this culture that was occurring at the time, this online culture especially, that seemed to so much overwhelmingly like was the loudest voice in the room. This was they didn't care, and if anything, thought it was warranted that she get harassed.
I don't. Again,
And that
you're
there
also
was
making this.
the salacious sort of drama and sexual sort of tabloidy aspect of it all was the fun part of it, such that the community that was created in response to it was called Burgers and Fries because about the 5 guys she had a sexual involvement with. It doesn't make sense for that to be the name of the response if it's not about the sex.
Yeah, like,
So
again, I don't.
there was a huge backlash that focused on the sexual aspect of it all that resulted in a woman getting harassed and threatened and run out of her house
I mean, there's
over
there's massive
a
drama
niche.
about celebrities every day. Like Jonah Hill, literally just got like his 2 weeks in the sun over some stupid drama involving him like 3 months ago. Remember? But like
Big
nobody
celebrities
cares.
have big celebrities have immense resources to deal with whatever events might happen, and they could hire teams of people to take care of their business at a moment's notice. This is not something that is the capacity for an individual person to deal with. An individual person dealing with the entire brunt of the internet coming down on them, at least from their perspective, however much. Like, with technology, it's very easy at the scales we're doing with for quote unquote a little to actually be a lot for an individual with not that kind of resources at hand. An individual, Zoe Quinn cannot hire a team of people to work for her to filter out all her media stuff. She has to deal with it herself.
Look, I'm not saying
And
that
that is very different
harassment
than a
is
celebrity.
good. I obviously condemn all harassment. I've been very clear about that. I don't support anything like that.
But the point of what the Gamers of Dead articles were getting at was that this was being in when the culture was being tested of how it reacted to this Zoe post. It chose to focus on the lurid details, and that harassment occurred was not disqualifying.
It seems kind of weird though that we want to shut down all discussion of everything and say that
No one's talking about
everyone's a
shutting down all
misogynist.
discussion of
Not you,
everything.
not you, not you, not you, but like the
Well,
games
no.
journalists and the games journalists and people who were like opposed to GamerGate later on. They want to shut down all discussion of this because like one person on the internet got harassed by some people, and that's bad, and like I don't support that. But now we can't talk about the actual issues. And you're gonna demonize us and say that we're all sexist and misogynist because like some people on some fucking IRC channel were dicks on the internet. Okay, like, like all over because one person was treated poorly on the internet, which like billions of people get treated poorly on the internet every fucking day probably. Like, like that's the fucking nature of the internet. Like I've been harassed on the internet. Um, I mean like and then of course when the Gamergate people get harassed, where's the media? Why aren't they rushing to their defense? Where's their where's their social justice warriors are dead article condemning the harassment that we received? Doesn't seem to be there.
Well, in the wake of Gamergate, like there was just a whole lot of shit flinging all over. It became a sort of a muddied mess. Like in the months prior following, I would say.
But like I've been harassed. I don't blame everybody on the other
Like,
side
is
or other. I don't even blame other people who were like GG Revolt, like when John Kelly wrote his hit piece on me. I mean, like I don't go around like I mean I did kind of blame GG Revolt actually, but but like I don't like I'm careful how I caveat my statements. Like I'm not going out there and demonizing all gamers or 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 trying to make it seem like gamer culture caused this because I got harassed on the internet. And I don't try to like demonize large swaths of people. Like why not just say the people who harass Zoe Quinn are bad and I think maybe there's some things we can discuss about the internet and about gaming culture and maybe we can try to do a little bit better in the future moving forward. And like that's like fine. And like most people would be like, "Okay, that seems like a reasonable approach." But that's not the approach they took, right?
yes, because the issue is not just the people who did the harassment. The issue is all of those who observed it happening and found it not disqualifying.
I mean, like most people didn't observe this happening, right? Like maybe in the world that like you were operating in, but like
Yeah, and this is why my sort of culpability sort of drops over Gamergate over time after Gamergate has happened. My primary culpability is afforded to those who were there in Burgers and Fries doing that whole round of things. The next amount of nearly equal culpability is for those who saw that and decided to throw their hat in the ring and were on that side and didn't find the egregious natures of it disqualifying.
I mean, why are
Like
you
I
making
found
it
that
about
also to be very much.
sides instead of like just people coming together and like having discussion and like we all resolve the problems together as one big gaming community? Like, why can't we do that? Why did it have to be sides? Why did it have to be a culture war? Why couldn't we come together and like we'll get the ethical reforms, we'll have more diverse characters in game, whatever. Like we'll come together and have a conversation. That's what it should have been. It never should have been this massive thing, this massive
Gamers
culture war.
Nexus Gamers Nexus was able to achieve that with Linus Tech Tips because they did so in a very calculated, careful way that did not involve the wet and wild and exciting nature of an anonymous, leaderless movement.
They were able to convince like one
Doing
YouTube guy
so,
to like
achieving something, doing so, like, there's an issue that happened recently in my friend group where there's someone who had like this problem that everyone was sort of having issues with them, and one of the things that he was saying in defense was like, hey, like, I just want to be able to like raise my problems with people, and people should be, my friends should be able to like understand that I'm bringing these logical issues at hand. They should address just the logical issues, and they shouldn't get emotional about them. And the problem is that like we say, okay, here's the problem, friend. If you want people to engage with you in logical ways, don't engage with them in ways that trigger their emotions. So if you want to have this environment where everyone's just working at the problem and working together to fix it, don't do things in ways that just create shitstorms. It is it is a fallible action
we
to
didn't make the
produce
shitstorm, bro.
a condition.
Like they made
The
the
shitstorm
shitstorm.
was, yeah, sure, some was burgers and fries, and then the people who immediately came after thought it was okay and then joined on, and then after that things get weird and muddled, and that's kind of when you joined.
I don't
I'm
care
not
what
calling
like
you bad.
yeah. I don't care what like rando fucking people on an IRC channel fucking okay, they're assholes. Okay. Some of them are assholes, some of them might not be. I don't fucking know. I don't care. You can't write
Like
these
why?
articles condemning gamers and you can't declare an end to who we are, but we're looping on this shit. I'll let you have the
Yeah.
final word and then we can move on to the next question.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's a good conclusion to the loop.
You can
um,
give the final word if you'd like.
um, yeah, I feel like I've made my decision clear. Like, it. I want to stress again that like things get muddied later as things progress on because people who do care about a lot of the ethical issues and censorship and what have you, like for one reason or another, like wandered in, and maybe there was a less of an emphasis on like the initial start and the Zoe Quinn stuff and whatnot, and maybe that just muddies the water. It makes it hard to like make these like um, conclusions about people or whatever. But at the very beginning, it was a heck of a time to observe, a heck of a thing to observe in real time, how there was so much animosity that didn't seem to align with anything but just like really bad things like just sexism. Like this woman slept with a lot of people. Let's like whatever happens to her. It's like it's fine. Whatever. Let's talk about. I don't know. I guess I'm rambling and looping myself as well. So I guess that's fine. Enough of a statement.
When you say that the gaming community allowed this to happen to Zoe Quinn, what do you expect like random gamers to do though?
If there was an organization that did bad things and the topic of discussion was like, hey, this organization did a bad thing, and I was like, yeah, this was pretty bad, I would just expect people to not join that organization. I suppose that's it, really. Just be like, yeah, I don't want any part of that. You know, to stand for something and to have like those be your values and be like, yeah, there's some stuff happening, but like this is the important thing right now. And I guess that was the test.
Do you think most people? It's a good question to ask, but do you think most people? Do you see which one's coming up?
Um, I
We're
keep
under
scrolling up
the
and down this.
harassment-sexism section of the question list. It's number 4. Or actually number 3, I guess, because I added that harassment studies one in there.
Mm,
But uh,
yeah.
do you think most GamerGate people did a good job condemning harassment, Hannah?
Maybe after the first few months or whatever. I think it's well into the stage where it the waters get muddied. At the beginning, no.
How do you think the average GamerGate supporter would respond if they saw someone dox or send death threats? And again, you can caveat this between the first few months versus the 2 years in versus 4 years in, or however you want to do it.
Um, It's much just sort of like the bystander effect. There's probably going to be a range from like condemning it to having indifference, like it's someone else's problem to follow up on, and probably more interesting like operations to engage with.
Do you think some anti-Gamergate people harassed pro-Gamergate people?
Yeah, probably was a bullshit show.
Do you think Gamer Ghazi and those in anti-Gamergate communities largely condemned harassment against pro-GG people?
I think so, in similar capacity.
I think so too for the most part. I think Ghazi in particular, um,
Mm.
was generally willing to they condemned the Zach attack. They condemned your buddy Matt Myers.
Mm.
Yeah. Uh, and Ezzy Galvez did get fired from the Crash Override Network, Zoe Quinn's organization, after he
Mm.
tried to dox Mombot 2 as part of that group. Um,
Mm.
well, he was a
Okay,
volunteer for the organization. He wasn't an
gotcha.
employee.
Mm.
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
Um, it's embarrassing, I suppose. It was well orchestrated, I guess. Um, I don't know, it's part of the drama, I suppose. Just a bunch of shit show. I don't know what like a lot of these things that happened past the first couple of weeks or month or so. It's a little hard to try to find good takeaways. Mm.
You don't have to talk about it, but did you receive any harassment during Gamergate from either side or from third-party trolls?
I did not know.
Some individuals, like 2 individuals that I am interviewing for this book, admit to being quote unquote third party trolls who just wanted to cause chaos but didn't support
Mm.
Gamergate. One of the 2 individuals says that he was 14 years old at the time and didn't even know what Gamergate was. He just sent tons of harassing messages at so called social justice warriors, quote unquote, as a form of entertainment with his friends. He also says that the Gamergate anti-harassment brigade stopped him at various points, but he kept making new accounts anyway. What do you think of this aspect of the controversy?
Um, I mean, like the purpose of it being highlighted is that like the whole idea of like what is the purpose of it is that like Gamergate would like to emphasize how like that people such as this were like the face of the harassment and establish like their own uninvolvement as Gamergate with them and to use that as sort of an example to exonerate Gamergate. Um, and I don't know, like Gamergate's part of the whole cultural zeitgeist that produced reactionary anti-regressive sentiment and produced like the targets of harassment because they were not arbitrary. Um, no, like I said before, no snowflake wants to consider itself part of the avalanche, and Gamergate did its part to make these people prominent and targets for ire.
I mean, all three of these people were, as you say, like already semi-famous.
Yeah, but
Especially
not
Anita. Anita
arbitrarily.
was a huge, huge superstar. She's an extremely popular public figure.
Yes, because of the backlash to the tropes versus women thing, which is the same wave of outrage as Gamergate.
In the chat, Miss Sonata asks, why not change the hashtag to a different hashtag? She says like hashtag game ethics or something. What do you think of that idea? Still leaderless, but different hashtag name.
It could be a start.
I disagree. I like the Gamergate hashtag. I think it encapsulates what we care about and who we are as people. Is that we're gamers. And that we were attacked as being gamers. But that's my perception. Other people might have different ideas. And like that's fine if you want to use different hashtags. Like I don't think that's cool. But like I see it as like the media trend. I wasn't a part of Gamergate at the time, but like it's come up before, even when I was involved. Like this idea that maybe we should have leaders, we should have a council, we should have a different hashtag. Well, that was come up a couple times. That wasn't like a really popular idea. The council idea, like that might have had some support behind it, but would you be fine if Gamergate became like a was still a leader was still a hashtag movement, but they had like an election of some kind, and they picked like 30 people to represent them in like a parliament or something, like a council of
I think
Gamergate.
that would produce accountability. So I think probably, yeah, that would be an improvement.
I mean, like the people like I can get you in touch with this guy. The third party trolls. There were a lot of trolls like this. It wasn't just like two people. It was at least several dozen people who were extremely dedicated to harassing people on both sides. Well, Avius mostly just harassed the social justice warriors, but the other guy, Pterodax, he harassed people on both sides. Like this wasn't like this. This was probably most of the harassment, actually. Like I do believe that. Like most of like the especially the doxing and stuff. Oh, 1,000%. Like that was like the Bill Wagner crew. That that was I don't know if Avius ever did that. I don't know if he ever went that far. I'd have to ask him in the interview. But like this was
even
like
if that is,
go ahead.
say like even if that is the case, I would find it difficult to believe that apropos of nothing, these random third party trolls decided to completely at random harass the exact same people like Gamergate was discussing and made the center of their discussion.
I mean, everybody on the internet, like you said, was supposedly talking about this stuff, like and Kiwi Farms and all these other different communities.
Yep.
Like, yeah, they considered a lot of the people on both sides to be lol cows.
I mean, yeah, that's part of the phenomena I said.
Or they just fucked with people because they thought it'd be funny, which is like also like that's a thing that happened. And then we get blamed for it, but they only talk about when they get harassed. They never talk about when we get harassed, and they blame us for the harassment. They being the media and Wikipedia and critics of Gamergate in many cases. Not everybody who criticizes Gamergate. Like you have a more nuanced take, but Many
Yeah,
supporters of Gamergate report receiving harassment. Do you believe that was true, and if so, why?
yeah, probably. I mean, there was a shit show. There was a lot of chaotic, just Twitter feuding going on. So yeah.
What do you think of the term sea lioning and how some critics of Gamergate use the term?
I think it's a fantastic term. It is uh, applicable for some of what happened, I suppose, just like some of the discussions that were had. Sure.
Do you think the sea lion, aside from the part at the very end where he goes to her house, aside from that, do you think the sea lion was wrong?
um, in the sense that the sea lion is making themselves, oh, what's the word? Um, uh, uh, in uh, um, there's a word I'm looking for. Where like you make yourself like impossible to like tolerate. Uh, just make yourself like incredibly difficult to like tolerate. Like just yeah, insufferable. In the sense that the sea lion is making themselves completely insufferable. They are doing what they're doing incorrectly, and the others in the comic are right to like find it really obnoxious.
Okay. I think the sea lion's right. That's also maybe like a disagreement that we have. It's like a fundamental disagreement. You think?
uh, I don't want to get ableist, but like, I don't know. I'll leave it at that.
By the way, welcome to the chat, Devil's Advocate. This is the first time I think I've seen you in the chat for a very long time. Uh, any thoughts on GG Revolt?
Um, Not really. It wasn't really the part of it all that I was interacting with.
Were you aware of GG Revolt and what they were like?
Um, Not really. No, not at the time.
Do you think that I was gonna ask? Well, I'm not gonna ask you if GG Revolt was the real Gamergate, but were the
Mm.
trolls, the third-party trolls, the real Gamergate?
Um, no, they're just another product of the sort of reactionary, um, like the wave of the reactionary sort of zeitgeist as how it intersected with gaming culture.
So the real, I was, this is sort of when I asked you to define Gamergate. I
Yeah, it's sort of
guess,
what I came to
yeah,
the gamer. It's the fish. It's the fish.
yeah. So I
Mm,
probably should I delete this question then? Because it's kind of like a repeat.
mm,
The question was, what was the real Gamergate to you? Because so there was this whole segment here, where I was going to ask if people thought what they thought of GG Revolt and if they thought GG Revolt was the real Gamergate, and then I was going to ask them if they
mm,
think the trolls were the real Gamergate, and then I was
mm.
asking what the real Gamergate is.
Yeah,
But like, yeah,
I wrote down pretty much no, no, no for all those,
okay.
and then I like got into my weird analogy.
Do you think that even if it were the case that the vast majority of Gamergate supporters were actually against harassment, that society should probably still view it through that lens because what harassment did occur, whether by them or by third parties, is a more important aspect of the story than a bunch of people who don't like games journalism, a handful of articles declaring gamers dead, and what they perceive as censorship of their games?
Um, I guess that's the idea, yeah. Mostly because a lot of those issues were not, as I stated, like not meaningfully redressed in ways that, for example, Chinology did for their inception. Because it would be incorrect to say that Project Chinology was all just about DDoSing um, Scientology websites, because that was very meaningfully moved away from, and because it was to, the whole like nature of the effort was meaningfully course corrected. But that didn't really happen with GamerGate, so yeah.
To piggyback on what Miss Sonata says in the chat, was the real GamerGate the friends we made along the way?
Perhaps so. Mm.
What do you think about how the media covered GamerGate?
Um, I guess noted with like the sort of flat earther thing from Bafam, it's important for media to not misinform people by positioning all sides of equal merit and then just leave it to them to make their own decision. It is kind of misinformation. It misleads your audience. I think, as we discussed a little bit, like there is a lot of value in being more thorough and like getting both sides and like, but still like sort of making sure you communicate like what, like those sort of conclusions. Um, but in terms of the overall result, like, yeah, I think they got the important parts right.
I want to ask, do you say that there's objective right and wrong with a lot of stuff.
Mm.
Do you think that the position that I take or that people like me take on, hey, look, I don't support harassment, but we need to talk about these issues. I don't think we should shut down the conversation. I think we need to have the conversation. And like, I don't support the harassment by anybody, but we need to talk about game journals. We need to talk about these gamers are dead articles. We need to talk about censorship. We need to talk about this crazy stuff that Devin Wilson's saying. We need to have these conversations, and we need to have them right now. And like, we can also condemn harassment while we do that. Do you think that position is objectively wrong on like the same level as the flat Earth person is objectively wrong?
I think it would have been if you were trying to make that conversation in August 2014.
And so do you think it's fair that the media didn't get our side of the story at all because it was objectively wrong in the same way that you view the flat Earth person as being objectively wrong?
If Gamergate made the effort to address those initial issues and sort of transform itself in a way comparable to what was done with Project Chinology, I would say it would. But in lieu of that, I would say no.
I don't think there is a Project Chinology like official organization.
I think, well, that was like the name of it.
It's a
But
non-centralized leadership. Yeah, that's what it says on
every
Wikipedia.
city, yeah, but every city, every anonymous cell had its own leadership,
And
and there was accountability.
we had we had local meetups too. We had tons and tons of real life stuff. I organized a bunch of
But
the
no,
real life stuff myself, including convention panels, including which I got canceled because of
mm,
a social media mob actually. So I mean that's an incident where I was harassed by
mm,
anti-gamergate, not by trolls, not by GG Revolt, by anti-gamergaters. They harassed me and they got my panel banned at Archon,
mm. A
and I
lot of
ran
those,
meetups.
mm, a lot of those IRL efforts were not, however, the main thrust of Gamergate. The main thrust of Gamergate was all the online activism, whereas with Project Technology, the main thrust became the in-person protesting at right outside the doors of the Church of Scientology.
I just surely you don't view the position of we need to have a conversation, even if like you think it's a bit inconvenient right now, as being the same as something that's objectively wrong and therefore not even worth mentioning in the story whatsoever, right? Like that's not the same. Like those are very different things. One is like a philosophical proposition that like people could have reasonable disagreements about, and the other one's an objectively like false thing.
Um, the nature of what it would be achieved by GamerGate sort of reforming itself into something more legitimate is to achieve that legitimacy. And through the achievement of that legitimacy would be the seat at a table for the actual concerns of GamerGate to be taken seriously and addressed and discussed and all the things that you want. But in lieu of that, there's just the overall thread of the thing that had been left hanging, which was that there was a lot of harassment and shit and shit stirring that was all the result of this salacious article about Zoe Quinn. That was baggage that was never really unloaded in any meaningful way, besides just hopes that everyone would forget about it and move on and take people seriously, even though they never did anything about it.
Gamergate supporters. See, we kind of covered this. Why do you why do you think they didn't decide to cover our side of the story? Was it really just that they thought it was illegitimate?
um, um, like probably what media would say is that like I'd imagine they said like, oh, the people claiming about ethics in games journalism. Maybe that's the most you would get, let's say. Um,
You were a YouTuber at the time. You covered
yeah.
Gamergate. Did anybody from the media reach out to you for an interview to discuss Gamergate?
No.
Did the media's coverage of Gamergate increase or decrease your trust in the media?
Neither.
How do you think the media should have covered Gamergate?
Um, I think they did okay.
What do you think of the Gamergate Wikipedia article?
Haven't really read through it all. I imagine it's pretty long.
I don't think it is actually. I think it's like relatively short. Or
Gamergate.
well, it's short compared to like if you know anything about Gamergate. Because there's like 30 million
Besides.
different things that happened. All right. So,
Gamergate or Gamergate.
it's
So
like decently sized for like I mean not really. It's probably like
loosely or
20
mm,
paragraphs, but it's all completely
uh
one-sided.
oh. Um I mean, I suppose like what is the side that really wants to be said here? Because like
I
for
didn't.
example, this is because like there's this sentence in here. It says like the blog, well, it says falsely, but I suppose the blog falsely implied that Quinn received a favorable review of Depression Quest in exchange for their sexual relationship with Nathan Grayson. Grayson never actually reviewed any Quinn's games, and only Kotaku arguments was published before their relationship began. So it seems like Nonetheless, as reported by Datelet, Gamers Online used Joni's blog to accuse Quinn without evidence of trading sex for professional advancement.
Look at this
That
right
seemed
here.
to be.
GamerGators created conspiracy theories falsely accusing Quinn of an unethical relationship with video game journalist Nathan Grayson. That right there is an objectively false claim. You would agree? You know enough about the situation, right? That you know that Nathan Grayson really did fuck up and have an unethical relationship here. But it says right here, created conspiracy theories falsely accusing. Like, that's an objectively false claim. That's right at the very beginning of the article. Objectively false. Like, that's a proof. We can disprove that. That's I have disproved that. And you know that that's not true too. Like, why Wikipedia has an objectively false claim right in the very beginning. Even like, you would agree, right?
Um. Um. If you're talking like the, how should I say? There were legitimate issues being raised, although there were probably also lots of illegitimate issues.
So they cite PC
So it may be.
Magazine. So because PC Magazine got the story wrong, they can quote it in Wikipedia and say, "Oh, well, there was no unethical thing." That's how this whole article is pretty much. It's, oh, PC Magazine said this. Now that's cited in Wikipedia, and now other journalists who go to cover it are going to go to Wikipedia, and they're going to see, oh, look, it says right here it's a false conspiracy theory. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry, I cut you off. You were saying.
Um. It may be misleading to say that there was, to imply that there was nothing. Well, let's just say it is misleading to say that there was nothing about the issue at hand, that there were ethical issues or whatever. So there probably were something there. I would say there probably also were conspiracy theories, but yeah, is this angle on it overemphasizing the conspiracy theories and sort of leaving out the fact that there were probably like, well, there were legitimate things? Like, yes, I suppose that is the case.
I mean,
I mean, it is.
It's alarming.
It's not incorrect in the tenor of what the conclusion ought to be, though.
And I'm sure if we dug through this article, we could find other. I've not done a deep dive into it, but
I can understand. Like, when I have been called out and things that I've done wrong, and there's been lots of things were brought up, it's tempting to like want to deep dive into, like you're in a relationship with a partner or something, they'd like bring up all these things that have been going on. Like, it's tempting to want to get sidetracked and just be like, oh no, but that thing you're talking about, like, there's this reason for whatever, and like sort of like want to like nitpick and debug all the little things. And I understand that compulsion, so it makes sense to me, from like an emotional perspective, where it's like you go through and you look like, this is like weird, this is off, this is off, this is off, this is off. It is hard when you're on the other side, but it still comes off to me as still, as I said, the tenor of it is along the right tracks.
some Gamergate supporters believe that the negative media narrative about Gamergate has decreased the quality of their conscious experience. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I guess it depends mostly on what they mean by that. If it means that they've had hard times because of the media narrative, like, I don't really know what to say. Like, to what a I wrote something in response to this question that's a little curt, but it says, to what extent do they want to be sort of emotionally handheld in regards to their wholly optional involvement in Gamergate, and whose job it is to sort of do that emotional labor. Because Gamergate notably did decrease the quality of the conscious experience for a ton of people in a wholly involuntary way. And in terms of like how bad it is to sort of be criticized for one's position, I'm not sure what is wanted.
What's your favorite video game?
It's a hard question. I
The
mean,
hardest one of them all, isn't it?
yeah. Honestly, maybe either Outer Wilds or a good old classic God Hand.
Two games I've not played. I've heard of God Hand.
God Hand's so good. I mean, it's a little. There's some bits in it that are like a little like funny, but like, yeah, it's so good.
No,
No,
we.
it's all. It's all.
What do you
Hmm?
like about these two games?
Um, God Hand's an interesting game because it. How should I say? Like as you over the course of the game, like it's weird to look at, and you're like, why does this look so clunky? And then you realize, oh, it's actually just mechanically perfect, but it is odd to look at, and once you start rolling with it, like it clicks, and you find yourself like getting better and better, and this game itself is like wacky and goofy and has all these sort of um, uh, this of the North Star like feels to it. It is neat. And then like I remember this feeling where like I got to the end and I beat it, and it was like this amazing thing. And I tried like a new game plus thing, and I went back and like, oh my god, like all the enemies at like the beginning were so slow. Like I could just like dance around them effortlessly. But like when you first start off the game, like everything's impossible. It is one of those like Dark Soulsy like really hard games. Um, but like it's very rewarding. Like it is memorable. All the boss fights are like absolutely excellent. It's a memorable game. Like all of the things that happen. There's a good. Ah, it's like campy too, so it's not like it doesn't take itself seriously, but like the story is kind of whatever. But like it's not bad awful if you're like into like having this like campy experience. Um, but really, it's mostly about the gameplay and like how it like ramps you up into doing something very difficult, and then like it kind of gets to like crazy anime extremes of where you're having these like last boss is really well, second last one, the very last thing is like not that hard, but like the fight with like Devil Hand or whatever, like the last fight with Devil Hand's like really good. So yeah. mm. And then like Outer Wilds is like what I was talking about before. It's just amazing. I recommend it a million times.
I know we've touched upon this a little bit, but do you want to talk about the friendships you made during Gamergate?
Um, I mean, I don't know. I guess probably like I mean, it wasn't like terribly deep at all, but we like interacted now and again. I really enjoyed that. Um, and again, most of all this happened, well, period of my life where I had a hard time like making friends, but so I didn't get to do that too terribly much. But
Well, I'm happy to
it's
have been
good.
a positive bright spot,
Mm,
and I
hopefully,
enjoyed
likewise.
my interactions with you as well.
Mm, good.
Do you have any thoughts on Vivian James, Lillian James, or other Gamergate related art projects?
Um, so I think the main takeaway the main impression sort of like they're cute characters, but like the sort of history of like why that specific color scheme was chosen is like um, I don't feel like getting too much into it, but it was this weird doubling down on like these like accusations. It was just kind of weird for GamerGate to like double down on it. Oh no, makes a bit of a sour note. And like you to this day, like I can't look at purple and green at the same time and like not think about it.
Easy GamerGate everywhere.
Yeah.
What about Lillian, the anti-GamerGate person? Their
uh,
avatar.
I do not recall. I mean, they're like not bad character designs for sure.
Miss Sonata's in the
Pretty fun.
chat. She did some GamerGate art on the anti-GamerGate side.
Mm. Cool. Mm.
Have you talked with her yet?
I've not. No, I don't think so.
Oh, well, yeah. She. I used to have conversations with her all the time. It's amazing that you two like never crossed paths.
Hmm.
I used to have conversations on my channel all the time with her during GamerGate, and then she was on my panel about feminism and gaming too recently.
Hmm. Me? I don't know. Not to my knowledge.
Do you have any favorite or standout moments from GamerGate?
um, hard pressed to call it a favorite, but there was this one standout thing that sort of like rubbed me the wrong way. Um, when like bad things were going down. Like I tried to find a source for this at some point in time, but I couldn't really. So you can take my memory as you will. But there was this incident in sort of the early period of GamerGate where I think it had to do with like a Dragon Age game or something, where like part of the writing in the game wasn't that good, and it was sort of found out like the writer was the woman, and she just ended up getting a lot of harassment for no reason but that, and it just sort of stood out to me for some reason as sort of needless. I don't know.
Miss Sonata saying that Lillian may have been created by somebody who was pro Gamergate for about a week and then
Mm,
quit. Though I don't know if that's true. I don't know who made Lillian, James.
mm,
Cute design though too. Kind of a
mm.
cute oppositional art. If you could have changed one thing about Gamergate, what would it be?
Um, I think if y'all at the very onset of the movement went after Grayson instead of Quinn, it would have made all the difference in the legitimacy of it all.
If you could have changed one thing about the way opponents of Gamergate responded, what would it be?
Um, I guess just to take the high road and a lot of like weird little interactions, just like in all the shit shows, shit flinging that would happen in the years to follow. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Miss Sonata says it wasn't a pro Gamergate person who made it. It was someone who was neutral.
Hmm.
What would you personally have done differently during Gamergate?
Um, I'm not sure. If I had more bandwidth at the time, I probably would have been interested in making more response videos, but I did what I was able to. I've always sort of been fairly busy, so. Mm.
You know how this would have gone. You would have made response videos. I'd have made response videos to you. We'd be like, it
Mm.
would be like a regular thing. We'd have like a friendly rivalry.
Mm. I was a big fan of the response video at the time. I think that was a period in time where like response videos would like show up linked to the original video like in a special manner. I think something like that. I know that was a
Well,
thing
there
on
was
YouTube at the time.
comments at one point, I think.
Yeah, there was some kind of special link.
But I think that basically went away just prior to GamerGate or very early in GamerGate, I think, where you could comment. You could literally post your video, in the comment section of another person's video as a response, and they would allow you to do this.
Yeah. There's something something along those lines. But anyway, like I was a big fan of like the response video at the time. So, yeah, I don't know. That would have been, if I had more time, I probably would have been interested in doing that.
Well, at risk of being conceited, am I using that term correctly? Let me double check. Yes, very much so I am. At the risk of both conceited and using the term correctly, but at the risk of sounding conceited, what did you think of my videos at the time? Was I a good representative of GamerGate?
Um, let's see if I can recall. I think so. Like your focus was much more even-handed. I remember at the time there were certain times when you would get a little more heated than not. And one of my overall impressions of you is that like when you would write intros to things, they would be very dramatic. Mm, yeah.
Well, hey, thank you. I'm a streamer. I'm obsessed with myself, so appreciate the feedback on something I did 9 years ago.
I mean, I think I saw some things that were something I watched recently, and there was definitely some like dramatic intros as of late as well. So
Yeah.
that's
Well, I mean, I was
flavorful.
some of the
It's a
stuff
fun
I did
flavor.
was high quality. Some of the stuff I did was low quality.
Mm.
But whatever. I mean, I'm proud of the high quality stuff I did.
Mm.
I am. But like I wish I still had most of it. Do you have my old videos by chance? Did you save any of them?
I do not know. I was looking earlier for like my transcript of my like first GamerGate. I did this
The
response video for
Thunderfoot one?
Thunderfoot. Yeah, that was a good one. I still liked it. I was looking trying to find my transcript of it so I could just like review what it was I was saying. But like I couldn't find it. I was like, I shared it. I had it on my OneDrive and like I don't know, it just disappeared.
It's yeah. It's so interesting that like we met over this and like bonded over this from like across the aisle. Why do you
Mm.
think more people on both sides couldn't do that?
Um, I think that's a broad question over why a lot of this just doesn't happen contemporarily over a lot of things. Um, there's a lot of extremism isn't the right word I'm looking for. Sort of maximalism that occurs in online discussions. And you can see this a lot in, well, oh gosh, let me start over. Um, um, like, why is it in online discourse when one person is observed failing to sort of quote unquote like toe the party line and says something that's like not aligned with like what a lot of people say, they end up getting like a shit show started over it, and like any like alignment previously sort of gets thrown out the window, and like everything just focuses on them like, well, now they're the biggest enemy for like having this one disagreement with the rest of the community. And this is certainly a phenomenon that happens. The question is like why, and the answer has a lot to do with stakes being high and fear of betrayal, and the fact that internet relationships are and can be like a dime a dozen, and that the nature of technology sort of reduces us to text on a screen and not a whole human being. And to what end can one put an entire interpersonal relationships amount of investment into a rando online? So when you see someone saying something that is like a little bit awful, you just don't know how off they're gonna be, and maybe you'll get betrayed and they'll like say something bad, or like not take your side, or something in the future. So you just can't trust it. And this is why so many expressions of positions on online discourse end up so maximalist that when so and so does something bad, well then they're the biggest bad person ever in the whole universe, and they use like the biggest, loudest language to denounce it, and it's because if you if you entertain something more nuanced than like, well, you don't know to what extent the rest of that person is, what else are they entertaining. And so, and because there's like an infinite amount of people online seemingly, you can just write people off. And so like, I guess the answer to the question is that like it's just hard to find the internet as a good space without a whole lot of willingness to put forth an effort and engage in some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Vulnerability. And it's just not worth it. There's no reason to do it besides wanting to have those rich experiences. And if you don't, then you don't. So some people are willing to do so and some people aren't. And that's kind of it. I don't know. That's why it's hard.
I was called out recently by somebody. I believe it was Ninetales, another streamer in the space. They've been following the project, and they said they thought I said that I'm having trouble getting anti-GamerGate people, and I think it's because they don't want to talk to pro-GamerGate people, and they didn't want to back then either. And they thought that that was me kind of pushing the blame off onto the anti-GamerGaters for not wanting to talk to us. But there is this perception that I have, that other people have, that the anti-GamerGate people wouldn't engage in a discussion with us at all, with some exceptions like yourself, like Miss Sonata, like the people on the debate subreddits. But like that's a very small portion of the people engaged in like this overall controversy. It seemed like most of the people on Ghazi, some exceptions, Crocodile Man, he was willing to talk with us. Um, but like for the most part, they really weren't. It feels like. Is that? Do you think that's true?
Um, it doesn't. Yes, it doesn't feel too terribly unique, though. I feel like that's fairly common for schisms between sort of political extremes, I suppose. I mean, it'd be hard for most people on different sides of the aisle to talk. Like, I would have a hard. Like, do I want to talk to it? Do I want to talk to a turf? It's like, I don't know. It sounds exhausting, and it sounds like it's not going to accomplish much. Maybe, but I'd have to. It would be a great extension of patience on my part to an exertion of a lot of effort. That is my impression of what it would be like. And so I would imagine the feeling might be similar, although I suppose it being a little less personal. So, yeah.
Do you have any advice for any future online activist movements that might be looking to Gamergate for guidance?
I think like graduating from the sort of leaderless, decentralized movement to something that's actually has accountability and maybe less interesting, maybe more boring, might be a bit more by the books, won't be wet and wild, but some sort of structure, I think, will produce more in the end. The only issue is that, like, is there the will to engage in something of that level of investment over a long period of time, and that can of course be hard to do. Um, Generally speaking, that's sort of what liberal politics are about, I suppose. Like, you don't get everything done through one effort. Like, you sort of demonstrate, yes, I'm sort of willing to fight this out over a long period of time because I care in an ongoing manner. And fortunately or unfortunately, better for worse, that's kind of how it goes. So establishing that legitimacy like early on, like, is helpful.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings on the leaderless thing.
Mm,
Um, and because I honestly I think GamerGate like did a pretty good job of like condemning harassment of and accomplished like some of the things that they were passionate about. Have a good night, Ryan. Have a good night, Lisa. And like it was fun and like I've said with Hatman, um, he inspired me to add this new question, which is I didn't add it to the anti-GamerGate sides. Hang on. But he it's this question of if you could do it all over again, would you? And he said abso-fucking-lutely. And I'm like, yeah, me too. Like it really was this amazing moment in time and I'm really happy with it. And like don't get me wrong, there was bad moments too, but
mm,
it was a major part of my life and I think that we did some good stuff
mm,
with games journalism, with creative freedom, and I think that we made a lot of friends and I think that we were unfairly attacked and like I would do it all over again too. Leaderless and I'm glad that there's something like this in the world. I really am. And if you don't agree, like that's fine. Like we can have different agreements on that. We've disagreed on it for years. And I'm glad we're still able to be friends despite the disagreements. Sometimes
mm,
because of them, right? They help build our bond.
mm.
Um, yeah, I don't know about the leaderless thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's like mutually exclusive either. I think you can like build organizations and also have like a leaderless online thing. Like Deep Freeze is like an organization,
Mm.
but I don't know. I mean, it's hard to cuck your answer. God, you want to like. What do you think of like the leader? Do you think there's any value in that?
Um, I think like the primary issue with it all, you take my stuff, is how should I say, the the sort of wet and wild nature of internet, like the whole rambunctious like way the internet like does its activism stuff, like it makes it hard to just gain that legitimacy, I suppose, because it's always just going to be like, well, just like this random raucous rabble of people are saying XYZ online, and it's a barrier you have to. It is. There is a certain weakness to that. It's, like I said, everything is pros and cons, and I feel like that the con of that is significant, and there are pros. It's very exciting. It's very fun. There's a lot of wiggle room in there to do things, but like, um, yeah.
What have you personally learned from GamerGate?
Uh, um, Not sure. There's a couple of questions here I didn't get time to think about. I think
No,
this is
you're
one of
fine.
them.
Well, I sent you like the updated list, like what 2 days ago, so or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe it was like yesterday. I don't know.
Mm, um, I mean, the whole effort certainly like exercised in terms of like me producing video content or taking part in video content, sort of YouTube content. Um, it sort of exercised a lot of thought patterns on my part and sort of led to a whole lot of things that I've been thinking of and like sort of wanting to make videos about. And sort of without it, I definitely wouldn't not have done so. Um, so I don't know if I learned anything directly, but it sort of like gave me some impetus to start thinking about stuff and give me ideas for positions to have, I suppose. Mm, yeah, that's the best I can say about that.
Was GamerGate successful in your eyes?
um, to some extent, because again, GamerGate to me was the sort of reactionary politics as intersected with the gaming culture. And did it achieve what it sort of wanted to sort of keep the SJWs at bay and to sort of preserve gaming culture in the way that it sort of has been that people have gotten accustomed to and kind of wanted to keep being. And kind of in between, like I think like games aren't like I think games are better and they're still like titties. Um, and that's good. And but there's also more inclusiveness and stuff, and I feel like everything is a lot healthier. Um, so GamerGate did not stave off what SJWs wanted in that sense, I suppose. Um, so I don't know. I guess it's a mixed bag.
If you could do it all over again, your involvement with GamerGate, that is,
Mm.
would you?
Um, I guess if GamerGate's going to happen either way, then probably yeah. I would still like choose to engage in the conversation.
You know what we could do? We could do a GamerGate 2, okay? You go ahead and get a bunch of people together, all right, on the anti GamerGate side, which well, it's not even like a community, like you said. I think it is I think there were different anti GamerGate communities.
Sure, maybe.
Um,
Mm.
and they're probably different pro GamerGate communities too. Like these were both very vague amorphous things. Um,
I mean, it's nothing to like have a meetup about, like a regular
no,
meetup
they
about.
did. Ghazi
Yeah,
had a real life meetup, remember?
well, maybe not. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe like on a regular basis, or like that's the I don't know.
I think they
It's
only.
not the kind of thing where I mean maybe there's some like meeting. I don't know. I don't think it's the kind of thing where like you meet up once a week to be like those gamer gators. You know.
Yeah, I think the meetups were more our thing. I think they did one meetup. Ghazi did, or they.
Mm,
I'm not 100% on that because they posted about it, but they also joked about it too. So I don't know if the jokes became a reality after a while because they saw we were doing the meetups.
mm, couldn't tell you.
What do you think of this interview project?
I remember when it was first sort of proposed. I was like, well. I mean, it depends on who it's sort of like you talk to and what's like the ambition you have with it. Because if it's like, well, I just want to interview some Reddit mods, like that would be that would compile some information. But I think you've definitely risen to the opportunity and gotten and put in a lot of work to make it like actually something. So I think it's you're doing well.
Thank you. Obviously, you and I disagree on this thing. How have I been, both on air and off air, in regards to how I deal with my obvious pro GamerGate bias?
I think it's been okay. I mean, I don't know. It's mm, yep. I felt like things been fairly even-handed for sure. As much as is possible, you know. It's I've not, yeah.
And I've obviously sought your feedback on a lot of stuff.
Yeah. mm,
I appreciate that
I've,
you've been. Oh, sorry.
yeah, and like I, yeah. I mean, like mm, I assist when I can. I don't always have the bandwidth for it, but like I give it a college try.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Obviously, I don't expect you to like on call 24/7 to like answer questions I've got.
mm,
That would be
right.
absurd.
Mm,
But like, yeah, I do appreciate that you chime in and provide feedback and offer guidance on like how I can cover X, Y, or Z thing sometimes.
mm, cool.
Some people reading this might hold a. Well, actually, can I ask you? Before I started the project, you had like a kind of like low expectation.
Um, when it was first proposed, I was like, well, this sounds neat, but if it doesn't like have the ambition, it might not be of too much value. But I think because like you observed that there is value in like being a little more ambitious with it, um, it sort of exceeded my expectations.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's a very
Mm,
positive thing. I like that.
mm.
Some people reading this book might hold a positive view of Gamergate. Do you have anything you want to say to these people?
Um, just reiterating, like, if you found yourself earnestly interested in the considerations of ethics or censorship or principled things of that nature, um, that, you know, and you concerned yourself with those things over all of the sort of base level shit flinging that occurred all during this time. Like the issue is never to do with any of those concerns being wrong. And really, the later you quote unquote joined GamerGate, the sort of less criticism I have because, like I said, everything's became complicated and muddled and many faceted to the point where like it's not productive to really, it's not terribly productive to dig into. So my criticism mainly does lie at those at really the onset of GamerGate, as well as almost equal measure the first wave of newcomers into the movement, because those at the onset had the full culpability for what happened, and those who immediately came afterwards saw it and decided to throw their good name behind it, which I find um, objectionable. So I take issue with their judgment and underlying politics that motivated that judgment. So I would just try to emphasize that the effects on people's lives that happened at the very beginning of all this, as well as the reactionary anxieties that motivated all to happen in the beginning. All of those are not great. I guess I can leave it at that.
Thank you. I'm interviewing on November 2nd. What is that, like next Thursday? Um,
Mm.
I better double check to make sure it's actually next Thursday. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yes.
Okay. I'm interviewing the guy who ran the Burgers and Fries IRC channel. He's part of the story too. Is there anything you think I should ask him?
Um, mm, excuse me. I guess I'm not. My. I guess I don't have. I can't quite think of anything straight off the dome.
Okay. Well,
Mm,
if you do, just send me a DM. Also,
okay.
I'm very sad because we're only halfway done. I've got a list of 10 supplemental questions I've made over the course of the past. I'm
It's
just playing. All right, you ready for the last one?
okay. Yeah. I think
Any,
you need to eat, and I need to eat.
anything else you
It,
want to
it,
talk about regarding GamerGate?
um, no, I think I hopefully made my position on this clear. Hopefully to my satisfaction. I'll sort of poll my own feelings about it all later. Um, yeah.
Well, hey, anytime you want to talk about this or something else, you know where to find me. And
Hmm.
thank you for doing the interview. We're almost at 7 hours. Look, we're 20 seconds away. 20 seconds away. This is the longest one
Mm.
yet.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. I think it was a good conversation, though.
Yeah, I think so. Things started looping a little bit, and I could tell that there was some of the root feelings were getting touched upon. So
Yeah.
I don't
Do you,
know.
was I too biased during the interview?
No. Hmm.
Okay.
I mean, at some point it became a debate, but
Well, yeah, true, true.
I don't have an.
I feel like that's fine though, because I debate the pro GG people too. Like you should have seen the Captain Carbine interview. I push back on
Hmm.
everybody. I push back on Oron on Creative Freedom. I push back on Carbine on everything he said. I push back on JT Vega on some
Hmm.
stuff. I push back on everybody.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Well, hey, thank you so much. Thank you everybody for watching. Dude, some people were we had the average watch time for this stream is over an hour. That's
Oh.
insane. That's
Hmm.
insane for YouTube. So we kept people's interest too. We really did.
Oh, good.
People in the chat, like Miss Sonata and Lisa, were in the chat for like what, like 6 hours.
Wow.
Then like
Mm.
other people came by, left. You know how it always goes. But dang, and the Devil's Advocate's been here for what, like maybe an hour and a half now. Science Mile was there for maybe an hour and a half. Daylight was there for an hour and a half, maybe. Pinko Merchant was there for maybe like 2 hours. Like,
I'm glad it is of interest. Hopefully, I represented the side, not just to my satisfaction, but others as well.
I hope so. I hope so. All right, we're gonna go ahead and raid Tom Foolery since he's only like one of. It's only him and. Okay, it's basically just him online. Okay, go ahead and raid him on YouTube. Go ahead and say hi to Tom. Tell him Tachyon sent you, and we can talk off air for a sec if you want, or if you want food or whatever.